So have there been many have there been many globies on here lately crying about how 8 inches per mile square is a parabola and not a circle?
Not so much. It's not a valid argument because there's no better measurement to measure a sphere than the 8 inch per mile square. The parabola is only formed after. It's like a test tube, right? It's
Well,
the top of it is the sphere, but the measurement would be accurate up to 1,000 miles. So any observation.
I wrote a little booklet about that. I actually wrote a little booklet about that, about how it's actually very precise. And I just wondered if that's one of those arguments that, because the Globers, they seem to stick on to something like, for years and years it was, well, ships disappear over the horizon. And, well, no, they don't disappear over the horizon. You've got gravity causing refraction. And who knows what they'll come up with next. And I just wondered, since I've not been able to be on the server in a few months, I wondered if that's one of those that they're... because I used to see that all the time on Fascist Book and other places where they would say, oh, well, that's a parabola, it's not a circle. And ultimately, I put together a little booklet, and then I used to send them the links to that. And usually they would just block me.
8 inches per mile square is the best for a sphere that there is, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
It would only go into a parabola after 1,000 miles, and we don't have observations that far. So any close observation would be within the sphere shape, would be the inch per mile square.
And in all practicality, as far as measurements go, you really can only go up to 100 miles, really, truth be told, that would really matter. So you're talking, it would be almost exact. It would not be...
It would be exact, up to 100 miles, actually. It would be exact spherical shape.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard the argument for a while, so they probably give up on that one.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's literally just basic math as to how you figure it. If you figure that the Earth is 4,000 miles of diameter, and then you fit a parabola over that, even though you're going from inches to miles, it still will fit over it exactly perfect with, you've got to flip it, so obviously it's upside down, so to speak. So you put the negative sign, and then at the end of it, you add 4, because if you put up on your graphing calculator, you've got your 0 and x equals 0 and y equals 0. You really need to be y equals 4 and x equals 0. And and then and then that parabola fits perfectly over that circle. And so if we're standing on the side of the street, what does 3.959 compare to 4 anyway? And so you end up with what? 7.995 square or something like that if you wanted to be, say, just a hair more precise. But like that's going to... but if they want to continue being disingenuous, they would find a way to still argue with that.
They can't really argue. I mean, they're welcome to get a better measurement to have one, which they don't. So, case point in point, it's a mute argument. It's a mute discussion.
Yeah.
Most of them are just parroting each other, so they don't actually know where it deviates. So, not really, it's not going to get them a globe.
Right, exactly. Like, is there like a Globetillion high command or something where they like come up with these are the authorized points of discussion now? Because, like you say, they do a really good job parroting each other, and it's almost like they're in sync. So I'm guessing there must be like a Globetillion high command where they like check in and get, okay, what are we supposed to say today?
Not really. They're not organized. I still hear different answers all the time. Why we're seeing over the curve? They get very creative with how refraction works, and they get very creative with definitions and supposed geometry and angles. They don't really use science because science doesn't defend the globe. So they get very creative to make all these different kind of new answers to why it looks flat.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to bounce out of here. I've just pulled up to the office, and
Okay, good
you
luck on
guys
that. Good
have
luck on that bookshelf.
yeah,
Remember, Jesus was a carpenter.
yeah, absolutely, definitely a builder of men.
Okay, J.E. Talk later.
Talk later, sir. Have a good day.
bring is the truth. Nothing more.
This is in some of y'all church.
That's right.
Thank God for television. This is in some of y'all church. This is in some of y'all homes.
That's right.
Now, your pastor is telling you Jesus' birthday is coming on the 25th.
Amen.
Your pastor is a liar. The Bible ain't never said Jesus was born December 25th. No. Not only is your pastor a liar, your mama.
That's right.
You talking about my mama? Your mama.
Amen.
Your daddy. Children, there is no Santa Claus. Your mama or your daddy bought them presents.
Right.
There is no Santa Claus. Stop lying. This is heathenism.
Heathenism.
This is paganism.
That's right.
This ain't got nothing to do with God.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Amen.
10th chapter, book of Jeremiah, real quick. Let me read it.
Jeremiah 10, we'll start at verse 1.
Come on, son.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
Hear ye the word of the Lord that's coming to you now, Dover, Delaware, and the world.
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith Geno Jennings.
Thus saith the Lord.
You hear this now? You've
Thus
got to be a hypocrite to go back to your church tomorrow. You got to be a child of hell.
That's
when
right.
you go back home tonight, when you drive up to your house and see it all lit up and that fake manger got down there, hey, tell me, who's that little dirty, ugly baby you got on your lawn? Who's that dirty, ugly plastic baby
That's right.
you got on your lawn
Amen.
and on your church grounds?
Amen.
Now, you may be ignorant, but do you know when you got a baby and you claim it's Jesus, you blasphemed?
That's right.
Because Jesus Christ is God, and God said, make no image of me.
Image of me.
Who told you? See, that's blaspheme.
Yeah.
Why is it, Pastor Jennings? God ain't no baby.
That's right.
When Jesus walked this earth,
Go ahead.
he ain't still no baby.
No.
Who told you he had blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin?
Yeah.
Who told you he was light skinned or brown skinned with dreadlocks?
Yeah.
You ain't never met him.
That's right.
He ain't walking the streets of Delaware. Who told you he had curly locks? Who told you he had plaits in his hair? And when you go back home, you take that manger and collect it and put it in a plastic bag and set it out on trash day.
Amen.
Well, Pastor Jennings, that's the Christian thing. That's paganism.
Amen.
That's idolatry.
Yeah.
Who told you Mary looked like that?
Yeah.
Who told you Joseph looked like that?
That's right.
I want you to get the old troublemaker. I want to bring you back the Bible and get you away from these foolish church traditions.
That's right.
Everybody go hungry all year, then the church get a spell from hell and want to give out turkeys in December.
Hallelujah.
Hungry all year long. All year long, folks is hungry. And then the church get a spell from hell. And all of a sudden want to get involved in the community, you bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Jesus stayed involved.
Yes, he did.
Didn't he?
Yes, he did. Go ahead.
You see, you talking about you in a Christian home.
Yeah.
A Christian home. And you got the symbol of a heathen.
Amen.
Finish up Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
What did God tell us?
Thus saith the Lord.
I want you to judge yourself tonight, Delaware. Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
What?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
I want you to judge yourself and ask yourself, are you a heathen tonight?
Amen.
A heathen.
Heathen.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
That's right.
Yeah, a heathen.
Yeah.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
Heathen.
I want to emphasize on the H, a heathen.
That's right.
I want you to get the breeze. The Bible says Jesus breathed on them.
That's right.
A heathen.
Amen.
Judge yourself now.
Amen.
Judge yourself.
Yeah.
All of you that say Jesus was born December 25th, you lied on the Son of Man.
That's right.
You lied on the Messiah.
That's right.
You lied on Christ.
Yeah.
When you go to a church and your preacher got to preach a sermon, you got a heathen for a pastor. Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Why?
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Read to Dover, Delaware, what the heathens do here.
For the customs of the people are vain.
Anything that's vain is no good.
No good.
What do they do, son?
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Oh, cut it. You ain't got to cut it now.
Yeah.
They cut it for you and sell it to you.
That's right.
They cut the tree down at the forest. What they do, son?
The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
What they do?
They deck it.
With what?
With silver and with gold. Deck it. Deck it.
And what did God call them that do this?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And what do the heathen do to the tree?
They deck it with silver and with gold. It's right there.
Fa la 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 la. You sang a liar, just like you tell one, you liars.
That's a lie. Amen.
You lie. You thought you was a Christian, didn't you? Mm-hmm. The word Christian means being like Christ.
That's right.
What do Christ and Christmas got in common? Nothing.
Nothing.
Because Christ is not a heathen.
That's right.
He ain't never left on record when his birthday was.
No.
Never.
Never. Customs of the people are vain.
Never. Give me the first chapter, book of Luke. Let's see what month did Gabriel came to Mary.
That's right. That's right. In the book of St. Luke, chapter 1.
Follow me.
And we'll start reading at verse 26.
Move quick.
And in the 6th month,
in the 6th month,
the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth.
And what?
To a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph.
Now, Gabriel came to Mary in the 6th month.
In the 6th month.
So that means she conceived in the 6th month.
That's right.
With the English calendar, the 6th month will be June.
That's right.
June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. That's a whole different season coming.
That's right. That's right.
They don't care.
No.
6 months.
In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel
was sent from God
unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth. 6th month.
In the 6th month he came.
Month. That's right.
It didn't even give the date of the 6th month of the conception.
No.
It just said the 6th month.
That's right. That's it.
You bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Now go home to your lighted up house. Go home to your light up house. Amen. Because when you leave tonight, you know you're a heathen and not a Christian.
That's right.
Pastor Jennings, I'm a Christian. I don't care what you say. Give chapter and verse again.
Jeremiah chapter.
Wait a minute. Where?
Jeremiah.
No. Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
I didn't call you a heathen. Jeremiah.
That's right.
The prophet Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you.
Who said it?
The Lord speaketh unto you.
The Lord said it through Jeremiah. You got Santa. If you listen at what they say about Santa, they put him in competition with God.
Yes, they do.
Because according to the Bible, God knows what you're thinking.
That's right.
It is God that knows whether you've been bad or good.
Amen.
And it is God that's everywhere.
Yeah.
God didn't make reindeer to fly.
No.
Santa is everywhere. Yeah. In one night, he's everywhere. You bunch of lying heathens.
Amen.
If there was a man named Scrooge, he had the right spirit until 3 devils came. When the 3 devils came to him, he got nice too.
Amen.
If there was a real Scrooge, he was all right. Okay. When he was against Christmas.
Yeah.
That goes to show you what happened to you when you go to these churches and they got Christmas wreaths on the door, Christmas wreaths all on your house, and you talking about a Christian family. You are a bunch of heathens.
Thus saith the Lord.
The Bible speaks plain.
Thus saith the Lord. Amen. Learn not the way of the heathen.
Read what the heathens do.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
What do the heathens do?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You may as well go take your stuff back to Best Buy. As well take your stuff back to Best Buy, Radio Shack, Walmart, and Target, and Kohl's, and Macy's, and JC with her pennies.
Amen.
May as well take your gift cards back.
Yeah.
You heathen.
Amen.
You a bunch of heathens.
That's right.
When you holy, you don't give gifts to celebrate a lie. You don't accept gifts. You don't participate in Christmas parties on your job.
That's right.
You don't even bake nothing for the party on the job.
That's right.
Anything that endorses Christmas, God's people take a Bible stand because we refuse to be heathens.
Amen. Amen.
Are you listening?
Amen. Amen.
Amen. But you look at Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes, they have all the choirs on television singing Christmas carols.
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of heathens.
That's right.
I'm going to point you to the Bible. I'm going to point you to the Bible. If you don't want the Bible, stop telling people you're a Christian.
Right.
See, the people want the parts of the Bible that don't hurt them. Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want him. Daniel in the lion's den, and Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. That don't hurt you.
No.
John the Baptist was in Jordan baptizing people. That don't hurt you.
No.
Preachers will tell you that all day because he know that stuff don't touch your sin.
That's right.
You will sit there with your second wife and blow kisses at her while he talk about Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
Amen.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
For the customs of the people are vain.
What you done was vain. I come here to ruin your Christmas. Humbug.
Amen.
We're going to ruin it.
Ruin it.
You stop. You come out, you love your children. If you love your children, tell them the truth. Yeah. Why would you take them down to a mall to sit on the lap of a pervert?
That's right.
You got your daughter standing between the legs of a man you don't even know?
Yeah.
You got your son sitting on the lap of some old pervert?
That's right.
What's the matter with you?
That's right.
You're supposed to be a protector for your children.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
For the customs of the people are vain.
Vain!
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Look at that tree and think of what's in your house.
Amen.
You left your house, all them lights still blinking. You heathen.
That's right.
You're thinking about it while we're preaching, you heathen.
Amen.
What he said?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You thought you did something. Some of these fool people go try to compete with each other in the neighborhood.
Yes, they will.
Got lights on the doorknob, lights all on the roof.
That's right.
Lights trimming the shape of the windows, lights trimming the shape of the house.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of trash all on the house.
Yeah.
All lit up. And then want everybody to pray that God would give them a miracle blessing to pay the light bill.
That's right.
You heathen.
Heathen.
Huh?
Amen.
Amen. This is a soul-stirring message. I want to call you back to Bible.
That's right.
Because the church got away from the Bible, and God made me deal with things to pull you back to the Bible.
Amen.
No need to shouting, no need jumping, no need falling out. Come on back to Bible so you can be sure that you're on the right journey to the kingdom of God.
That's right.
It ain't no such thing you going to heaven anyway.
No.
Nobody going to heaven anyway.
No.
It ain't nobody going to step a foot in the kingdom unless you come on the Bible order that God left here.
That's right.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more. offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people believe the world is flat.
Scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their neutral buoyancy lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever.
That's news.
That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left. And I went on the other side of the plane, it was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous,
Sounds like
theories
CeeLo Green.
and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you.
is John Gabrielson. I am your conference director, and it's been a privilege to run this conference for the last 4 years. And I kind of find it cool to introduce this next speaker that you all know and love. He's a personal dear friend of mine, and he blames me for his journey into flat Earth. And I guess it partially was my fault. But Rob's a great guy, and he was with the press this morning, and I just want to tell you guys, he did an outstanding job in the media press conference we had, and just knocked it out. So give him a round of applause. So I hope you guys are enjoying the conference. I've tried to keep us on schedule. I hope everybody got coffee and is having a good time. You guys liking it? All right, excellent. Well, I don't want to cut into Rob's time, so I want to bring up my dear friend, Rob Skiba.
Thank you. Get things going here. And you probably don't need me on the screen too much because I've been going through a lot of my presentation here. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Ooh, that's loud. Forgive me if my voice is starting to go already. I've been spending a lot of time talking with you guys out there. It's been wonderful. You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? Well, there you go. Shortest presentation I've ever done. Thank you very much. No, right? There you go. I've titled my presentation, Testing the Globe, subtitle, Who Really Has the Intellectual High Ground in this discussion? You know, there's the 4 big questions mankind has wrestled with for millennia, right? Who am I? Why am I here? Where am I? How did I get here? I'm going to talk more. This is a 2-part presentation. This will be more sort of the philosophical part, and then tomorrow I'll talk about the various physical evidences that push me over the edge, so to speak. So regarding the who am I question, you know, first of all, my name is Rob Skiba. The things that influenced my life, of course, my parents growing up. I have one sister not depicted here, but my family is very close. My dad was a Baptist minister when I was a kid. I've been in the church my whole life. As soon as I could read, I was reading the Bible. Had a King James Bible highlighted and annotated in grade school. Anytime the doors of the building were open, I was there. I accepted Christ as my Savior at age 7 and have been in some form of ministry my entire life. That was 1977 when that happened, and that just so happened to be the same year this movie came out, Star Wars, and of course that blew my young mind, like, wow, that was amazing. It had a profound influence on my life and led me to the career that I've chosen, that I do to this day as a filmmaker. Also, I made a public declaration at age 8. I said I will either be an astronaut, a filmmaker, or a movie star by the time I'm 30, or I'll be dead. And it wasn't because I had a death wish. I just figured when you're 8 years old, 30, like, that's old man, right? So my thinking was if I hadn't achieved any of those things by the time I was 30, it had to be because I was dead. I don't remember exactly when it was, but at some point in my young life, Jim Irwin, supposedly Apollo astronaut from, I think it was Apollo 15, came to our church and signed that picture of him allegedly on the moon, said, "Reach for your dreams, Rob, aim high." And I did. Immediately after I got out of high school, I joined the Army. Oh, and by the way, that's me at age 18 with a Star Wars bed sheet. Yeah. Hardcore science fiction nerd. Joined the military. My whole plan was I was going to learn how to fly helicopters, get my commission, transfer over to the Air Force, learn how to fly jets, get into the space program. That was my ambition. That was my dream. That was what I was shooting for. Did very well at everything I did in the military. I excelled at. Was Soldier of the Year 1991 there. Became a pilot by the time I was actually on my 21st birthday. I was in flight school. And even after I got out of the military, that didn't work out. My plans, I had, it's a long story, I'll save that, but basically it was an issue that I thought I had with my heart that made me have to get a Class 1 flight physical and do a stress test and all this stuff that basically anytime I was applying for the next level of my training, I got bumped for things outside of my control. And then years later, Father confirmed to me, no, your heart's fine, that just wasn't my plan for you. All these years later, I look back now and say, thank God I never got into NASA. But I left the military in 1993 and, of course, continued to be a sci-fi geek. That's me going to Star Trek conventions in my 20s, hanging out with the Star Trek actors and stuff like that. So, yeah, there was no incentive whatsoever for me to get into this topic that I'm talking about here today, much less spend the rest of my life traveling around the world talking about it. Okay, now before getting into this topic, I like to say to people, look, there's a few things that you must keep in mind, and I talked about this at the press conference earlier this morning, and also if you saw my presentation I did last year, here are about half of the bullet points I talked about last year. First thing you need to realize when you get into this research is, look, we used to be you. If you're just getting into this and you're really skeptical and you don't believe in it, look, we get it. We were there. We were you. None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. Let's say it out loud together. Ready? None of us belongs to the Flat Earth Society. So if this is new to you, okay, don't go to the Flat Earth Society to look at what are these people about. They didn't sponsor this event. They have nothing to do with it. Neither do we. Speaking of, no one believes in the upward floating disk theory of gravity. Media, if you're in the room and you missed this morning, pay attention, look at the screen, please. We do not believe this. Okay? I can't tell you how many times I've seen news reports and stuff coming out saying, oh, that's what flat earthers believe. No, we don't. You can't just insert flat earth into the Copernican model of the universe. You see memes like this all the time, like, flat earthers be, yeah, you know, sun 93 million miles, right? Mercury, Venus, pancake! No, we don't believe that. Speaking of that particular meme, Danny Faulkner just put out a book, and I've seen this meme going around. Danny Faulkner takes apart the flat earth movement in his new book, Falling Flat. Look at his front cover. I think it should be retitled, Misrepresents the Flat Earth. I'll just say this. I've spent time talking with Danny. I like him as a human being. I think we could probably be friends. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool guy, but when it comes to this issue, he's like the arch nemesis of flat earth. But I'm going to have to pull a Greta on you, Danny. How dare you! How many of these conferences have you been to? How much of our stuff? You know we don't believe that, so that's a complete misrepresentation. But he's not the only one. There's plenty of others out there doing it, the same thing. All the news media does it. Rational Wiki, on their flat earth entry, it says it's basically this, and they got the same picture. No, that's not true. And number 5, for Christians, the Bible is a flat earth book from cover to cover. I'm sorry, it just is. So that's part 1 of my presentation. I'm just going to go through this real quick. Others will be talking about it this weekend. Of course, if you're familiar with my work, I've got plenty of stuff on this online. But essentially, when you look through the scriptures, I appreciate Logos Bible Software. The scholars over there at Logos Bible Software do not believe the earth is flat. Say that again with me. They do not believe the earth is flat. Okay? They don't believe it. But they believe that the people who wrote the Bible did, which creates an interesting problem for them. It's like, look, you just make a really articulate case for this is what the words mean, this is what they clearly believed, and then you say you don't believe it. So I don't know what's up with that. But this is their depiction of the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. I've gone a little deeper. This is not thus saith the Lord, okay? This is thus thinketh Rob. I'm not telling you this is where you live. I'm telling you this is what I see in my mind when I look at the ancient texts. As an artist, this is what I come up with. And according to all the references you see there, we see that we live in a self-contained 3-tiered system of heaven, earth, the underworld. There is a solid firmament, dome, vault over us, according to the text you see there. Yahuwah is the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton that I've chosen. I don't get into fights with people about this. Some say Yahweh, King James says Jehovah, Yehovah. Look, we're talking about 4 consonants, and we're doing the best we can. The pronunciation I've landed on is Yahuwah, so if you hear that, that's what I'm referring to as the name of God. Yahuwah's throne sits above the heavens and the waters, according to the text you see there. The earth is inscribed in a circular, flat fashion into something with 4 corners and surrounded by water, according to the text you see there. The sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament, and by the way, all the stars are going to fall to earth, according to Isaiah, Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Son of God himself, Peter, and John. The stars are falling to earth. We got big problems if Beetlejuice is headed our way, you know, and followed by Andromeda, right? You know, somebody's lying to us here. And I'm not prepared to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, or John. There are floodgates, windows in the firmament. Earth is a geocentric, stationary world set on pillars. Indeed, from Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit-inspired authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc. Circular with edges, corners, pillars, foundations, etc. Under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4. Inside that structure that I showed you a minute ago is something that like the footstool of God right there. And I say, look, which model is a better fit for a stationary world set on a firm foundation of pillars under a solid dome within which the sun, moon, and stars move, and which will accommodate all the stars falling to Earth? I think it's a pretty easy answer when you look at that. Now, of course, those who disagree, who think the Bible it doesn't say this, they only got 2 scriptures. 2. And actually, neither one of them work for them. They have Isaiah's circle of the earth, and Job hangs the earth on nothing. Neither one of them work for them. Hangs the earth on nothing. The model that they believe is the earth in the Copernican model is literally hung on the gravity of the sun. So you can't even use that one. And circle doesn't mean ball, doesn't mean sphere. For me, though, it really was the firmament. That was the one that just, man, it sealed the deal in more ways than one. Unquestionably, the thing is hard, firm, supporting the waters above, attached to the earth, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars, and upon which his throne sits. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular, enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meanings of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words, which are not even remotely supported by the text nor the historical context in which the scriptures were written. Interestingly enough, I think this was just last week, some news articles came out just recently. Scientists, it says, our understanding of the cosmos could be fundamentally wrong, astronomers say. It says, our understanding of the universe could be fundamentally wrong, scientists have said. Newly released data from the Planck, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, telescope, which aimed to take very precise readings of the shape, size, and ancient history of our universe, suggests that there could be something wrong in our physics, according to a new paper. The issue could be an indication of a crisis in cosmology that may be as yet unrealized because of problems with our understanding of the shape of the universe, the authors of the new paper write. Scientists have long been convinced the universe was shaped like a sheet of paper. Interesting. They think the universe is flat, so why are they getting so upset about us when we're talking about the earth being flat? But a new paper suggests that could be wrong, and it's not flat, but rather closed. The authors of the new paper say that if it is correct, that the data from the telescope there suggests we are inside a closed universe. Interesting. Other articles coming out, same thing. You know, this was like all just last week, so perfect setup for us. It reminds me of a quote I heard quite some time ago by an individual named Robert Jastrow. For the scientist who has lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He has scaled the mountain of ignorance. He is about to conquer the highest peak. As he pulls himself over the final rock, he is greeted by a band of theologians who have been sitting there for centuries. I think that's exactly what's starting to happen in mainstream science. Now, what I hear from people all the time, especially people who don't agree with what I'm saying here, is, Rob, you're making Christians look stupid. Have you guys heard that before? This is making Christians look stupid. Okay, if that's your big concern, right, if that's what you're so concerned about, I'm going to help you out here. All right, here's a news flash for you. We already look stupid. To pretty much everybody else out there that don't believe the same way we do. I mean, here are just a few of the crazy things we already believe in. A 6-day creation. They tell us the universe is almost 14 billion years old. To say that it was created in 6 literal days, completely absurd. We believe in 2 magic trees, a talking snake. Moses split the Red Sea with a staff that used to be a snake that could eat other staffs that turned into snakes. Interesting. A dude with a talking donkey, like on Shrek. The walls of Jericho come tumbling down to trumpet blasts. Joshua commanded the sun and the moon to stand still. Wow, that's pretty crazy. The length of a man's hair gave him superhuman strength. See, I'm growing my hair out. A few guys chilling out in a fiery furnace, remaining unharmed. A dude spends 3 days and 3 nights inside a fish, then gets out and starts preaching. Here's a big one for you. A Savior born of a virgin who walked on water, did miracles, died, rose again in 3 days, hung out for a few more weeks, then flew up into the sky like Superman with the promise of returning on a flying horse followed by a floating city. There are a lot more that I just couldn't fit on one slide. Okay? So if your big concern is looking stupid, you know, just embrace the madness. But you know, I knocked on our side of it a little bit here. Let's look at some really stupid things. Let's look at modern cosmology and science that I believe Scripture rightly defines as falsely so-called. Let's look at real stupid. Have you ever heard of the game, you ever play the game Whisper Down the Lane, Whisper Down the Line, right? Who is most likely to have the truth, the one closest or the one farthest away from the original source information? closest, right? So the further back we go, we see almost unanimously across the ancient world, they believe we are on a circular, still flat Earth, set on pillars under a dome within which are the sun, moon, and stars. Now, there are variants within the cultures, but essentially you got the same model. Flash forward to the end of the line, and I heard we live on a spinning heliocentric ball in an ever-expanding universe. Something changed down the line, right? Now, when we think about the ancient past, who's smarter, us or them? I mean, the further back we go in time, the more we start seeing stuff like this. Megalithic structures and all kinds of stuff that people just can't, even today, with all our modern science and technology, we can't figure out how they did it. So what's the solution? Aliens must have done it. I mean, think about it. We're so smart, we think we came from monkeys, and we don't even know what gender we are anymore. I mean, how smart are we? Modern science is telling us that gender's fluid. No, I got news for you. It's not what's between your ears, it's what's between your legs that determines your gender. You know, for thousands of years, 6,000 years of recorded human history, nobody, regardless of race, color, creed, religion, it doesn't matter. Baby pops out, got something hanging down there, great. Hey, it's a boy. No, it's a girl, that's awesome. Right, if you want to get scientific, got an X and Y chromosome, boy, got 2X girl. The fact that I actually have to explain this in the 21st century is proof of entropy. We're not getting better. We're getting worse. Way worse. Days of Noah, yeah, way worse. The only reason they think that way is because of evolution. So let's go after that. Let's talk about evolution and the big questions of how did we get here. Here's a video that explains more or less the current view of modern cosmology.
The idea that God created the universe went largely unchallenged until the Middle Ages, when scientists made a sacrilegious suggestion based on their observations. The sun, not the Earth, was at the center of the universe.
It was a paradigm shift. There is now another way to explain the naturally occurring phenomena around us, and this is science.
Since the Middle Ages, scientists have developed sophisticated new theories about the enormity of the universe and our place in it. Theories that often have no room for God.
Many phenomena have appeared mysterious or miraculous or magical. And then through the process of science, we've eventually understood them. Scientists gradually realized that the sun really is just one star among a multitude of stars in a gigantic galaxy having hundreds of billions of such stars. And all this was created in a Big Bang 13.7 billion years ago.
But while scientific theories, observations, and experiments tell us where we are in the cosmos, they don't answer the eternal questions: why we're here, and who, if anyone, created us.
The amazing thing is that every atom in your body came from a star that exploded. And the atoms in your left hand probably came from a different star than your right hand. It really is the most poetic thing I know about physics. You are all stardust. You couldn't be here if stars hadn't exploded, because the elements, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, all the things that matter for evolution weren't created at the beginning of time. They're created in the nuclear furnaces of stars, and the only way they can get into your body is if the stars were kind enough to explode. So forget Jesus. The stars died so that you could be here today, okay? And anyway.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe.
When we look out at other galaxies, on average, they're moving away from us. And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast. And those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years, we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there. It just means they're harder to find than we thought.
We look out in the universe, and 85% of all the gravity that's out there has some mysterious, unknown source. We add up all the stars, the galaxies, the planets, the comets, the black holes, the dark clouds, everything out there that we can see, touch, smell, or taste. And it doesn't add up to give us the gravity that we see operating in this universe. So really, we should be calling it the dark force, because we don't know if it's made of matter. It could be a profound misnomer, sending people off in thought directions that might not really be the right path. So dark matter is just simply what we call this thing about which we know nothing, responsible for 85% of the gravity of the cosmos. It is the longest standing unsolved problem in modern astrophysics. Dark matter, dark energy. Everything we know about the universe, what we're made of, galaxies, stars, planets, that's all right here. So, according to this chart, we are 96% stupid.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
There is a crisis in cosmology. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
A very large number of universes, perhaps even an infinite number, could in principle exist in a vast hyperspace.
We can understand the idea of hyperspace by comparing it to a mug of beer.
The beer mug would be the hyperspace, and the bubbles would be these individual universes. The bubbles in a beer mug are all physically about the same. But suppose they span a range of properties. Some of them might have carbon and oxygen, and stars and gravity, and others don't. We would be in one of the ones that leads to a rich, complex universe culminating with life as we know it.
If there are an infinite number of other universes, the fine-tuning that seems to be present in ours isn't an example of God's plan, but rather the law of statistics. Most of these universes wouldn't naturally develop in ways that fostered intelligent life, but a few would.
So then the explanation for the specialness of the universe is that we are winners in a gigantic cosmic lottery. It stands to reason that we couldn't be living and discussing this in a universe that was hostile to life. Only the bio-friendly ones get populated with thinking beings.
Having a multitude of universes is actually quite a simple and natural consequence of some of the most favored models for the birth and early evolution of our universe. It's kind of like stars and planets. As long as you have the capacity to make one, it's easy to make lots of them.
Oh, really? Wow! Beer mug hyperspace multi-bubble verse. Really?
Beer.
Seriously? They're farting out beer bubble universes. Okay? That's what they're doing. Hey, I got an idea. Yep. Multi-beer bubble universe. And they call that science. And they make fun of us? Really? Yeah, I'm not going to take that from them anymore. I'm not going to sit here and let people who think they came from monkeys out of a beer bubble universe ridicule me for looking into what I'm looking into and considering, a possibility. If you guys can think about beer bubble universes, then I can think about a snow globe. Fair enough? Okay, let's move on. Thank you. That's what they're calling science. So again, Christian, if you're worried about looking stupid, look at what they believe. Wow. It just gets crazier and crazier. I mean, talking about being off by 10 to the 120th power. Really? I think Nikola Tesla had it right, and he was starting to see it already in his day, in the beginning of the 20th century, right? Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. That's exactly what's happening. And you're seeing more and more articles popping up like this. This is just from a few months ago, April 30th, 2019, Scientific American. Cosmology has some big problems. If you read the article, it talks about, this individual right here says, compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experientially and indirectly. Pay attention here. Today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything. They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model that they've concocted in their head is involved every step of the way. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe. And so, despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations to the endeavor also increase the risk of being led astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. He goes on to say, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents for having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Why? Because inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances to accommodate almost any data, and because this proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification. This is probably because a crucial function of inflation is to bridge the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. So is it science or a convenient invention? He concludes his article by admitting, quote, in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever. I just summarize that by saying, you know what is taught today as fact is really nothing more than unproven ad hoc theories based on presupposition derived from outlandish conjecture, which itself was contrived from sheer fantasy, all of which ends up beautifully illustrated by the hands of artists and published in textbooks as self-evident truth. That's what science has turned into today. All right, so let's move from the origin of the cosmos to issues of the earth and talking about the age of the earth and so forth. How old is the earth and how do we know? Well, for a long time, there's been sort of this war between the ideas of uniformitarianism versus the older ideas of catastrophism. Charles Lyell's multi-volume Principles of Geology was published in the early 1830s. Its subtitle was an attempt to explain the former changes of the Earth's surface by reference to causes now in operation. He was one of the major advocates of an idea known as uniformitarianism, that the Earth was shaped entirely by slow-moving forces still in operation today, acting over a very long period of time. This stood in direct opposition to catastrophism, which described geological changes coming about as the result of abrupt, violent changes. Thus, characters like Charles Lyell looked at the stripes in the rocks, right, and he just assumed millions of years. No proof, nothing. That's the best, that's his best explanation right there. But is it really the best explanation for what we see and how accurate are our dating methods to begin with? I'm reminded of an analogy Kent Hovind used to give, talking about a creationist and an evolutionist looking out over the Grand Canyon. One of them looks at the Grand Canyon and says, wow, look at what the Colorado River did over millions of years. And the creationist says, wow, look what the flood of Noah did in a couple days. You know, your preconceived bias, right, determines how you look at the thing. Now, I already told you I come from a biblical worldview, so let's have a look at what the Bible has to say as a more plausible explanation for some of these things. And interestingly enough, as a young person, I stumbled across the works of this guy right here. How many of you ever heard of Immanuel Velikovsky? Anybody? Not a lot of people here. A couple of interesting books right there, Worlds in Collision and Earth in Upheaval. Those two books actually were instrumental in leading my dad to Christ in a bar in Vietnam. A guy was selling books there. He got those books, started reading them, and my dad was more like an agnostic at the time. But it got him to begin to question the paradigm and evolutionary thought and whatnot, and eventually he became a Christian himself. So those two books have quite a bit of meaning to me on a personal level. But here's a little video I cut together from some of the creation ministries talking about a better explanation for the geological features and the dating of the Earth.
What about the age of the Earth? Isn't there evidence for millions of years? And how do we understand all that? Well, first of all, let's look at what the Bible says. If you take the days of creation as ordinary days, and you take all those genealogies in Scripture, if you add it all up, 5 days before Adam, from Adam to Abraham, and then you add up from Abraham until today, you get about 6,000 years. Now, what about all the dating methods that seem to indicate billions of years? Actually, there are hundreds and hundreds of dating methods that you can use to age date things on the Earth. See, one creation scientist I know makes this statement. He says 90% of the methods you can use to age date things on the Earth contradict the billions of years. Only 10% even seem to give the billions of years. But all dating methods have fallible assumptions.
Nearly every textbook in Science magazine teaches that the Earth is billions of years old, and the primary dating method used for determining this is what is called radioisotope dating, or radiometric dating. Now, this is a reliable method for measuring absolute ages of rocks and the age of the Earth, right? First off, many scientists now regard the age of the Earth to be between 4.55 and 4.6 billion years old. Okay, so if this method is reliable and accurate, why the 50 million year discrepancy? That seems like a lot. But let's get into some details here and see what's going on. Keep in mind that there's all kinds of scientific jargon on this topic, and so we'll just present a very straightforward, simplified version. Radiometric dating is the process of estimating the ages of rocks based on the decay into other kinds of atoms. For instance, uranium will radioactively decay through a series of steps until it becomes the stable element called lead. The original element is called the parent element, and the end result is called the daughter element. Radioisotope dating is commonly used to date igneous rocks, rocks which formed when hot molten material cooled and solidified. The dating clock started when the rock cooled. During the molten state, it is assumed that the intense heat forced any gaseous daughter elements to escape. It is assumed that once the rock cooled, no more atoms escaped, and any daughter element now found in the rock is a result of radioactive decay since that rock formed. The decay rate is measured in terms of half-life. That is, the length of time it takes half of the remaining atoms of a radioactive parent element to decay. Now, of course, that can be measured in a laboratory, and it is assumed that since we know the decay rate, we can calculate backwards and come up with the age of the rock. But is that all there is to it? Here's where it gets tricky. It's true we can measure a decay rate using observational science, but there's another kind of science that is required to accurately calculate dates for rocks, and that is what we call historical science. Historical science deals with the things in the past, and therefore it cannot be repeated and tested. Dating methods require both types of science, because in order to get accurate rock dates, one would have to accurately know both the decay rate and the initial conditions of the rock sample, right? Since radioisotope dating uses both types of science, we can't directly measure the ages of rocks. There are assumptions involved. For instance, how do we know what the initial conditions were in the rock sample? How do we know the amounts of parent or daughter elements now in that sample haven't been altered by other processes in the past? How does someone know the decay rate has remained constant since the rock formed? The answer is they don't. Let's simplify here and talk about a typical hourglass. Let's say you walk into a room and you see an hourglass with sand at the top and sand at the bottom, and some sand sprinkling from the top chamber to the bottom. Well, observational science would allow us to see and measure the sand, and then calculate how long the hourglass has been running, right? We could make our sand measurements and then calculate when the hourglass was turned over, right? Well, those calculations could be wrong, because we may have failed to consider some major assumptions, like, was there any sand at the bottom when the hourglass was turned over? Has any sand been added or taken out of the hourglass? Has the sand always been falling at a constant rate? Since we did not observe the initial conditions when the hourglass started, and we haven't been watching the sand all the time since then, we must make assumptions. All three of those assumptions can affect our time calculations. Now, of course, there's more to understanding all of this, but enough said.
The Earth's surface is scarred by deep canyons, cut into solid rock. But how did they form? A little bit of water over a long time, or a little bit of time with a lot of water? Modern rivers don't generally cut downward into the solid rock, so today's river erosion seems incapable of explaining rock canyons. The Great Flood of the Bible, however, provides a possible explanation for such canyons. On May 18, 1980, Mount St. Helens, located 95 miles south of Seattle, Washington, erupted. The eruption was triggered by an earthquake centered beneath the mountain that measured 5.1 on the Richter scale. The lateral blast swept out the north side of Mount St. Helens at 300 miles per hour. With temperatures as high as 660 degrees Fahrenheit and the power of 24 megatons of thermal energy, it snapped 100-year-old trees like toothpicks and stripped them of their bark.
Now eventually, lava flows formed a new dome. 5 new domes, actually. all of which were destroyed by subsequent eruptions. But the sixth dome that formed between October 1980 and 86 is what you see today. It's composed of 2.6 billion cubic feet of lava, and it's quite young, having finished forming just over 30 years ago. Well, in 1996, geologists sent rocks from the lava dome to be radiometrically dated. Now, they used a method called potassium argon. Well, scientists measured how much potassium and how much argon are in the rock, and they calculate the age of the rock, right? But creation scientists have pointed out for years that there are some major problems with radiometric dating. One big one is all of the assumptions that it's grounded on. You must assume that the half-life is constant and that it never varies. You have to assume that there was no contamination. For example, no argon was present in the sample before the decay began. Well, that's a lot of unprovable assumptions. Now, if radiometric dating and the assumptions that it's founded on were accurate, well, then Mount St. Helens rocks should have yielded very young ages. After all, the rock was merely about a decade old. You see, the problem is they didn't. The rock gave an age of 350,000 years. When they dated the minerals within the rock, the problem got much worse. They gave dates of 2.4 million years. This is for a 10-year-old rock. Now, Mount St. Helens highlighted that we shouldn't blindly trust the dates given by radiometric dating. The assumptions clearly aren't accurate, so the dates that they give are also inaccurate. Instead of trusting a method that doesn't even give correct ages for rocks of known age, well, maybe we should trust the Bible's history, which tells us that our Earth is around 6,000 years old.
Before the famous eruption at Mount St. Helens, scientists were mostly familiar with slow-acting examples of geologic change. But at Mount St. Helens, geologists watched the Earth's surface change quite rapidly. Icebergs were buried in hot avalanche material. They melted and formed badlands in days. Eruptions on May 18 and June 10 produced fine layers in hours. On June 10, mud flows cut zigzag canyons 100 feet deep in soft sand and mud, complete with perpendicular side canyons. Canyons that are reminiscent of the geography of Grand Canyon, only 40 times smaller and clearly produced within hours. At Mount St. Helens, a single mud flow off the mountain carved Engineers Canyon out of soft sediment in a single day, 100 feet deep. And the same thing even happened in solid rock. A series of mud flows created Lewitt and Step canyons on the front face of Mount St. Helens, cutting hundreds of feet into solid rock over just a few years. Grand Canyon is a good example where we find evidence of catastrophic forces at work. Upstream is evidence of huge lakes. These lakes would never have formed if the canyon were already open below them. However, if these lakes had formed from rains after Noah's flood, and if the pressure of these waters broke through and carved through the recently deposited sediments, then we would expect to find surge deposits downstream. Below Grand Canyon, this is precisely what we find. Evidence of a lot of water cutting over a little bit of time. Even though Mount St. Helens is a very small catastrophe compared to the flood or the major catastrophes immediately following the flood, it provides a better clue to what happened in those times than the slow geologic processes which are most commonly seen in the present.
All right. Now that we've established that the Big Bang is complete and utter nonsense, and our dating methods are also full of crap, let's take a look at the absurdity of biological evolution. This is a typical description of biological evolution. You might see charts and things of like this, made out of a blob or in the image of God. Darwin and the standard model of evolution, right? How many of you have heard that we share 98% of our genome with chimpanzees? Have you guys heard that before, taught in school? You know, that's one of the reasons they say we evolved from apes, because we supposedly share 98% of our genome with chimps. Okay, the clip I'm about to show you is not from a creationist. It's from an evolutionary-minded group of people describing how they got those numbers. Check it out.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? That wouldn't make sense in any other context. Nobody would buy that, right? Wow, okay. And this is why more and more scientists, even secular scientists, are starting to steer away from the standard Darwinian model. It's so full of holes and assumptions. In fact, when Francis Crick and James Watson discovered DNA, they immediately knew this could not have evolved by random chance mutation. So what is their solution? Aliens! Aliens must have done it, right? The late Nobel Prize winner, Professor Francis Crick, along with British chemist Leslie Oriel, proposed the theory of directed panspermia in 1973. A co-discoverer of the double helical structure of DNA molecule, Crick found it impossible that the complexity of DNA could have evolved naturally. So good thing Giorgio wasn't around back then, right? Panspermia, I don't know, therefore aliens. The idea of panspermia was born. The idea of ancient aliens must have seeded our world, kick-started evolution. And this is now becoming the new standard. Thus, when asked if intelligent design was a plausible solution to the evolution of man, this is what Professor Richard Dawkins had to say.
It sounds very laudable to teach the controversy, to teach both theories, but there aren't two theories. There's only one theory around. There's only one game in town as far as serious science is concerned. Of course, you get negative reactions from creationists, but who cares about creationists? They don't know anything.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know. Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence.
So you have no idea how it started?
Nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. But that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers, such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
I'm skeptical of the claim.
I'm skeptical.
I'm skeptical.
Yes, skeptical.
I'm
skeptical.
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 Skeptical
Of claims
for the ability of random mutations
and natural selection
to account for
the complexity.
The complexity.
To account for the complexity of life.
Careful examination.
Examination
of the evidence
for Darwinian theory
should be encouraged.
So we have a crisis in cosmology and apparently a crisis in biology going on at the same time. You know, if biological evolution here requires the intervention of intelligence, who created those other beings? You see, all they're doing is pushing the problem further out. You know, eventually you got to get to a first cause. And ideally, you really got to get to how does a first self-replicating cell manifest itself out of non-living material, right? I mean, you got to get, you can't just go to chimps. You got to go further back than that, right? Well, I mean, they're forced to go on faith. Ooh, that's that crazy religious word, right? Because they have no evidence for what they're talking about. And yet, over and over and over again, we're seeing stuff like this, aren't we? Article after article talking about other Earth-like planets out there. You know, there could be 1 billion Earths in our galaxy alone, 40 billion, 8.8 billion. Oh, and incidentally, they're finding all these Earths by looking through telescopes millions of light years away, or even thousands of light years away. Both are absurd. You know how far a light year is? Yeah, it's nearly 6 trillion miles. They're telling us they're spotting black holes 55 million light years away. If they got telescopes that powerful, turn the telescope on the moon. I want to count the rivets on the buggy. Or shut up. You're full of crap. There's no way you're looking that far out there, but they're always pumping it in your head. There's other Earths-like out there because they have to. They have to prop up their theory, you know, that there are ancient aliens out there over and over and over again. Well, this next video shows how life forming from non-living matter is simply impossible, whether we're talking about here on Earth or elsewhere in the cosmos.
What is faith? It is belief in the absence of evidence. Now, I don't propose to tell anybody what to believe, but for me, believing when there's no compelling evidence is a mistake. The idea is to withhold belief until there is compelling evidence.
When I talk to the public about astronomy and this question of life elsewhere in the universe, the most commonly held viewpoint I encounter is surely it's impossible that we could be alone in the universe. After all, how could it be amongst this unimaginable number of opportunities for life to get going? It only happened once, only here. And this is a viewpoint held by many scientists and talking heads in popular media too.
Do you think that there is life outside of Earth, intelligent life in the universe?
Absolutely, there is life elsewhere, and almost certainly intelligent life. It has to be. The odds are just overwhelming. There's 200 billion stars in this galaxy. Well, now it looks like every star has about 10 planets, so there's almost certainly intelligent life.
I assume it's the most frequently asked question, are we alone?
My best guess is that the universe is teeming with life.
There's surely other civilizations out there in the universe. There are 350 billion galaxies out there in the universe.
But an argument based solely on statistical grounds comes with a fatal flaw, and that is that it is perfectly plausible that the probability of life starting from scratch, which we call abiogenesis, is a number which is so small that it greatly outweighs the number of opportunities, the number of worlds out there in the universe for life to get going. For example, if the probability of life beginning is 1 in septillion, say, then the case for a crowded universe evaporates. What is the probability of abiogenesis? At a basic level, we certainly know that no lab experiment here on Earth has ever succeeded in creating what we would call life from chemical broths with conditions similar to that of the early Earth. This was first famously attempted by Stanley Miller and Harold Urey in 1952 at the University of Chicago. In what is now often considered the classic abiogenesis experiment, they exposed a beaker of water, methane, ammonia, and hydrogen to gentle heating and electrical sparks which emulated lightning. Now, many organic molecules were produced in this experiment, including 20 amino acids. But neither in that experiment, nor in any experiment since, have we observed the spontaneous production of complex proteins, nor DNA, nor indeed something crawling out of the test tube.
Language is recognizable, even if you can't read it. Take Morse code. It has 3 basic parts: dots, dashes, and spaces. These 3 simple parts are combined to represent letters. There are 26 letters in the English language, which are combined to form over 400,000 words. Those words can, of course, be combined into an infinite number of sequences or sentences. There is evidence that DNA represents a language. 4 basic units, called nucleotides, combine into a code for 20 amino acids. From those few amino acids, the body forms more than 100,000 proteins. Even if you can't read DNA, it still has all the hallmarks of language, a language that biologists are just now beginning to crack. Every tiny cell in our body is packed with 3 feet of DNA, 3 billion nucleotides. The similarity between DNA and human language is uncanny. In addition to codes, both use similar techniques to pack, access, rearrange, copy, and translate information. DNA seems to represent a language, the language of life. An unseen author, the creator of heaven and earth, has left a testimony of his existence in the DNA of every living thing.
For those who believe in evolution, they believe that matter gave rise to life. You've got to understand, matter had to give rise to zillions and zillions and zillions and zillions of bits of information. And over millions of years, information keeps coming from matter, new information to form all the different kinds of animals and plants, zillions of bits of information. You know what's interesting? We've never seen matter produce 1 bit of brand new information that never previously existed, not even 1 bit.
When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that.
This is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day, it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is you see these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems, and the way they do this is they build these racks, but same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B, and then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done. Organisms care about life. Molecules don't care. Chemistry, on the contrary, is utterly indifferent to life. Without a biologically derived entity acting upon them, molecules have never been shown to evolve toward life. Never. Molecules don't care about life. They don't know anything about moving toward life. They have no brain. Organisms want to move toward life and keep life going. Molecules don't care about life. Nobody has ever seen molecules assemble toward life. Never. It doesn't happen without a biological entity working on them. I asked all my colleagues, can you show me an example of this? Of molecules moving toward order, moving toward an ordered system where you have a non-regular assembly. Regular assembly is like A, or A, B. That you can get pure thermodynamic assembly. But non-ordered assembly is a non-regular pattern. That's what you have in DNA. We know from computer science you have to have non-regular patterns in order to have complexity for living systems. And I asked my colleagues, do you have any example of molecules without a biological entity acting upon them, moving to give an ordered assembly that is a non-regular pattern? And they sent me papers where chemists have taken molecules and assembled them in that way. I said, non-biological entity. You can't have a human doing this. Molecules don't move toward life. Well, even if you want to have molecules move toward life and you have human beings working upon them, can the human beings do it? And the answer is no. So almost every chemical synthesis experiment in origin of life research can be summed up by a protocol analogous to this. They purchase chemicals generally in high purity from a chemical company. All right, so that's what they do. They first purchase the chemicals. They mix those chemicals together in water in high concentrations in a specific order under some set of carefully devised conditions in a modern lab. Then they can obtain a mixture of compounds that have a resemblance to one or more of the basic 4 classes of chemicals needed for life. So what you need for life is you need carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids, and lipids. That's what we know. All life we know composes those 4 building blocks. So they try to make those 4 building blocks. Then they publish a paper making bold assertions about origin of life from these functionless crude mixtures of stereochemically scrambled intermediates, much like Miller did in 1952. Nothing has changed in 66 years. Nothing. Nothing's changed. Exactly where we were in 1952 is exactly where we have remained. Think about what's been done in science in the past 60 years. Nothing has changed in origin of life studies in 66 years. That's important to realize. Then you engage with the ever gullible press to dial up the knob of unjustified extrapolations. Watch the mesmerized layperson exclaim, you see, scientists understand how life formed. Then you encourage a generation of science textbook writers to make colorful, deceptive cartoons of raw chemicals, assembling from cells which then emerge as slithering creatures from a prehistoric pond. That is exactly what is done every one of their experiments.
So what do I say when someone asks me, do you believe there is life elsewhere in the universe? Carl Sagan once famously wrote that faith is belief in the absence of evidence. And honestly, any scientist who says there has to be life out there is putting forward a position of faith, not one supported by observational evidence and statistical reasoning.
So where are we putting our faith, ultimately? When it comes to belief, here are our choices. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and he made us in his own image. Or, in the beginning, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth that we got here from goo to you by way of the zoo. Or, nothing farted out the heavens and the earth, and E.T. seeded the goo to make you. Basically, these are our choices, guys. When you proceed from a false premise, your conclusions are going to be sheer madness. This is why we have so many crisis scenarios going on in so-called modern science. And it brings me to my last slide here. Which one is it then? We have all our government-funded textbooks telling us we live on an oblate spheroid. We have this guy saying, no, it's a pear shape. You have NASA and other government organizations like NASA showing us perfectly spherical worlds, and then you have the Bible saying, nope, you live in a snow globe. So which one is it? I say, look, as for me and my house, let God be true and every man a liar. You can laugh at me, you can mock me for saying that, but if you believe you're an evolved ape that got here from goo to you by way of the zoo out of a rock that was spit out of an exploding dot, you don't have the intellectual high ground in this discussion. Sorry to break it to you. And when it comes to evidence, you know, my whole life experience points to the truth of the scriptures. I've had no reason to doubt it. And then when you start seeing other evidences like this, it just confirms all the more that I'm going to trust it for cosmology as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
Did you guys talk to the sides landlord? Or the sides? Sides, Slay 117? Have we heard from him? Hello, sides. A side? Is that what cuts down the wheat? Is that what sides do? I'm driving, so I can't look it up, so if nobody knows. I just wonder.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Who was that talking?
Aethergris.
Oh, hello. I was trying to get the sides to talk to us, but I guess sides not going to speak.
I'm not sure who's actually around or not.
I don't know either, but Crypto gave me a tip, which was he said he usually mostly goes on Discord when he's driving. So I'm trying that now because I get frustrated because if I'm doing stuff around the house, which is how I get to always Discord, I inevitably get like drawn into something. Forget the thing I was doing, and don't get the thing done that I need to get done. So I'm going to try this idea. Good idea.
Yeah. Usually there's people chatting around now. It is pretty cool to use it in the car while driving. Like my wife and I, when we go out, I hook up the phone now to the Bluetooth on the truck. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to you the other night. I can barely
You're kind of roboting a little bit.
Of an experience, but I remember you were saying things that were comforting, so I appreciate it. I was getting traumatized.
Yeah, I heard some of what you said, but some of it was kind of breaking in and out.
Yeah, I've got 2 bars now, but who knows how long it will last. So, yeah, the difference between me and Crypto is he lives in civilization, so he probably has a signal when he's driving around.
Yeah. Kind of a slow day today on the 24/7 Flat Earth server.
Yeah, sometimes slow this time of year. Some people, are busier this time of year. Some people are less busy.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
How did you and your wife come to find out about Flat Earth?
A ton of different rabbit holes and pieces of... Well, it's weird. Honestly, when did when did anybody actually find out about it, though, if you think about it? If you go all the way back, right, every time that you've ever heard about it, though, like every moment, and then think about childhood times, like, the Flat Earth was introduced to all of us early on. Like that one Flintstones thing reminds me of other things that have been put into cartoons where they're just joking about it, mocking it, or kind of making a subtle wink to the idea of it, maybe.
Tell me about the Flintstones thing. I used to be a big Flintstones fan. I didn't know they talked about it.
Yeah, there's one episode where they travel through time or something and meet Columbus, and one of the members of the crew I guess they're planning on doing a mutiny because he believes that the Earth is round and everybody else believes that it's flat. And then Fred and Barney and Wilma and Betty all agree that they all know that the Earth is flat. Like everybody knows that.
I totally had to find this episode.
I think I have the clip from it, but I could download the entire episode. I have ways to... I could cut out the better clips of things. It seems boring, though. It's really just that one reference that kind of matters. But my point was more as children, we're introduced to this sort of thing a lot, and we don't really... Then we're taught against it simultaneously. Like, the school system will teach you against it and teach this model while they're joking about it in the media like it's nothing. And yet there's little facts and little, it's not really a rabbit hole. It's more like you can trace the roots of something and find out the truth behind it, more than just a joke.
Yeah, Yeah, there was a person, who wouldn't come on the mic last night who was claiming the Earth wasn't flat, and it made me think. Just last night, I kind of felt like, my feeling toward people who believe in the globe has really shifted. But that particular person, after I got off the live stream, I think, I really feel bad for that person because they do assume that the experts know what they're talking about, right? Which I was the same, but I also had enough education and training and so on where I could go investigate it myself, which, probably that's the case. Everybody that's here, right? Like we were confident enough in our abilities to critically examine the information, but that's not the case with a lot of people, and I do feel bad for those people who are forced to rely on the experts for whatever reason,
I do have a real answer to your question, though. I would say that 9/11 was kind of the big bang of conspiracy theories for a lot of people. Like, that's when it started. Nobody trusted that, and everybody started digging. And it may have been little bits here and there, but it led people to where they are now. Of course, I've always been into conspiracy-type stuff, so I collect worldviews and conspiracy theories.
Could you see through 9/11 right away, or did you see time?
It was obvious that something was up, but I didn't know what. I was in high school, so I remember when they wheeled it in and all the theatrics of everything. And then, the rumors of the whole Bush did 9/11 type thing going around, where it was like a joke. But I remember thinking, probably. I wouldn't be surprised the government's hands are involved in so much weird stuff. I already knew about certain things, like the Tuskegee experiment and other stuff that was just disturbing to me. But I also kind of, when you don't want to feel weird, you just go along with everything, so you want to be normal.
I'm going into another bad area. I'm going into another bad area, so if I don't answer, don't take it personally.
Sorry. I was just going to say, everybody was all like, America, and whatever, acting like America is the best in the world for a period of time. But it was, funny as a joke kind of thing, it was a big meme. But a lot of people took that really seriously.
That's I think because of the leftists, not liking Bush so much. That's why, one of the people who has surprised me of my high school friends, who was just, I found out just accidentally that they assumed that 9/11 was, a farce. The official story is a serious leftist. So I do think because they kind of made people go one way or the other, like you said, it's either we're self-patriotic now, terrorists are after us, or people really didn't like Bush, maybe at that time we're more likely to question the official story, even though normally the leftists are all into the story, or they are now. Maybe they weren't as much back then. I think they used to be more actually liberal, which was open-minded and so on, but now they're little, robots. But yeah, I think that's pretty good. They put that whole part in there.
The centrist type people who question things tend to move back and forth between sides depending on what's convenient for their personal narratives, I guess. It's like somebody who would be considered a conspiracy theorist back then is just like, oh yeah, that's normal now. Or now it'd be conspiracy theory for something that was just normal then.
Yes, because that's part of their tactic. Yeah, Dave Small, I don't know if you've ever met him. He doesn't serve that much. He's a mod here, but he explained that to me really well. I think he even had an official term for it, but yeah, about how that's part of the shifting, because you think one decade it's okay to question JFK assassination. The next decade, oh, you're a kook if you think it's anyone but Oswald. Same thing with 9/11. It's okay to question it. Loose change used to be on Netflix. Now we're back to, oh no, you better not question the narrative or you're a kook. But they go back and forth. you a crazy person, you know. So that's all part of just keeping people, you know, off center. But it also, I think, helps people like us just realize, yeah, we need to stop like caring, you know, who's saying what's acceptable or not. Like, just figure out what's really happening and then just stick with that. And, you know, these people who are just going whatever the way the wind blows, I mean, that's their problem, right?
Most of them don't really dig. They just want to be told what to believe, and then they're like happy with it. Okay, that's what we believe then. And then they go on about their day. They like that propaganda. You just have to keep on trying to tell people the truth, and those who are going to wake up will.
Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of one of those. I feel like maybe we have a better chance of getting a hold of one of those people. We've had them in here occasionally who are in the so-called truth movement, think that flat Earth is a psyop, make the truth movement look bad. Have you heard of that little rabbit hole? And because I was thinking about that yesterday, like, what, you know, how could you think that? And see what YouTube's doing to flat Earth, you know, with their little disclaimers everywhere, and still think that. Yeah, I mean, but I know it's a psyop for sure. I mean, it's an interesting psyop. You know, it's like a psyop inside a psyop. But like, why are real people fooled by it? I don't know. That's what I want to know.
The counterintelligence makes it a joke so that it's like a straw man argument, like a walking straw man argument against the truth. And people can point at that and be like, oh, that's what they are. Okay. And then they just walk away. They don't look again. They don't think twice about it.
I think you're right. It stops them from even examining the facts. I think that's right. Yeah. It's not like they're really analyzing it. Oh, yes. No. It's correct. They're just accepting that and then moving forward with whatever the acceptable questioning is of the moment.
And it's obviously not just about the map, it's about every other agenda involved. But back onto the thing, I'm actually working on a kind of mini project related to this map that I found from the 1920s. There's a professor who wrote this thesis and a hypothesis like involving an experiment that can be done. Professor John George Abizad.
Nice. Have you posted about it here before, or are you just still working on it?
I posted some of the stuff from it, but now I'm just kind of working on my own thing.
Cool. Yeah, nice. Good for you. Maps to me are fascinating. Like, after my children are older, that's like one of my dreams is to, do some sailing. My sons and I took sailing classes last summer, so I have, some idea of how to get started with it. And I've sailed before, but usually I've always been in the boat when other people are doing the stuff. So we actually took the classes so we learned how to actually, sail the boat. It's a long-term dream for me, but I feel like I can do it. I still feel like doing it when the time comes that I can take off. It's hard to sail like the little boat. In the morning, we did a family class, and then my son did an individual sail camp because I'm kind of counting on him to do most of the work when I get older, And so anyway, the morning they put us off on the big sailboat, and it's kind of like, okay, just hold the lever, move the sail from here to there. And then in the afternoon, oh my gosh, only two of my sons came back from the afternoon, got seasick, and the other too young to even do it at all. And then they took us out on the little one, and I think they test you out on the big one, and then oh my gosh, that is so much more difficult. Like, we did capsize in the middle of Lake Michigan, and but then you learn by falling in the water. It worked out really well. My one son was terrified. My 11-year-old screaming the entire time, which makes it difficult for me and the 14-year-old to keep things going. But it was great. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Then once you get on a big one, you'd be back to, oh my gosh, this is so easy, compared to having to be on the little one.
Yeah. I've been on a boat a couple times, but never really owned my own ship or anything like that. Granddad has a boat. He's been doing that for a while. But it's fun to go out. Oh yeah, I've sailed once before. I went to a summer camp one time, and yeah, they had a sailboat there. It was like a little one though.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I've done sailing, yeah, like cosmology. We were actually out in Lake Michigan when there was like a small craft advisory, and no other boats were out there. You know, but these young kids who are running this camp, like, it's actually quite cool because there's probably a lot of areas where they wouldn't even let you go out. You know, you think kids
Hold on.
class. But we went out, yeah, we'd be like huge waves and wind, and but we were never gonna die. We had life at that. We had the bigger boat that was like spotting us and stuff, but yeah, it was cool.
Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go do something. We're heading somewhere, but I'm gonna connect the phone up when we go. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Thank you. Great to talk to you.
Yep, if you're not around, then stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
I shall do that.
I'm still here. I'm listening.
Oh, is that CB?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you ever find the gong sound?
I did. I added it finally.
I gotta say something really obnoxious that you can practice. Are you gonna be ready?
Yep.
Obviously, the Earth is a globe. I mean, come on, I saw it on TV. And I saw a dude traffic video. He went to space. Don't you guys ever go on YouTube? I mean, come on. Was that it? Was that the gospel?
Is that a good one? I just because yeah, I grabbed one off YouTube from the show.
I don't know. Yeah. Could other people tell it was a gong? To me, it sounded like I don't know, like a giant wall of water. But maybe it's just my speakers. I'm in the car. Does anybody else have feedback about the gong?
I've only played it a few times. I'll play it one more time.
I mean, I think it would work. It would definitely shock a glober wondering what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I wasn't familiar with it, so when I first heard it, I was like, okay, that's just noise. But I guess someone explained the content. I think Indio explained the content to the show and how it worked.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like American Idol, but instead of like being horrible the whole time and, then Simon Cowell being mean to you, they just gonged you and then you laugh.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I can try to find a few more.
I don't know. I feel like it should be a lower sound. I don't know. Like, where's the boom? Like, the hit, the thing is like, oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not hearing it right.
It was just someone it looks like it was just recorded off someone's TV or something. So I can maybe try to find a better version, just a regular one.
Guess what? When I was doing an independent study film project when I was in high school, I rented the VCR and the VHS tape for Psycho. I took my cassette player and I taped the knife sound where it's going, because I needed that sound effect for my film. And it sounds like that's how they did your gong.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The reason why at first I was like I wasn't familiar with it, so like I didn't want to just. It sounded like it was just noise. Like it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to listen back on you. So it didn't.
I bet you can find a better one. I bet you can.
Okay. All right. Go. I'm glad we're on the same page. That's why I didn't save it at first. I was like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's like a gong, like like in I don't know, like aren't there gongs in like kung fu movies and stuff where?
Yeah, I'll have to save one that's like an actual, like, really well done. This one was just like straight off the show, so it was like kind of raspy, I guess. But that's funny. It was funny hearing about it. I think India was telling us about the show.
We were way more easily entertained back then. I probably still am. You guys probably aren't.
And then I think I think Timbo was telling me that there was like an Australian version of that show. He sent me another version of where they use a gong as well. So.
Okay, I did not know that.
I guess gongs are destroyed technology. They've been replaced, superseded.
I'd like to have a gong, like in my house. You can or a or that'd be fun, don't you think? Everybody'd hear it. I have a little bell on my 8-year-old. Like you can kind of hear it from other places, but in case anybody doesn't hear it, he runs around the house, rings a little dinner bell. Ring it. He enjoys doing that, you know. But when he gets older, he might not feel like doing that, so then I can have a gong.
I'll have to gong him back.
No, I figured you had one because, somewhere I was discussing something and Indio said, I can't wait for CB to use the gong on him, but I can't remember who we were discussing.
There was somebody in here yesterday just belligerent as hell. Were you listening on YouTube or anything?
I wish I had because I saw kind of the fallout from it, like, you know, that people were talking about it. But yeah, tell me about it.
It was just bad. I mean, I think Tim, what was his name? Tim Pryor. It was just off his rocker.
Yeah, I was hearing you guys yesterday, CB.
Oh, Biggie. What's up, man?
Chilling, man. Yeah, I was popping in and out. I was like, this seems like a good conversation, but I couldn't come in because I was at work.
Hold on,
So-
let me get the theme music ready.
Give me my theme music.
Sorry. Did that come through?
Yeah, it did.
Sorry. Well, welcome, man. Well, glad to have you. So you got to catch some of that guy, that Tim Pryor dude?
You got a pound of flesh out of him, but it didn't seem like it was. It didn't seem like he was like listening to anybody in here. It was we had a lot of people in here, man. And the thing is, like, when it gets crowded like that, it's hard to gotta like keep it on point because everybody's itching to get in. So there was like 2 or 3 different points that were coming in, and I was trying to listen to you talk to him, but like then like I think we were talking about I want to say Hill of Water. I think that got mentioned, and then you got glossed over by that. And I was like, well, that's the point. Like, we need to talk about like why he's saying, and I don't know. It was diverting quite a bit, but to be honest, we had like about 4 or 5 different people in here that really wanted to get their point across. So
I know. Yeah, someone typed that in the chat too. It's like a roundabout. There's like 4 people trying to get in the roundabout. Yeah.
Well, it's like because everybody's been waiting. Because I was talking about the holidays coming up, and like everybody's off right now. The young people are hanging around the internet, so there's going to be a lot more. I think in the next couple of days, we're going to see a lot more people coming in here, like new people. And so, yeah, no, but I was listening to the conversation last night. It gets back to the point, and that Tim Pryor guy was. He was in like full cogniz. Like he was like he was very confused and not knowing what was going on. So when he was in here talking with you guys, like, yeah, he's just like, I mean, if you could say somebody that was spiraling as a globalist, I think he would be the perfect example of that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was all over the place. I mean, but I think we did learn something in the process from our perspective. Like AI pointed out something about, you know, like being a good teammate. Like in a show, it reminded me like who do you work well with? Think about who can you kind of pass the mic back and forth with really well. I noticed that me and Central, for some reason, just when him and I work together, we're able to sort of like it just works so well. We're good partners. So I think AI pointed out, instead of trying to like one guy trying to steer, sometimes you can find a partner. He made a good point about that. Instead of like three guys trying to steer the ship three different directions, work together on one point, going one direction. So yeah.
Well, it's not always the case because like everybody's used to their style, and I was listening to it. I mean, everybody
Sasha does his own style, and you have your own style.
So the social cues, like let's say you have a point. I personally have to respect the point because of the fact that it's like, you know, you're coming in with something, and you know, even though I'm gonna come in with something, I have to wait till you're done. Like you have to be fleshing your point out, and then whether or not like I agree with it, I have to let you, because sometimes that's the case. Like we know what we have in our mind, what we want to say to the guy, but the thing is like, because Sasha, bless his heart, sometimes his timing is kind of off sometimes. Like you know what I mean? Like
his process takes a little minute, but he jumps in and wants to start the process sometimes, maybe during like your process. So.
Yeah, midway through. And it's difficult. It's not, you don't want to disrespect Sasha. Like he can have his moment, but at the same time, it's going to detract from your point, and it's going to make it like you're not going to be able to finish.
Right.
So there's a lot of things within like this Discord that, like, once we get that big, like there was 42 or some people last night in this Discord.
That's pretty good.
And but you know, everybody's trying to get a go at Tim.
I know, dude. It was like a mob trying to stomp the dude. Get him.
Yeah, one of the things that happens, and it's those trigger words, man. Gravity and I was it yesterday? I think I was saying that yesterday. Trigger warning. Because the guy says gravity, it's like, oh man, it's like,
all right, guys, but calm down.
Yeah, whoever wasn't on the mic, then suddenly their mics opened up. They're like, get this guy, man, this guy's crazy. Like, it's like, calm down, dude. It's like, but at the same time, like, I don't know, it's kind of cool, I think, because you know we're getting to see more people being active on the mics.
Yeah, true.
That weren't active. Do we have any new people that jumped in here? Because I know we have like, was it Scythe the Slay 117? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Scythe. I don't think we've spoke. Cool profile picture.
Scythe, are you there? Or does he have his mic open? Let me see.
Yeah.
Is he new or like? What is this guy?
They've been here since August. VC verified, yeah.
I was hoping today would be more lively again, as it was yesterday. This is good to listen to.
Yeah, I hope so too. There might be a chance. Still kind of early, I guess.
Yeah, it's good. More people are asking questions and such.
You spoke to somebody yesterday morning, Steph Curry.
Steph Curry, yeah.
Yeah, that was the only other like Glober that I saw all day. So
yesterday, like after Tim or before him?
It was him in the morning. It was that Steph Curry, and then Tim at night. Quite the contrast, but yeah, you sent Steph Curry off with a nice one.
Yeah, I was listening to Tim, and there's some cues that you have, like some discernment whether or not the person's going to be able to hang. It just depends, right? Because you have to be a bit bold when you're speaking. Like, you can't shy away from saying the truth. So at some point, you're going to really have to like rip it off like a Band-Aid. Like, you're going to have to tell them they don't know what they don't know. And, you know, what do they think the shape of the earth is and why? And, you know, when they start giving you that information, and you start breaking it down, like there's a point where they're either going to be humble enough to be like, yeah, I could be wrong, or they're going to just be like, yeah, you're pretty stupid for saying that, and like you're dumb, and then they get in like this cognitive spiral, and then
Yeah, I agree.
bad.
Like the mode that he was in, you're right, Mickey. Sometimes you just got to rip the band-aid off and just tell him things directly. I agree with that. Because like you notice some people were like trying to give him like intricate questions. He was not there to answer your questions, bro. Like, just rip the band-aid off. Tell him facts like straight up.
If
He'll
you don't,
respond to that.
if you don't do that, you're just going to prolong the inevitable, where he's going to wind up, eventually coming to the point where he's not going to provide any evidence. But like, if you don't get him there quickly, then everybody's just going to waffle on with like how he doesn't know anything. And it's going to make him feel like they're mocking him. And then he's going to get defensive from that position, from like him having to defend like himself being mocked, in this room. I'm not stupid. You guys are stupid because you guys are flat earthers. So he's not, and it's going to become a shit show, and everybody's going to be all about it, because it's entertaining, I guess, to a point, becoming somebody who's standing on truth and then punching down on someone, in a way, because like the whole world has been doing that to us, like with our, with our voice, like on social media platforms. They'll take our ability to speak on an open platform. They shadow ban us. They keep us from getting like popular. Like that's what they do. These are their tactics. And so we don't have the ability to have like governing bodies that are going to make sure that our voice is heard. So the only way we fight back is this way. Somebody comes back in here vitriolic, then we spew the same venom back at them. And it's like that. I feel that's like a style that everybody takes because it's an emotional one. Like you're like, okay, well, you want to be a jerk to me, and you have all the people who silence us. Now I'm going to show you what it's like to, have the shoe on the other foot, like where I'm the one telling you to shut up because you're an idiot. So I mean, we could take that route, but the thing is, like, showing their ignorance, I think to me, it exposes, because we could call them idiots all day long, but showing them how they're ignorant about the topic is the most important, because I don't think they don't know that they don't know most of the time.
So in a calm way. So if we do this in a calm way, we don't have to drop to their level.
You can, but
it probably has its place in some of that ridicule, because maybe they've never like seen our information on that level to where we have the upper hand. But us forcing this upper hand, I don't know if it's always that useful.
Yeah, Sonny, that's a good point. Think about like in boxing. You can go backwards while your opponent is charging forward at you. You just slide out of the way and hit him with a couple jabs. You don't have to go forward and march them down. I agree with that.
That's the head-on approach, and sometimes it has its usefulness, right?
Yeah,
I mean, some people actually listen. Some people learn that they like to, like the QE method. They like to be in here and just get beat on, and ridiculed and like mocked into like shaming, into like understanding they're like ignorant about something. Or you could show them and be empathetic as to the causes why they're ignorant. Ignorance is the highest priority in their understanding about the shape of the earth. It has to be, because being in love with the lore, and I'm this is in my vernacular now, CB. So like it's like being in love with the lore, like as they are. They're infatuated with the idea of like space, and they want to be an astronaut as a kid, and it just becomes a part of like who they think they are, like their identity. And what you're doing essentially is like you're robbing them of that paradigm that they think that they're living in. So it's like they want to prop it up with any kind of means possible, and they'll do it at the expense of like shaming anybody that thinks otherwise, that's not true. It's like telling a kid that Santa Claus isn't real, and the kid's just vitriolic about it and is going to come at you like, no, you're stupid. Santa Claus does exist. You just don't believe in him. And like, it's the same kind of like mental gymnastics that, people do to make their fantasies a reality. And they'll go so far as to like change their lives. I take a look at it this way. Like, we're living in a society, in the world right now, that wants to turn their fantasies into reality. Like, you could be a furry pet, you know, you can dress like one and just act like one, and have people call you a dog or a cat or what, or a penguin or whatever, and you know, identify as that, right? But it doesn't make you one. It's a fantasy world that you're living in, because you're living in your own head, and you want everybody else to live there with you.
One thing I noticed yesterday, like, because I started getting offended too when he started insulting everybody, but then, like, somebody posted something in the chat. I can't remember what they said, but it kind of triggered me to do the opposite. And so I told him, like, dude, I think you're smart. Like, you're here for a reason. And like, the minute I started complimenting him, he kind of like changed his tone a little bit. Like, he went back to and got aggressive again because he was a little belligerent. But that moment when I noticed that he changed his tone, I'm like, complimenting people is important. Like, for every insult that's dropped, instead of like returning insult for insult, we should be like dumping, you know, a bucket of water on those hot coals. They'll start steaming, but it'll cool them down. It'll chill them out, and then we can conversate like civilized beings.
Wait, you're not supposed to fight fire with fire?
Yeah, that's the case. And like I was saying, there's a small percentage of people that learn that way. I would say they actually they would tell you, well, I learned by getting knocked down and kicked around, and like, that's the way I learned. That's, you know what? That's a small percentage of people that actually adhere that way. But the majority of people, they don't understand. They want to have like the feeling that whoever's teaching them is empathetic to like them being an idiot, you know?
Yeah.
So,
and it has me thinking though, like, if they learn that way, that means that's how they were taught. So somebody did that to them.
Right. But they're perpetuating that, and they think that that's a good style because that's how they learned, right? So they're like, well, it worked for me, so I'll do that to you. So, and it's not, and I always say this, I say it like this, it's usually a case-by-case method, right?
Yes.
You identify the student, and then assessing what the student needs, you're able to then give the correct curriculum to the student. Because sometimes some people need a good, hard knock-around, right? Like, that's just what it takes. And some others, they probably need a more extensive kind of walkthrough. But you have to be able to be agile in the conversation enough to understand when there's discernment. Like, when you're talking to somebody, then you know, okay, this is the level I need to go with this one. Like, I'll give you an example. The character that was speaking to, like, at 2 a.m. in the morning, we were walking through just kind of like perspective and that. But I started to get a feeling that this guy had like another agenda. There was a layer underneath. Like, he wasn't exposing himself to thoroughly. It's almost like a LARP. You know, I felt like he was LARPing just to be in here and kind of see what we thought and like kind of get in our head. But I'm always like 2 steps ahead of these guys psychologically, right? I already know juking and jiving. Like, I know what he's going to think about doing next. So when he started to talk about space, you know, and parsecs and that, I immediately, once he used those words, it's like lore right immediately. Like, it took me to like fantasy, and I was like, no, we're not gonna go there. And I was like, at that point, I took away his vantage. So his vantage was for us to go into the lore and talk about it, as in that's something to say. So I was like, I'm not gonna talk about your parsecs. And some people were like, well, you know, might be interesting. Let's hit him on these points, like on how the sky isn't what he thinks it is. And I was like, no, I'm not going to engage. The reason why I didn't want to is because you have logically consistent. I always say this, right? You have your logically consistent points as to how we don't know anything what's going on in this sky. This guy has a fantasy, and he's going to tell you about it. And he has definitions. He's got people that back him up with those definitions and say, like, well, yeah, the guy is correct. You know, he's reading the definition of what parsecs are, and, you know, it's a unit of measurement to know how far away something is. So there's people that would identify with the lore, and I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole of having to like dissect all of that. So it's like I see past all of his conversations. I already knew that's what he wanted to do. And sure enough, by saying something triggering, he'll get a rise out of the audience. So like, if you're in here and you hear him say something about space and that, you'd want to chime in, not knowing that this is where he's guiding the conversation. So these are the cues that somebody gives if you can't pick up on them, or the logical fallacies, just so that you know. If you don't pick up on them, you'll engage like unknowingly, thinking that you're going to do a justice to like truth by engaging in this conversation. Once you do, you're involved into like his like mental kind of like I don't know what you want to call it. Like he's driving the vehicle, and you're just
Quagmire. A mental quagmire.
yeah, but he's actually guiding the conversation. You're not. You're following. So when he starts to move into parsecs and talk about like parallax and how this is a possibility, and you engage how that's not possible, then you become a part of like the defense of flat Earth.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and we get drugged endlessly into those
Yes.
weeds. Like I don't know why
people don't notice
it myself. Like it's common for us to do that.
It's common.
But as soon
It's
as they
very
look up to the sky, if you don't stop them, then we're talking about the things they wanted to talk about. Up in the sky, nothing to do with Earth's surface.
Well, I mean, and when you get pulled into these conversations, what happens is like it's not bad that you get it, point for point. I think what it is it's not useful, because the actual point that we're trying to do is get him to the truth. It's not going to help us get us to the truth any faster. We're going to like waste a lot of our energy in this useless conversation, which has no meaning. It's like somebody talking about a derivative topic of a presupposed idea of what the Earth is, like gravity, Coriolis, and engaging those with somebody who's got the cognitive dissonance or thinks that they're correct, and you hit them up with the correct information against that. Like, what is it, Newtonian, Einsteinian? And no, it's not. But you haven't talked to them about like how they don't know what they don't know, so their ignorance isn't addressed. So you're only going to hit them up with the points that you're saying about truth. But see, truth doesn't exist in their world, because guess what? Reality doesn't exist in their world. It's all malleable. It's all a simulation. It's when you get to the root cause of why they think the way they do, it's because all their life they're taught that imagination and leaps of logic. What did the guy say yesterday? Inferences, right? Assumptions.
Yeah,
He can't.
actually,
Temple. Remember how what Temple was saying it out of his own mouth? We heard exactly what they think, and he was speaking like a true globalist.
yeah,
True globalist. And this is exactly what they, in their mind, what's he was actually saying what's on all of these globalists' mind. They can't live in a world that they can't have their inferences, their assumptions, their hypotheticals.
They think that's more important than the actual literal objective reality. They think that that's a higher realm or something.
That's a higher. Okay, so if you take that away, it's too rigid. We live in a world where you want to define everything by what it is, and we just can't live like that. We have to live in a world where at least we allow for some doubt to happen or something to. But if I say this, right? Because I even told him, I was like, "What are we doing right now? We're talking on Discord. Are you 100% sure?" And then there's a point where you're just like, I gotta leave some doubt in there, because you think that's healthy, and me being rigid is unhealthy. It becomes like a cult or something, right? And he got into like and so the way he was proposing it, right? And I'm like, think about it like this. And I said, what are you doing right now? And he's like, well, I'm sitting in my truck talking on Discord, and basically just telling me. And I was like, okay, are you 100% sure of that? And he started to chuckle. And I was like, yeah, I know. It's funny, right? Because I'm asking you something that's obvious, self-evident, but it's not funny in a way, because you want to say that you're not sure. You believe you are. And that is most ridiculous, because I can tell you this, that you can say that you're sitting in a truck talking on Discord, but guess what? Third person perspective can also say that. Somebody can point to you in your truck, sitting in your truck, saying that you're sitting in your truck talking on Discord. They can witness the same thing you're self-evidently saying, that you know what's happening. Okay, here's the thing. We all live in this reality collectively. So together, we're all saying we agree upon what's happening, because we say that that's a tree, that's a cat, that's a cupcake, that's it's a house over there. We can all say these things together, right? Third person perspective will also solidify that. More people will even get that even bigger, right? What we can't say is what we don't know, but what we do know we can say. So reality should make a bit of difference in us to say that we know certain things, right? So you can know something to be 100%. You're just scared of saying that because it would put you in a realm where you then start to say, if I'm certain about something and then something happens in that thing that I was certain about, and then you use instances where it doesn't relate to what we're saying, right? There's what can I say? Just like hearing a song, let's say, and you thought the lyrics were saying something, but then all of a sudden you find out that the lyrics didn't mean what you thought you heard, and they mean something else. When you look at the lyrics, it's like, oh, it says, how can it be instead of like how it was or something? You know what I mean? Like it's a contrast. So then you start to think, well, reality is malleable. Then I could be living in a simulation. So the thing that I was telling him was that perceptions can change. Reality doesn't. How I perceive something, let's say I'm a globalist, right? And I said, well, I got on a plane and I saw curvature from an airplane. My perception of what I think I'm seeing versus what everybody else can identify as, like for sure, is agreeing that it's not actually the thing that I'm seeing, it's my perception of what I'm seeing. So it's not like a duck turns into a cat. It's what I think the duck is. My perception on what it is, right? But it's not that it's going to change the fact that it's a duck. It's just my perception of what I think it. I'm calling it a whale, you know? And it's like, well, we already, all of us agreed what a whale looks like. So reality doesn't change. It's our perception. So the thing that he's counting on and how they hijack perception and perspective, right? Perspective and perception. So these two words, like they're pretty key in like how they indoctrinate people this like 99.9999% possibility, because they want to leave that doubt in your mind. So, and they're good at it, right? They're good at what they do to deceive us. So therefore, they can tell you, well, you can't trust your senses, right? Your senses to dictate how you know things are. Well, that's a car coming. We need to move out of the way. Well, that's a 99.9999% chance that's a car coming at your way. Because maybe you're just imagining that's a car coming your way. There is no, our senses are dictating how we're supposed to navigate in this world. And I think a lot of people want to feel that sense of like, well, I have to leave that doubt there just to be sure that I'm not going to say it like I know what's going on, because I sound like a crazy person telling you that I know what reality is. But it's weird. And how can you communicate if that's not what you mean to say, if you can't say what you mean, right? So that's interesting. I think when a lot of people come in here with the like Temple's mindset, and and I would consider it like a mind virus, because it latches on to somebody and it makes them believe that they can doubt things like without having to be 100% assured on the things that they're saying, which makes it difficult, right? Because if you needed to be rescued, you tell somebody, hey, find me, I'm at what such and such place, and then the person says, are you sure you're in this location? If they can't find you, you're like, well, yeah, you don't know. I know I lived in here 20 years of my life, but I don't know. It could be different right now. There's no, like, when it matters, reality should be something we can count on. Like we can speak what we're saying. There's instances where people say, well, what about like a dream? Like, and that's a dream. That's not like what we're experiencing collectively. So we can make different ideas on like what we're separating these concepts from. Perception, perspective, and these things have been hijacked, right? So now we're dealing with the indoctrination, the deception, and in order to get somebody out of the jaws of that like deception, we have to show them why these things were done the way they were. And perception has been hijacked, perspective has been hijacked, and so now people look at the world where there isn't like, okay, so they're like, well, I see the Earth, it looks pretty flat to me on a horizon and all that. But as we rise in elevation, then the curvature starts to appear. Or like Temple was saying, even when you get down to the most minute, decimal point, then there could be some curvature there. He said something like more of a matter of fact statement, like you can measure curvature at that level. And I was like, nah, dude, do it. Have you done it? When I got down to like nuts and bolts of it, he was like, well, I've never done it. So I was like, well, why did you say it? Well, it's a hypothetical, he says. Right? He started applying this hypothetical scenario where it could be at the most minute decimal point that there's curvature that we can't detect. And so this is the issue, right? Because now, because of this idea of perception and perspective that are hijacked, he's now thinking that anything is possible. Earth could be a globe. That little small sliver of doubt, I could have, you know what I mean? Like, how do you guys know? You guys are so sure that it's not a globe. But I mean, there's that decimal point to the like 10th place that it's probably curving, and you guys aren't noticing that. So he's looking at us kind of like with the, well, we got the experts on our side that figured this out. But you guys are just like, just people on Discord, you know, talking. It's entertainment for us because we're in here, you might think, but it's not real science, you know? There's not academia just, you know, talking about these things. It's just regular people. And it's like making it, he's diminishing what's happening here on Discord because of the fact that he's coming from a standpoint of ignorance where it's like everything is, it can change. And he's just an interesting character, which I understand. I'm empathetic to his position because I know that people are confused in that way and they feel like it's the right way to think. Like, they don't take that away from them, you know, let them think that. But I feel like, you know, just having, okay, look at the both sides, right? It's really a false dichotomy. But if you were to look at somebody who has that self-doubt and the ones who are really sure, the certain about things, what are the difference between the two? And why, what is the wrong in actually saying, hey, right now, I'm sitting on a chair and I'm talking to you guys and I'm eating a peanut butter sandwich or whatever. And then somebody was to say, are you 100% sure? Then I was to say, well, I don't know. I could be flying a plane. I could be doing something. I don't know what, maybe it's just a simulation or, you know, I'm dreaming all of this. But then, you know, that's the thing. When reality is malleable that way, then you're losing touch with reality. Then the things that you thought that made you human, that you'd be able to communicate with another human, is you're losing that. Because now you know, whatever it was that made you starts to become removed. And then now all things are possible, right? You can become a furry with a cat and have litter boxes at school. And like, it just opens the door to possibilities that other things could happen and you're allowing it. And that's the thing with the people in here coming in here. If they don't know that they can be certain of things, then they can be confused and lost. And it's just going to be that way. So that the whatever indoctrination happened to us when we were young and impressionable, it was hoisted onto our minds because of the fact that we didn't know how to fight back with critical thinking, right? And now that we're in this stage, we're able to do so and help others kind of get out of that cognitive dissonance whammy. You know, like that's our job. But I think it's difficult because I guess how we were told, you know what I mean? Like I don't know what. That's my direction now with these people. It's like I really want to help them on a psychological level. It's like the virus has already propagated through their mind thoroughly because you know how infatuated they are with the lore that something that's not reality. They talk about it all the time, parsecs, and they go into like the space lore and how space travel is. And it's like, I know why you're in love with that because it has nothing to do with our day-to-day activities in this realm. It's more to deal with what you think is going on in the cosmos, and you want to be a part of that fantasy. It's just as like Santa Claus, so it's like for adults, but it becomes something that you make real in your mind, but that's not real in reality. It's just something you're living in your own head about. But you don't want. Sometimes you got to rip it out like a band-aid about the truth about it. But for them to come out of it, they actually have to come out of it themselves and realize that they can be sure of things and there's nothing wrong with that. They have to feel like there's nothing wrong with you stating what's going on and you being okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's because I think they feel like if they start talking about how they can trust their senses, because that's a big thing they say here, right? I can't trust my senses. Yes, you can. How do you know you can't trust your sense? Like, what gives you that inclination? It's like, because if you weren't able to, then you'd be dead. You know, imagine all the dangers that you avoided because of your senses. Yeah, it's psychological, guys, and it takes a team of us to kind of like work through this. No, so anybody still here?
Sorry, yeah, I'm here. I'm just in the chat. Somebody's looking for the globe Earth roll. I was just talking to them. But yeah, I'm listening.
Wow. I'm sitting
I
here
wanted to-
talking, trying to reply while I'm working on something. I realized I was muted. My bad.
I wanted to talk about. You mentioned like not going for the bait. You know, don't take the bait. When they bring up topics that Mickey, you were saying like essentially, there's times when you're on the offensive and times when you're on the defensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you were saying like, let's be on the offensive, and so what they'll do is they'll try to hit you with some bait. And like I was just going to compare. The point got way too far past. I didn't want to interrupt you, Miggy, but
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
If I can, I was just going to tie it back to another boxing reference. Like, if this makes sense to anybody, I don't know, but the bait is like in boxing. You see guys make these little silly movements. They don't just stand there and punch. They're making little movements. So, what they'll do is they'll throw a feint at you. So the feint might be just throwing an arm at you. And the thing is, they're trying to get you to react to the feint. What it does is it opens you up. And so what you don't do is you don't bite on the feint. You don't take the bait. And so, Miggy, you were just making a point about how, like, he's going to hit you with some random nonsense to try to bait you in. That's not his overall point. And it's just the same in boxing. That feint is just going to open you up to a bigger shot. So don't bite on the bait. Don't bite on these like random in the weeds. That's what Sonny was saying. Yeah, Sonny piped in. It's like, hey, we get in the weeds too much. That's exactly right. So don't bite on the bait. Don't get into the weeds. Don't bite on their feints. Just going to leave you open for the KO shot.
I like to yell at them when they start doing that and say, no, we're going to stick to exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, everybody has their style, but what happens is like it just depends. You can see the effectiveness of your style every time that you implore it, like within the context of a conversation. So I wouldn't judge anybody on their style, but here's what I would say: check out the effectiveness of your style when you're speaking to somebody, and see if that, like, yelling at somebody's face and telling them they're freaking idiots, like if that works, or like there's another method that you can actually try, because I don't think we're one-trick ponies when it comes to this. I think we can learn every day about how to become better at what we do, right? So when you think that your style is just that thing only, and you don't change up, and you're like, let me try to mix it up and see if I can change things and do that, then you become somebody who's more agile, instead of it becoming just like, well, this is who I am, like it or leave it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think none of us are like that. I think maybe that's a projection we want others to see us as, but we can advance every day at becoming better at being ambassadors for the truth. So if you know the truth, right? You know it. Especially if, like, I know you work in the field, Radwin, that people don't really know that if you don't do your job the way it's supposed to, people's lives are at stake here. Like if numbers aren't put in correctly, or certain equipment that you build isn't built to spec, then their lives are at stake, right? So but that's the thing. Like, I don't think people really dive into like what you do. If they ever would hear your perspective on why it's important, I think you have a powerful, teachable angle there. I think I do, because when somebody comes in, they don't know the implications of being able to just say things and say, well, we can do this. No, you actually can't. When you're talking about pressure and you're talking about like material strength and what type of materials to use, like you would be able to be like an authoritative figure on this, right?
Absolutely.
So that to me, I think has a lot. You have, like, I guess in our server, probably some of the highest values of being able to tell somebody from experience, from a knowledgeable standpoint. I think you can unleash a lot of this like knowledge that you have gained over the years about this to somebody who's just so encapsulated by like, yeah, a tin can fly around, the vacuum of space, and you're like, yeah, but you're not understanding that for that thing to be where they say that it is, it wouldn't equate the mechanics working, actual physical material to be working on that. So you could actually,
it would have, exactly, because when they say, it's the ISS, I said, that thing needs to have welded seams, and it's going to explode at the weakest point, and it will do that because as soon as you start applying vacuum to a can, it'll explode. I don't care what anybody says.
And this is just regular physics that we're talking about, like the way things operate. So being is that you're very knowledgeable in this area, I think people can't rival that and just tell you nonsense. I think you could be able to be like, yeah, but we've already ran the specs on this. Like, how are you saying that this pressure wouldn't affect the material? If I know that we work with these materials every day, and the pressures that we deal with have to be a specific range for this material to work. So, like, you could speak on that and destroy the idea from a material standpoint or like maybe an engineering standpoint. And I think that's even better, right? Because they wouldn't have a rebuttal to what you would say because they're known values, like they're known material strength values.
Yeah,
and so
we use stainless steel for all our deadly vacuum components, and if you don't, and not just stainless steel, some is magnetic stainless steel, some is not magnetic stainless. If you guys want to look that up. But anyway, so to survive in a vacuum, you're going to need to have stainless steel, and they ain't sending stainless steel up on a rocket because a rocket will just collapse in on itself.
Yeah, that's a heavy material to be moving around. Which is, I think, like that's what I'm saying. Like you should have, like as far as that knowledge goes, it's extensive because I know you've been dealing with these materials and like people ordering certain things, and you have to kind of like go into meetings and talk about like why this is important, or safety meetings. You have all kinds of stuff, right? That when you bring that to the table, I don't know if people really know that stuff about you, but I've heard of you like say these things, and I think, man, this is really valuable in this conversation because most of these fanboys, Radwin, they're in love with the lore, and they don't know the reality of the situation. And real engineering would trump their kind of fantasy idea. They think that they can just like the what's his name, the guy that says that it's too hard to build. The process is too hard to build back again.
Don Pettit.
That guy. Well, what happens if you have a leak? Well, you have a leak. You think that would fly in your company, Radwin? If somebody said that,
if somebody said that, they would be probably moved down or fired, or they'd have to have some time off to go see somebody.
Yeah, how are you going to say that when actually these systems that are being developed are like people are going to be working around them? And if you're not in spec with like what the thing that you're talking about, or if there's like some numbers that are decimal percentages off, people's lives could change. I mean, and then companies could be liable and so on and so forth. But they think that they just say things like that guy, well, you have a leak. And then it's like, well, it's okay because he's talking about space and that. Well, what is there any difference between people going up into a vacuum of space where lives are at risk, and also down in the water, also in a submarine where people's lives are at risk? Anywhere people's lives are at risk, something should matter. The answer should be something of like extensive, and it should sound like, if you've ever heard of a safety meeting, what it sounds like, it's repetitive. It's like you hear them saying like what to do on this occasion if something happens, and they don't have none of that. It's so artificial. It's so superficial. It's almost like.
So here's how you can debunk Don Pettit too. He said if you have a leak, then you have a leak. So that leak where they say they can plug it with duct tape or whatever that one comment was, that's the leak that is going to make the thing explode, because you can't have any weak joints in that surface, or that's the first thing that it's going to go, and it's going to tear that open so fast it's going to look like it got torn by paper.
No, can I say something really quickly, Miguel? I wanted to agree with another point of yours on
Mm-hmm.
different methods or different styles. Like think of your kitchen kitchen drawer. You've got different utensils. You don't just use a knife for everything. So you should have different approaches, different styles, different ways to attack the argument, defend the argument. So yeah, I totally agree with that. If you learned one way when you got to this server, if you learned a certain thing from somebody, okay, fine, save that and try out different tactics. But you can always go back to it if you need to when the time is right. It's a case by case situation.
Use my examples if you need to and say this is why, and you can ask him when he gets here. So
yeah, but what happens often, like the Tim Pryor situation yesterday, everybody has like we're chomping at the bit, aren't we? To get in there, kind of, it's a slug.
Pitchforks out.
And with good reason too, because the guy was displaying a lot of cognitive dissonance. So everybody's like, yeah, you're spiraling, and then talking over each other, and it's just a shit show. And it's that way because everybody hasn't had a good meal in a while, so they want to eat that steak dinner, right? So it's like,
I don't like my steak with the smell of alcohol on it, so I didn't engage him.
True. But whoever said that there was a shift, there was, because I feel like I shifted myself as well. Where I started to talk to him like, hey, listen, man, is it okay if we respond? Like, I don't want to meet you. Is that all right? So, yeah, I mean, you do have to. You should. If you're just dogging on the guy, what do you expect?
What do you expect? Well, yeah, when the mob is out, it's hard to really get back to the original state where you guys were just speaking to him at the beginning, because the fact that everybody's ready to skewer him, and so it's difficult to pull the mob, because then you're one guy standing in front of the mob. You're like, nah, this guy's an idiot. Let's throw him away. Let's ban him. It's like, hold on a second, man. Like, can we just speak to him for a second? Like, we gotta at least attempt to do the best we can as ambassadors. Like, I mean, it's easy enough to cut down on the guy.
Nobody finds a suspect that he spent $350 on super chats.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah. You don't find that suspect that he's got that kind of money to put on super chat, but he's fucking stupid, and you can tell by talking to him.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, even if that is the case, what the world needs to hear is that anybody that comes into this server is going to be really shown that they don't know what they're saying. So you have something that's I say the majority of people don't have, was that engineering experience. And if they're shown that they can't even, I think that once we actually come from an intellectual standpoint, then they can't rival us any longer. Like, you'd have so much knowledge to pour out in front of him and tell him how things work, they really work, versus how the lore is said to, tin cans flying around space. You know what I'm saying? If you come at that approach, he wouldn't know what to say. Nobody would, because how can everybody have the same field that you have, the experience you have? So you could debunk something from the material standpoint, whereas CB can debunk something from a logical standpoint, whereas I could debunk it from a psychological standpoint. You know what I mean?
Right.
We're hitting them all sides, and they don't have. There's no weapons on their side. There's only fantasy, hopes and dreams and imagination and hypotheticals, and that's all they got. That's all in their tool bag. We have the actual reality to work with, things that are existing now that we can say, look, this is the natural world we live in, and this is how we live in this natural world. We can agree on definitions, we can say things are a certain way, but they have to be the way that we're saying, not just imagining that level means curve, because that doesn't work. That's not reality. So one of the things we do is we agree on things because that's what it is. Oh, that's a door. Of course it's a door. It's not a window because we know what a window is. You know what I'm saying? So we define things. So we can say that I opened a door. I'm 100% sure I just opened the door, of course, because we all agreed that that's a door. So I know I opened the door. I didn't open a window. So that's getting to reality and getting somebody to realize that this is the place we're living. We're not dressing up as furries and saying we're dogs and cats. This is not the reality that we're living in, because it's not reality. You're still a person. You're not a dog or a cat. That's the thing. We're living in reality. So this is a lot of it has to deal with them dealing with reality, and then because we're not in fantasy land, and that's where they want to take us. All right. So listen for those cues every time, because that's where they want to go. Right back into the lore. Well, how do you know it's not spinning? The Earth isn't spinning. Are you 100% sure of all this? Yeah, we are. We are 100% sure of our known reality because there isn't anything other than that. The outside perception that you've just been given by however you learned it in school has been telling you that you live on a planet that spins. And you don't witness that. So there's a lot of videos and things that can show you stuff, but so there's a lot of videos and movies and stuff that can show you stuff that isn't real. How is that any different from something they're showing you? You know? It's interesting. But most of these guys are really encapsulated by the fact that they're living in a world that it's like, imagine if everybody was playing or living in the idea that Narnia existed, but it never really does, and we all talk about it like it did. Oh, when did you go to the wardrobe to go visit the lion, the talking lion? I went yesterday, man. Like I hung out with him. We had good laughs. I came back though because and then we're talking. To me, when I hear them talking about the globe, it sounds like that to me. Like they're so enamored by this damn fantasy that it's just like they're speaking of it like as it's real. And then when you say like, how is it real? Like, can you tell me how it's real? And they're like, yeah, well, you just have to imagine it. Because they say it, right? Leaps of logic. Even Temple was saying it. He's like, I don't want to say grand leap, but it is a leap. He's and it's like, thank you. He's being honest, right? He's an honest globalist that's telling us what it really is. And that really falls in line with what Michio Kaku was saying. So Michio Kaku wasn't wrong. He was right in saying and this science, we make leaps of logic. It's like, flying by the seat of our pants. And we're listening to him like, dude is correct. I mean, he's on point when it comes to like what it really is.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
What the hell did you just say?
I like that. Chris Rock. Or not Chris Rock, Chris Tucker. What the hell did you just say? And this is it's demonstration, right? They're saying it out of their own mouths. And for people to be like, nah, they're not saying that. I'm like, bro, Temple just said it yesterday. Michio Kaku is just telling everybody he's a talking head for, the globalists. If people listen to him, he probably has people that studied under him. And he's probably written books and all kinds of stuff. Who knows? But people are saying these things. And for you to say, nah, they're not saying that, then why are they saying it then? Because the reality of the situation is they're saying it's leaps of logic. They're telling you inferences. Come on, guys. They're giving it to you on a silver platter. It's all just make-believe. They're saying it out of their own mouths. It's make-believe. We have to infer things. We have to use hypotheticals. Leaps of... Temple was like kind of careful. He's like, well, it's not grand leaps of logic. As if that was going to change the fact that it's a turd. It's like, let's shine this turd up a little bit to make it look nice and polished. And at least once we polish it, it's going to look good. It's like, that's still a turd, right? Like, doesn't matter if you try to polish it. It's still a stinky turd. Like, so grand leaps. It's not a grand leap. It's just a regular leap. It's just a small little hop even. Like, just a tiny one.
What a shame.
This is, and every...
One small step for man.
Abel, the guy who didn't want to say my name. Remember that guy? It was just like, I'm not saying your name. I'm playing this game with you. I was like, yeah, it's funny. Because I address you by your name, but you're not addressing me by mine. That's weird. You're making this weird, dude. So I was like, go ahead and say my name then. Now we're going to have to find out why you don't want to say it. Go ahead, say my name. And he's like, no, I'm not going to play your games. I was like, well, okay, we'll see you later then. Because if you don't have the common decency to at least address me by my name, then I won't have to have you in this server because you're going to take that route. So, bye-bye. So he went bye-bye. That's fine. But,
that's the self-banning, it's called. That's like suicide by cop.
Yeah. He really wanted that, I guess. He didn't have an answer for the curvature, so... He was looking for an out. I just escorted him out the door. We don't need And this is just like from a level of like, okay, we're actually talking as people, and we got in a bit heated because he was saying how stupid I am, and I was like showing him like his ignorance, and so for him it was like, you know, tit for tat. But I really just wanted for him to be in a place where he felt like he was saying what he wanted to, and he did. He kind of said what his piece was, and that he was ready to leave. So just showed him the door.
I'm bleeding, making me the victor.
It's a foot to mouth, or is it? Yeah, face to foot style. How you like it?
CB, tell those two to come into the live stream.
Yeah.
All right. Put my fishing rod out there. Oh boy, he's trying to do prove radius.
Attitudes, and we got all kinds of shit going on with this one.
That's good.
A point of interest with what Miggy is saying on how they get this information. Education is one place, but more than that, actually, if you look at the bulk of the information they get for this fantasy, it comes from the TV screen. It comes from, like Miggy, other people said it many times, the movies, the commercials. It's in books, magazines. It's in freaking everywhere you look, bulletin boards, freaking like advertisements on those big panels they have. I can't even think of the right word.
You remember you remember the kid in the movie The Matrix, the little ball headed he was like a Shaolin monk.
There is no spoon.
Yeah, but the reason why he said that to Neo, because Neo, he told Neo, he's like, don't try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. And he said, instead, try to think of this, like instead try to realize the truth. And he's like, what is that?
The truth.
That the spoon isn't even there. Like, and so that's the same for us. Like we think we're fighting against we're trying to bend a spoon in here. All of us in here. Because of the fact point for point.
There is no spoon.
Yeah, point for point seems to be like the more logical way to go, right? I got my truth, you got your truth, let's have it out. Let's see what we're gonna lock horns and see who comes out the victor. I know I'm gonna win because my points are awesome. And your points, you think they're awesome? Go ahead, try it. So it's like you're trying to bend the spoon. But in reality, there isn't a spoon, which means there isn't a globe Earth. There isn't nothing there to fight. You're fighting air. You're punching air. So what's the best thing to do? Make the person realize that there isn't an argument to be had, that they're following a lore that doesn't exist. So you expose that their ignorance is what they've been following. Then they start to realize they don't have a point. And then you come in with the flat earth logical statements. Only then. You don't do it previous to that. Although it sounds like fun and entertainment for the third party listener, it's not for somebody who's going through the whole cognitive dissonance spiral. To them, it's like they're really trying to get at you with something, but you're trying to bend the spoon. Like, that's not the point. You're supposed to make them realize that there is no spoon. They think that there is one, and the analogy fits the situation here. When people come in with the globe Earth, they're like, I got my globe Earth, and that's the spoon. But you have to make them realize there isn't one, because what are you bending? There's nothing to bend. You already have to show them that it doesn't even exist. So it was analogous in that way. Anyway, it just I've been like looking at it from a very like psychological perspective for quite some time, and analyzing these conversations like that people have in here. I see the moods, the emotional swings, like from the way the conversation moves, and you could easily see. I could see like 3 or 4 moves ahead of this guy, like when they're speaking, and I can see the 3 or 4 moves ahead of you guys when you're talking. I know exactly why you want to take them, where you want to take them, because I've already like listened to you guys speak. So I've like these little data points that I've been gathering. It's like I know now why you say the things you do and which way you want to move and take them and all of these things. But you have to remember, like, everything can be effective if you know how to use the thing that when you're telling them the points that you do, everybody in here, but it's the approach, right? The tactfulness you use. You can use a hammer to bludgeon them, or you could use a knife to slice through the deception.
Yes, it's in the way that
just depends which you use.
Sorry, one more time. It's in the way that you use it, whatever it is. It's in the way you wield it.
So, and I would agree with Glad on certain points when he's was talking yesterday. The overused analogy of the boyfriend who gets mistreated by his girlfriend who was cheating on him, like that does seem to be a bit tiresome. Our teaching methods have to change in a way that we're more effective in how we teach. It just seems like we're stuck in a rut, Glad, with the idea that they're using this analogy like it's a tired analogy, but some people feel like it was a way that they got across to them. But I see your point, though. Like I was like agreeing with you on the fact that
I hear you. And listen, I just think that there's a better way to do it. That's all. I don't think we have to talk about people cheating on another person to get across that point. That's all.
Yeah.
New love.
Sorry, I keep interrupting. I apologize. Go ahead, Miggy.
No. I think CB said something, or he was gonna say something.
No, I get it. I know they're in a relationship. It's probably not nice to hear about that kind of thing. It's just a point people have been making for a long time.
And I get it. I want to come up with something that's less like, oh, now I got to think about people cheating. Like, I got to think about my girlfriend cheating on me. Ugh. Okay, well, I guess. What does that have to do with flat Earth? To me, that's the feel it gives off. But the sentiment of it, the point of the whole thing is a very, very valid point. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying about it. I think that we could come up with a way even better, even maybe more succinct way to get across that, hey, you know what? The crime was committed regardless. Like the crime was committed regardless of motive.
Absolutely. We could definitely find a more succinct way to put that across. The thing is, though, Glad, I will say, sometimes you gotta. It's just a certain sequence of words that gets people to pay attention.
That's true.
I mean? Oh, I don't want my girlfriend to do that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know, but you're right though.
I'll just put it this way. My opinion, just the way it makes me feel, is bad because I've had lots of relationships. Let's just say that, and you know. Up until this one, they weren't the greatest, and everybody knows what it's like to get cheated on, or hopefully not everybody doesn't know what it's like to cheat on somebody. But you know, just that whole topic, bringing it up, it's like at first I was thinking about the Earth, and now I'm thinking about my significant other cheating on me. I don't know. What are we doing right now?
Yeah, so, I don't like that argument either.
Yeah,
like I said, it can be conveyed in an
analogy. We want to call it that.
Yeah, not condoning behavior. Yeah,
it's all good. The good news is we're trying to convey this truth to people in a way where hopefully everybody can digest it and understand it. I think that's why somebody went to such an extreme in the first place to come up with that. So it is relatable, right? It's wildly relatable, whether or not we want to think about it. So that I do get that aspect of it. I just think we can do better.
Now I just can't keep thinking about that Pagus sex robot thing. Like that's where that all came from. You know, he's like, oh well, no, like I'm gonna rationalize it because maybe it's a robot, and I tripped and fell, and so it does produce some funny content. But I agree that it's not. We don't want to like be representing that behavior or anything. So I got you.
And you really don't have to look too far to get an analogy that would correlate with that. You just have to find out. What would you know, like that was something that you thought was one way, and then all of a sudden you find out it was completely something else?
Oh, you know what? Someone has said recently that I like. It's finding out that maybe you're, well, for me, like I didn't find out my biological dad. I didn't know who he was until I was 18. I thought my stepdad was like my father. So it's like finding out who your real biological. It could be something like that instead of
that or paying some money to a specific organization where you thought it was going to help somebody out, and all of a sudden you find out that organization was squandering the money and using it for its own self-gain. And how would you feel about that? Like, you just use anything else. Like, it could be just any deception that you think that would make somebody kind of take pause. Like anything, it doesn't matter what it is, and use that. And then I think everybody can like come to a point where it's not about a relationship, but it's more about like how deception works. You know, deception works in a way that you think that you're doing something that's beneficial, or that you're in something that's beneficial, and all of a sudden you find out that it's not what you thought it was before. Anything could be anything, and then that makes you realize, like,
Tuskegee.
oh, and I've been deceived all this time. I thought it was this, and now I know it's not. It's this other
Maybe.
thing.
How about the Tuskegee experiment? How would you feel if the Tuskegee experiment happened to you?
Yeah, it's a little bit unrelatable to a lot of the generational gaps. Like people, well, yeah. Then you have to start talking about.
True. Then you got to do a history lesson.
Yeah,
Wait, now I gotta Google it.
Yeah.
Let's keep it very basic. Keep it simple. As super simple as you can possibly get it, without having to go have a history lesson or tell somebody what this word means, and then you're detracted from your point. And you know,
I kind of took it for granted but no, that's not something people commonly know.
yeah, it's like people don't commonly know about that. So, but just use something that's simple in everyday life. You know, something that they think is something one way, and all of a sudden you find out, hey, wait a minute, this is not what I thought it was.
Santa's overdone too, so it's like, because we always like, well, Santa Claus, and that doesn't stick with a lot of people.
They don't like it though, but it's honestly, it's perfect. It's a solid analogy. They just don't like it because they think it's childish. But it's like they don't realize what you believe is childish: the space and the astronauts and going all.
They can't put the connection between the two. They're like, well, space exploration and Santa Claus, those are totally different. You're so stupid. Why do you believe that, flat earther?
It's like, but that's for kids. It's like, well, yeah, that's the point.
You know what the weird thing is about that, Blatt? Is that they could follow Santa on their Santa tracker, and they could follow the ISS with their ISS tracker.
I know, right?
But that's just me.
Wait a minute. So,
That should be a meme. Mickey, you just made a meme, so somebody make it now.
I want to know if Santa goes to the ISS to drop presents off for the astronauts.
I mean, how do you think he goes so fast across the Earth?
Well, yeah.
But no, I think it's solid. They just don't like hearing it. Just like when you say lore, Mickey. Oh, I don't like that you said that. It just, well, that's because you know it's true. Probably deep down somewhere.
Well, think about it, man. Anything that's not reality, and if it's fantasy, then it becomes lore to like whatever topic you're talking about. So, we're mentioning like Lord of the Rings, or you know, like how that whole lore, because it's got lore, right? It's got its whole like storyline, and so does the globe. Everything that it has, like how it came about. Men used to think about it long ago, looking up at the night sky and seeing things and pondering, and just like, oh wow, I think we are heliocentric, and just how it all came about. Maybe it was more steeped in esoteric teachings, and who knows, like all this stuff that the baggage that comes with it. Ultimately, we're now flying in rockets and looking down and saying, huh, it was what we thought it was, exactly. Even the 1920 or 30 world that's spinning around before Universal Studio Pictures had the world spinning, and knowing what the Earth is before even rockets were going on taking people up there. Well, that's interesting, right? Because you see that world spinning, it's like, oh, how did they know it was this? Curious little buggers. Like, and now we didn't know until rockets flew up and we looked down and well, there it is. It's like, yeah, all of this is just a lie. But yeah, just showing people that they're living in fantasy land. That's all it is.
Yep.
We're gonna keep doing it. And I say this, like, I don't think people are one-trick ponies. So if you're been doing a style, just see what you can change in that style. Because you don't need a hammer or a sledgehammer every single time. It's not going to be the thing that you need to do like all the time. Bludgeon somebody over with the insults and just until they're a bloody pulp, and then send them out. Like that's just not going to be the way every time. Like this doesn't work all the time.
Yeah. Well, depending on their skill level too. Sometimes it's a sword fight, and sometimes it's more like a stick fight, or one of them little Nerf sword things, the little fluffy whatever. They're like poofy foam. You gotta take it easy on some of these people. They don't know anything, and then other people, they know a lot, but it's enough to know what they know.
What changes the dynamic of the conversation, I could tell you that right now, is how many of us are in here. If we got a full group in here, the dynamic changes on our methods, on our the way we speak to somebody. Because Tim Pryor was a perfect example. Because let's say you're on a point, and then you have like, I'll take a look at it. I'll just use this as an example. Let's say CB's on a point, and I jump in. I say, okay, we're going to talk about gravity, and CB's like, I'm in the middle of like really getting. So I'm not really helping the cause here, guys. And it becomes a shit show. And it was yesterday because everybody wanted a pound of flesh. It's like we can't get one guy to actually thoroughly flush out. And well, not only that, but then the point kind of detracts from the original point and it goes to another one. And so the guy who was carrying the 1 point, the flat earther, who's carrying the 1 point, he actually diverts to another point. And it's like, wait a minute, he just had a point. Like it's gotta be a round robin, dude, when you have that many people in here. So you can get to 1 point, finish your point, and okay, does anybody want to take the next one? Because
yeah, work together, man. It's like basketball. You can't just carry the ball yourself. You gotta pass it around. Open up some openings. Type of thing. So yeah, we can do.
I'm
this
a hog mic. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a hog mic, so I can't be on the mic. Like I'll have to, like, if I say my piece or if I've said what I'm gonna say, like it's difficult. Like because I don't know, man. Like I want to carry this guy to a place where he's gonna realize that the ignorance that he's been having this whole time is like it's all fantasy. Like I feel at least like the acknowledgement of that, like not even flat Earth, like acknowledgement, just that he knows that it's like deception. That's the first step, acknowledging that.
Honestly, the guy from yesterday, I'd actually like to talk to him when he's a bit more sober. Like I'd like to take the normal version of himself because he's already angry.
He was drunk.
And then he had a couple. So.
It's gonna make the job even. I don't know. I don't know. It's too hard to engage with somebody who
they're not gonna remember if they're pretty fucked up on drugs or drunk or something. They're not gonna really remember what you guys talked about.
I feel like it's kind of like wasted energy, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. I felt like we were just doing it for content at some point.
Yeah.
Is that good content? I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, and then unless that person can go back and listen to themselves talk to you while they're drunk and then learn from that, that's actually a really good learning experience. But the kind of person it takes to do that, we don't get too many of those.
Right. People were going off in the chats here. A lot of people were respectful, just typing their opinions in the chat and stuff, but no, they were not happy. Get this guy out of here. Shut him up. He's just talking shite. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
I kept on silencing myself and then trying to bite my tongue, and then he would start insulting and laying into you the guys really viciously, and then I'm like ad hominem, straw man, bandwagon, I'm like all these that's when I snapped, and then Indio came in because I'm like, okay, you're gonna drop all these insults, I'm gonna drop all these logical fallacies that you've been, I'll point out every single logical fallacy you just did. Is you're talking over everybody and you're just being mean. And so I lost my cool a little bit, but I'm glad I didn't cuss.
If I wanted to share any pain, I definitely wouldn't be going to Gem Panda's server and just be whining in the VC. Are you kidding me?
Well, I just, but I really don't, just thinking about it, Indio shouldn't have had to come in here to stop that. That should not have had to happen, though. I'm just saying.
I feel like that with Jim Panda. I feel like that guy from Tombstone when Doc Holliday was like, "Oh, I didn't even know you were there." You may go. Johnny Tyler, the guy who was playing the game Pharaoh at one of the saloons. Yeah, you don't know if you remember that. That's a pretty iconic scene, though. So, yeah, I feel like with those guys, they don't need any attention. Just even forget that they're there, because they're easily forgettable. Like when you don't pay attention to them.
Who are you talking about? Gamma server?
Yeah, Pandas.
Oh, dude, I don't even. I've spent a total of 0 minutes and 0 seconds over there.
Yeah, I never even wanted to. There's no desire to go into that cesspool. of
I hear
ignorance.
stories. All I need to do is hear Crit tell stories about that place, and I'm good.
Yeah, it's like, man, when I was going in there, they spiraled. I'm like, well, what else are they gonna do? They're fanboys of the lore, and that's all they.
When he tells his story about the zoo animals going in there and they're just making zoo animal noises, I'm good. That's all I needed to hear.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Mickey, what's funny is we know the lore probably better than just the average Joe Blow.
Yeah, I've heard so much of it. It's like I could tell you so many funny stories about space that you would be like, dude, that they wouldn't say that. I'm like,
no.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, they're not even paying attention to their own worldview, really.
Listen, they and I'll give you one example. Dark matter bullets. Dark matter bullets. That they are scared of like having spacewalks because they could get struck with these dark matter bullets, and it's a real threat.
Wow, dark matter bullet cluster.
You wouldn't want to have a leak. That's for sure.
Yeah. So but they don't know what the dark matter bullets are. It's still in a working theory. It's like, but how did you just name it a dark matter bullet, and why would it be a bullet? Because like, there's a lot of things to unpack here, right? With your idea, with your theory. So it's idiotic. But we got another guy jumped in here right now on a list 5. I think his name is. We can give him a shout out. All right. So on a list 5, I just unmuted your mic. You have control of your mic if you want to speak to us.
Hey guys, just saying hi.
Hey, what's going on, man? What brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I was just going to listen to the conversation. I didn't want to jump in and be an a-hole.
No, you're not an a-hole, man. Like what we do is when new people come in here, we just like to say what's up and just ask a few questions because of the fact that this server is pretty provocative as it is, being that it's a Flat Earth server. So we just ask the question, and you could respond. There's no right or wrong answer, just so long as you're being truthful about what your answer is, right? So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, and why? Like, what evidence do you have for that?
I think it's a globe.
Okay. And what evidence do you have for that?
I've been around it.
No. I've
traveled it.
I know you've been around the Earth and you traveled it. No, what I'm saying is, because we all have, right? But what I'm saying is the evidence in which solidifies that the Earth, and I'll give it to you this way so to make more sense, right? The Earth is purported to be of a set size of dimensions: a radius, diameter, circumference. So the metrics of the Earth have been measured or known for at least, I would say, 1,000, 2,000 years? And you would say that because we have this knowledge, we know that the Earth is a globe, and I've traveled and so forth. But the question for the evidence of the claim of the shape of the Earth, it remains to be unsolved in the fact that in the way of measurement. So if you can be able to tell me drop over distance, because like from point A to point B over this globe that you think you live on, there would be a drop over a distance, right? Measurable even. So how has that been measured in a way that we can know for certain that we live on an oblate spheroid or a sphere? Or
look, bro, I'm just a dude that showed up to listen, and you called me out. So I want to hear like your explanation why the Earth is flat. Then.
Yeah. So the important part about the information that we would give you is that the fact that people that come in here think that the Earth is a globe, but what happens is they only know it from a educated standpoint. So like maybe you've been told that the Earth is a globe. It's that the onus isn't on you. What it is that the one who makes the claim, that's where the onus lies. So we have to go and look for the people who said, okay, the Earth is a globe. And then they tell whoever, they tell me, they tell
you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat, right? It's like I'm not even here to argue with you at all. I promise. I'm just gonna come and listen. Yeah. But if the Earth is flat, what evidence is there that the Earth is flat?
Yeah. So the way that we get to where you want to talk about the Earth, the shape of it, we have to start with the knowledge that you don't have, which is that the Earth isn't a globe.
I definitely don't have that evidence, so I would love for you to like. I just came to listen. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, but like you don't. Yeah, no, you're not. Listen, you're not interrupting. What it is the new people that come in here. They're like our focus. They're the main reason why we're here.
So you're like
Yeah.
looking for fresh fish.
Miggy,
No,
stop.
wait.
Hold
One
on.
second, guys. One second.
No, wait.
We're not
Listen.
looking for fresh fish.
Go easy on me, guys. Go
Yes,
easy on
No,
me.
we are
Hold
going
on.
easy.
Stop 1 second. Please give him VC verify so he can see what we're typing so we can answer his questions.
I gave it to him just now on a list. Just make sure you keep an eye on the chat.
Thanks, bro.
All right. So
make sure you're looking in this channel. Can you see what we've typed?
Live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'll look.
All right. So let me get right back to the point at hand. So yeah, I don't know what your preconceived notions of this server was, but it's not just we're gonna let new people come here and just sit here and just be like la-di-da. What we do is we make sure everybody is welcomed, and we tell them what the server is about, and we educate them on what is going on here with the whole topic. So the beginning process of that is introducing new people like yourself to the topic of what we're saying in here. So some of the most important things, like Radwin was saying right now, is to know that we're talking on the live stream voice text. And we're also being live streamed 24/7, 7 days a week. So we're always live streamed on YouTube. So this conversation is being recorded for our like educational purposes. And so other people can listen to you actually talk about what you know and what you don't know or anything. And then a third party can actually listen and say like, well, you know, I've heard some interesting things that this guy said or not. But either way, the case is you're here, and it's not about just like, you know, lurking. It's about this is an active kind of movement. So we want to engage, right? All right. So that out of the way. The interesting part about like the reason why people think the Earth is a globe is because we're being told, right? You know, on a daily basis, our vernacular is everything globalist. You know, we fly around the globe or we travel over the globe. So the word has been kind of like used flippantly without having any verification as such, or at least it's a foregone conclusion, I would say. So we don't have any notion or idea or way that we can figure this out. What we have on a list 5 is basically propaganda. Now, propaganda has many different forms, but one of the forms is advertisements, education, and it can go on. People just saying that something is something just because they think that it is. Now, the verification process happens when we start asking people, okay, all right, the claim is the Earth is a globe. That's fine. Now, let's get to the nuts and bolts. Drop over distance, right? We got to figure this thing out because there wouldn't be any of us here if the case is the globe was what they said it was. And not to mention the thorough search for such information. So, like, let's say you have in your mind, some scientist out there has the keys of knowledge. They have the idea or the understanding or the supreme knowledge that because it's so complicated that they can only dumb it down to us. And, you know, when we're going through middle school and tell us that the Earth is a globe, those are the planets, yada, yada. And for us to be at a critical thinking age where we can start to figure things out, we would still put them up on a lofty pedestal and say, well, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know these things. That's irresponsible of us to take that position because it is.
Are you a scientist?
Look, let me just get through real quick. It's a spiel isn't that long. I'll say.
Oh, I got you.
Just real quick. It's kind of like an introduction, but so the idea is because of the fact that people come in here and they feel like they put these people up in these lofty positions that they are not held accountable for the knowledge of the Earth. So let's say new people like yourself would feel like, hey, I don't have to answer that. The expert did. So go look at the expert. Don't ask me. But see, here's a question, right? You coming in here could be curiosity, it could be entertainment, it could be whatever case that you thought it was. Needless to say, we do want to tell you that if that is the case and you're in here, you're speaking to me, it sounds like you're a very intelligent guy. You do have your cognitive sense about you. There isn't anything that kind of triggers me to think that you're going to be somebody that's just trolling, right? But why would you do that? So going back to the point is the part where we don't know. And that it's your basic human right as a living person on this earth that's experiencing this realm collectively with all of us, that you have the right to know what the earth is and what it isn't. Okay? So now we're going to get to the bit where we're going to talk about like the, maybe the fantasy or the lore part about the shape of the earth that we've all been taught.
Can we get to the bit where I ask you questions like, are you a scientist?
Yeah, no, the answer is no to the scientist question if I'm a scientist.
Cool.
But
I was just curious.
But I'd say this: anybody performing the scientific method becomes a scientist in reference to what science is, because science is a method of a cause and effect, and it's also observation of a natural phenomena and figuring out what the causes of that effect that we're seeing in our observations, and also coming up with the understanding of like what makes it do what it does, when the effect is what it is, and we're trying to figure out the cause. So you can be a scientist in a way. So, but like science is just a method. It's not. It doesn't have lips. It doesn't do
I get that. I was just trying to get your background because you're very well spoken. You have your spiel down, which sounds kind of. I don't mean this to be rude, culty, but it's like you got the spiel down. It's like I'm just trying to get to know you, so I know if I can value your opinion.
Wait, but did you hear what he said though?
He's just giving you a background of what you're going to experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's thank you. I have no idea that I came into an actual 24-hour live stream. I thought you guys were just hanging out.
No, this is an intellectual server Discord. It's very different from probably, I would say, all of the servers. I'll be honest with you.
All of them.
I like that. I like that a lot.
One of the things that we pride ourselves on is that this is not a debate server. The debate servers you might want to go and find where this entertainment is. You're going to have point. Well, no, I'm just saying, like point for point discussions on like, well, you're stupid. The Earth is flat. Well, you're stupid. The Earth is a globe, and that's it's somewhat entertaining for some people, right? But in here, we understand the actual truth, which there isn't any globe to talk about. Well, the real idea that there is such a thing, right? What we talk about is the understanding of the level of ignorance that people have in here, whether it's supreme ignorance or it's just, you really just don't know some things, but you know a lot of other things. So we address that on a case-by-case basis. So coming at this from a place of like giving you kind of the rundown of the server and telling you like, hey, look, this is different from a lot of other places. So it's a bit more valuable, I would say, than just jumping in somewhere and saying, hey, this is like for gamers. Like, what do you guys? So I'm just showing you, like, usually people don't expect this when they come in here. And
I didn't expect this at all. So, but I appreciate the heads up, and I'm just here to like kind of maybe understand and ask questions.
Right. So the beginning of understanding is knowing what you know, right? And so this is the kind of the beginning process, and a lot of people don't know this, right? So coming in here, people are just like, well, I want to ask questions, and I'm like, I understand that you do, but the part about like asking a question and getting an answer, the reception of that answer is not going to be understood if the knowledge is, if like, let's say, I'll take a look at it philosophically like this way, right? If you have a full cup of water and I try to pour more water in it, it's going to spill over, right? So,
well, that's why I was asking how full your cup is. It sounds like it's somewhat full in here, man.
It is. It is. But and the reason I'm saying is because we both have full cups, let's say. And if I try to pour my cup of water, it will spill over and it won't be effective. So what I do is I have to make sure that the person who I'm speaking to has the ability to empty their cup and then have it empty, so that when we do speak, and the way to do that is to understand possibly the position that you have with the understanding that the Earth is a globe. So the Earth is a globe via, what means that you know how to identify it. And you said at the beginning was, I traveled on the Earth. Well, that was a pretty kind of like a basic rational response.
But that's also why I'm asking about your background. I'm trying to figure out you. It's like, come at me. It's like, I need to understand where you're coming from too. So like, what is your cup full with?
So my position basically is a curious person in this world. My knowledge and background has been only that I've been exposed to the information for about going on 8 years to 9 years now. And in research and study of the topic, I have not an educated background to say that I've come from academia in any way. Like, I'm not from a collegiate perspective, so you can't say like a PhD or anything like that.
Sure.
let me just kind of give you a rundown of my last education. I've got my general education, so it's GED basically. I dropped out at the 11th grade, but I've always known that I was probably different in the way that how I think, because I feel like I'm more smarter than your average person, but I was more apathetic to school. Just didn't want to do the work, so it was just basically me being lazy. Let's put it in that way. But when it comes to actual adhering to knowledge and the philosophical and more of the psychological approach, I understand this topic more well than I think most other people can. Like, I would say it that way. And I'm not just tooting my own horn, it's because I know that I've seen the way conversations go. I analyze them. I know why they go the way they do. And I'm trying to help the process for somebody to come out of the cognitive dissonance state, which I know that's what happens when you've been indoctrinated. It's a tedious process. Sometimes it doesn't go well. It doesn't bode well because either the person has ego and they have pride and they don't want to let their guard down, so they're going to come in defensive, which I get that. I mean, anybody who thinks this topic is stupid would feel that way. And so they would want to know.
I don't think it's stupid, but you also went over 15 topics. I had 20 questions.
Yeah.
Get there in a minute.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a tedious process, but what happens is because we're sitting on a very provocative topic, there's gonna be loaded questions or answers or things that I say that are gonna trigger that response.
Oh, hey, sorry, I got to switch headsets, so it might sound different while you're on speaker.
Yeah, I still hear you the same, but anyway.
I know my headset does, so I got
just getting to the part where I think everybody's going to want to hear, right? So now we're going to get into the bit where we start to discuss what the lore is of the shape of the Earth. So what is the thing that people are hooked on to think that they know that what the Earth is, right? And everybody has their different points. So for you, I would say taking a look at it from a psychological standpoint, right? What keeps you thinking that the Earth is a globe versus you just saying you're traveling on it, right? Because we already heard that explanation from your side, but we're going to examine a bit why maybe that position seems to be more solidified in your mind. Now, you could say anything. It could be NASA. It could be maybe your schooling. I don't know. You have to tell me.
I'm trying to understand yours, and you've not literally answered my question.
Yeah. Well, we got some questions for you too. So
why is the Earth flat?
Yeah, and here's the reason. And here's the reason why, right? Because if you understand this position that I'm telling you, I'm sorry, I don't know if you heard what I'm saying, but if you understand the position that I'm telling you right now, on a list 5, then you know why it's important to start here versus where you want to start. Because I get your excitement. You want to jump right into the good stuff, right? But you can't do that if, like I said, your cup is full, right?
That's the good stuff.
It is. The truth is,
why not jump in there and say, I understand where I come from. I understand my education and background, but I'm just curious about you're coming on strong, trying to sell me that the Earth is flat.
No, I haven't told you. Well,
no one even said that. Yeah,
I don't think I even tried to sell you on flat Earth yet. Not yet, anyway. But I think there's a bit of projection happening, and it's. And then
I'm not going to sell you on anything, bro.
No. The projection that you think I'm trying to sell you on something, not that you're trying to sell me on something.
I have no desire to convince you of anything other than what you believe. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, same here. I'm not.
I just want to understand, man.
Miggy, why don't you just break his heart and start with what a belief is, since he said we believe.
Well, no, I'm actually going to take him in a direction that I think I was headed. So, here's the thing, right?
See what he said right there? Take him in a direction that's selling.
On a list. Just let Miggy get through it.
Sorry, I'm pushing headsets. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt. Just switch it.
Your other microphone was way better. You're cutting out.
I still hear him. Okay, so on a list 5, check it out, right? The thing that you know that the Earth is a globe, right? So we're getting to the real reason why it's solidified in your mind. So the first thing that you said was because you travel on it, right? And so the next thing should be something that you were told, you were taught in school. What is it that was shown to you? I mean, you can use any method, really. And so we'll examine that and see why it's important to think that. Before we get to like why the Earth is what we're saying it is, we have to start here. This is the starting place. It can't start from any place else.
It's correct. I second that.
So go ahead on a list 5. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I'm switching headsets. Hold on.
Okay. Do you want me to wait till you get back? I'll wait.
The last one died. I don't know what I got to do here. For some reason, it's still on speaker rather than.
Are you? You got the elevator music.
I might have to. Hold on, give me a second.
You sound all right. I love that on hold music. Please stand by. Is that a rumba or a samba?
It could be a samba.
Bossa nova.
Bossa nova.
Yeah, bossa nova.
Not connecting. Sorry. I might have to leave and come back. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man.
No problem.
Test.
Yep. Miggy's right though. I know. Not to sound offensive or anything. He wants to have us tell him directly how the Earth is flat, but it does start where Miggy's trying to start you off. It starts with discussing the claims that are on the table, and then you progress from there.
Yeah.
You don't work backwards from the assumption. So.
Good day, guys. Just want to say hello to the panel and the family. Hope all is well. Miggy CB, keep holding it down. Well done, fellas, as always.
What was his name?
Kiwi.
Kiwi.
Damn, you got a clip of them saying Kiwi?
Yeah. And it's from that one show I keep talking about.
Yes, Kiwi. Thanks for that, CB, man. I appreciate that, dog.
Welcome, dude. Glad to have you.
Oh, meanwhile, back at the ranch, we got Kessler, the fallacy, or Kessler. Just Kessler? Yeah. They haven't changed your name, Kessler.
Miggy, can you help me out? We were having a debate yesterday. Is a rainbow physical?
Of course not.
Okay. So I guess I wasn't reaching then, Kessler, was I?
What was the debate on? I mean, how can that be a debate?
He said I was reaching. Oh, dude, you're reaching so hard. Like, no, just not. Rainbows aren't physical. They're not magic either.
What causes a rainbow?
Well, light, right?
Light and what?
Well,
I thought a rainbow was physical. That's why there's a pot of gold at the end of it.
No,
light and what, Miggy?
The pot of gold is physical.
Watch, he's going to quintuple down on the physical rainbow. Go ahead.
Well, my argument is that you need water for a rainbow, right? So when you're looking at a rainbow,
no shit.
Yeah, well, let me finish. Let me finish.
What you're saying, Kessler,
are you going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? Fucking hell, this happened last time I was here. So what I'm saying is, when you look at a rainbow, what you're looking at is just what, like, you know, light reflecting through water. So you're essentially just looking at water. It's the same principle if I said you're looking at sort of, you know, like a light shimmer on water. Right. And I would say, you know, is that light shimmer physical? You would sort of say,
okay,
well, it's reflecting from the water.
Let's take what you said, and I've got a flashlight here with me and a spray bottle of water, and I've got the flashlight on, I'm spraying the water. I don't see rainbows.
Yeah, well, it's a particular angle, isn't it?
I want to stick to
it's not just water.
My point is, yeah, but without water, you're not going to have a rainbow.
Yeah, I know, and without the other
that physical matter of water,
you said light and water, and I did light and water.
You don't have a rainbow.
You said light and water gives you a rainbow. I did light and water. I didn't get a rainbow. The end.
Okay, rainbows don't need water. Fair enough.
No, listen, Kessler, the thing is, they're just not physical. Rainbows aren't physical. You can't go land on it. It's not...
Can't touch it.
Can't scoop it up,
I
grab
can't
it.
walk on water either, but water's physical.
Yeah, but you can scoop up a cup of water and drink it. You can't scoop up
where,
a rainbow and drink a rainbow, Kessler.
yeah,
Come on.
I think. Listen, I think where we're disagreeing right now is that maybe you see a rainbow as the effect of whatever's happening, which I can
No, it's
understand.
just not physical. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just
Listen
not
to me.
physical.
Let me finish my point.
I can't go ramp off a rainbow.
Let me finish my point. You're seeing a rainbow as some sort of effect between light and water, and you're saying that effect isn't physical, which I agree with, right? But I was talking about the actual what causes the rainbow being water. You know, to see a rainbow, you need to essentially look at the water's interaction with light, and that's what I was saying was physical, was the water part. So I can see why we're disagreeing there.
Yeah, no, you just clarified.
Behavior.
You just clarified. I think you actually walked through where I was going to actually take you. I was like, well, you just said what I was going to say, so I don't know if you. What difference? What are you arguing about, then, man? To be honest, Kessler, you didn't make it. Like, there's not a point. Like, I think everybody would agree with what you just said right now.
Well, I know this is what I was telling CB yesterday.
No, I mean, he was, because the way it sounded to him, like it came off saying that you thought the actual rainbow was the physical thing. Like, you can go and grab the like the Skittles commercial, right? Taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Yeah, like you couldn't block a rainbow off and cut an arc off of a rainbow and do something.
But all right,
I'm always curious about that.
Apparently, you guys are reaching. He was saying that that's a reach to say that rainbows aren't physical.
Well, it's
just made up from physical water. The reason you can see a rainbow is because the water is physical.
We know, Kessler, you don't have to repeat yourself for the 15th time. We know. The point is you can't scoop up a cup of rainbow. That's the whole point. We know.
But if I scoop up a cup of Skittles, does that make the rainbow real?
If you taste it, it does. All right.
If you taste it, then it's physical. Yeah.
Let's go back to the gentleman, because he just came back from the microphone, Kessler. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna shift.
Thank you for that.
Now I wanted to talk about like particles and stuff. But okay, go ahead.
Well, we'll deal with that kind of thing later. But yeah, so we're just kind of breaking it down what the server was about. Now we got into a little bit of like why you think the Earth is a globe, and
no, I was still trying to get like your background, because you speak from a point of authority. I'm trying to get your background, and you walk me through. You got your GED, you got you study stuff on the internet.
What did I leave off in that you heard? I don't know.
I don't know, because I started fucking my headset. I'm sorry. It's like I got distracted.
No, so basically, all right. So I got my GED. I didn't go to higher learning, which is like you would say the institutions for
academia. Yeah, I got that. I remember that.
But what I've done is I've poured myself over research and studied the topics
which research.
It doesn't matter. Library, internet, talking to people, just like getting any kind of research I can about the topic of the shape of the Earth.
Cool. Okay, cool.
Anything.
That's where we are.
Even something that sounds a bit more obscure, like I was getting all kinds of ideas, just like listening to everything. So, but because of that, I've consumed quite a amount of information. So, what did you say prior to what I just said?
Oh, I just said okay. I was like, okay, cool.
So,
sorry, the headset switched, so I might sound or might come off like I'm push to talk, so it's a little weird.
Okay, I think we can deal with it. But so it's like been 8 years and such, going on 9. But what I can say though, with my time doing this, is that I've heard almost every argument under the sun, every which way that somebody could think about this, and I really rarely have heard something new come up. So I mostly can tell you direction. Hello, can you hear me?
I said same. I'm sorry. See.
Oh yeah. You're green. Okay. So you like maybe being on the perspective of you hearing these arguments or these ways that people go about saying things, right? You can have a position on what you think is the truth, like right now. But the reasons behind that, I think people don't know. So we start to investigate, and I'll tell you mine, right? But first we dive into the new people that joined. So we start to realize your position, that whatever it is that you have in your mind, because you just finishing the Earth as a globe, you travel on it, but we're starting to figure out, like, where did this begin for you? The journey from Go ahead.
I wanted to say I've traveled around it. I didn't travel on it. I want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, you can be clear. That's fine.
Yeah, hey, listen, I just took my dogs for a walk around the block this morning.
Yeah,
and
I just went around my house.
Not the equivalent.
Yeah, that's
not
fine.
the equivalent of traveling around the globe.
Yeah, let's stay on point here just for a second. I think we can't detract from this. So like, all right, so you did what you did, but now, like I was saying, let's get back to where this all began for you anyway. So you started to learn about this in school, right? Like teachers telling you the Earth is a globe and showing you globes and this is where you live, planets, the moon. You know, like start to think about things like that, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Like basic physics. Yeah.
Basic physics. Okay, so let's talk about basic physics because I think that's what you just mentioned. So we'll get into that.
I thought we were still on the introduction here. So we're getting into the discussion or not?
Yes, it is. We're talking about what you know. This is
cool.
So the category right now is what you know, so that you know the topics that we're going into. So the first one has to be what you know and what you don't know, right? We'll divide it in.
That's what I'm asking you though. Is I'm asking you the same questions, but you're not giving me any answers. Just asking me like answer everything.
You're looking in the live stream voice
conversation.
Well, yeah, that's how dialogue works. We have some questions for you too, brother.
On a list, are you looking in live stream voice text so you can see what we're going to be typing here shortly?
The last thing I saw is some kitties spanking a butt.
Yeah, you're not in the live stream voice text.
I'm in the wrong one. Let me go look at it. Sorry.
It's above the live stream that we're in. Just click that in the text channel up here.
Okay, that's a lot better than a kitty smacking a butt. So I was in the live stream too. So my bad.
Okay.
No, we appreciate that you have questions, but we'll have some questions for you too. So just
Yeah, it's a normal.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's a normal introductory phase. Don't feel like it's Don't be standoffish about it. You don't need to rush the process. It's gonna happen.
I'm not worried, man. Trust me. But I hear what you're saying. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's like I said, it's very different. So it's not gonna be like your normal, like, okay, you said the Earth was a globe. You're stupid. Not like that.
No, that's cool. That's cool. This is the first time I've been in a flat Earth server. I don't really. I've read a lot of the arguments, and I don't agree with them. And so, I was just coming in here to listen to what you guys are up to.
Okay, that's cool. And I would say this just to preface, maybe something.
I'm getting indoctrinated over here.
Well, just something. I don't know what that means. If you've read something. If you looked at some videos or something and you're gassed up by those coming in here and say, all right, tell me how the Earth is flat. And we're going to be like, hang on a second, because whatever you saw that some flat earther put out there could be their own idea.
I promise you I did not come in here to fuck with you guys or troll with you guys.
All right,
I just came in here to say, hey, what's going on? Let me listen to what's happening.
Yeah, that's cool. Whatever information you've read about flat earthers, because there's a lot of misinformation about who we are and like.
I'm not worried about you guys.
So, anyway, getting back to the point, right? So we're starting to figure out, okay, maybe whatever level that you started to understand the globe from, and you said a word that was important, I think, in this room, basic physics, right? And it sounds important to us because we understand basic physics, right? We understand the laws of nature. We know that things happen a certain way and they always happen, right? We understand this. So now we're going to take it to the level of where basic physics matter on a globe, because that's what you said. That's how you associate the globe with basic physics.
Yeah.
So now, is there anything with basic physics that can tell you that you live on a globe? Anything. It doesn't matter what it is.
Dude, I only have I quit high school in 11th grade, got my GED, so I don't know, man. Like, what am I missing?
You said you had a bunch of points you disagree with, so let's start with that.
He ain't slick.
Yeah, I know. That was a slight to me. That's fine. It's you can feel.
You're not slick.
Listen. You can feel slighted, guys. Let me jump in here. You can feel slighted because I said what I said. I'm being honest with you, even though you haven't given me where you come from.
Being honest with you too, bro.
So, have you told me where you come from, your educational background? No, I've been honest with you just to keep the thing open. So, I'm not trying to gas you with some bobblehead idea that I'm some PhD or something. I'm not going to do that to you, right?
I'm not either. I'm 100% honest, man. 100% honest about it.
Well, that's yet to be seen.
That's why I like you right away. It's like,
right, but that's
sound like a good.
I can't tell that from like I don't know you from Adam, so I don't know if you're gonna come off to be like, you know, a trollish person or not. So that's yet to be seen, and our conversation will prove that. So go ahead and I guess we're gonna get into how basic physics, and I guess you basically started to say,
well, I'm confused. Like, okay, so what basic physics do I not understand? Like, so what?
Oh, water.
What's the problem with basic physics that proves flat Earth? Sorry.
Yeah, the water.
Let me 1 second, guys. Let me put it to you this way: what associates basic physics to the globe for you? And tell us why you associate those.
That's a crazy broad question. But someone said water. So
Didn't
what
you
does
say
water
physics?
have to do?
Yeah.
Didn't you say physics?
This is what you
physics,
said,
bro.
I'm going on what you said. What do you identify with? What physics identifies you to the globe? It doesn't matter what you say. We have to look at what you think identifies physics to the globe.
This is a question I've never been asked before, so I'm gonna have to like think about it. So I'm just confused. Like, what about basic physics that I understand? Like in my mind, I just walk through the world and it's like this is what I know. So what is wrong with that proves flat Earth?
Right. So here's what I'm saying. Right. Please listen to the thing that I say very carefully. Basic physics. Right. How can that be attributed to the globe? How do you associate basic physics to the globe? What connects basic physics to the globe? I said it 3rd time to just make it emphatic.
That's the question you have?
Yes, to you.
And you don't look up in the sky and like see shit.
It's not
like,
physics.
You don't understand it.
You tell me how I can associate what I look up in the sky to the globe. Like how can
why am I getting attacked here? I'm trying to learn, and you guys are just attacking.
Sir, listen. This isn't an attack. This is more on. Remember, I prefaced this conversation with what you know.
I know.
So I prefaced it with it. So you should understand the category that we're in right now is what you know and what you don't know. So I need to know.
I will absolutely admit that I do not know anything. So help me understand what your position. That's what I'm asking.
The position
basic physics, bro.
Yeah, so the position that I have right now is the fact that people come in here and they would claim things that they have no knowledge on. So, in the case of you said things like, well, basic physics.
In the case of me, is not be prepared to actually argue a point. I just came in here to listen.
All right. So remember, the thing is that you wanted to know about our position, and the only way to do that is to understand our position. So our position is.
You guys could talk about the position, and then I would start to gain knowledge of it.
You're now jumping into the middle of my sentences because you want to interrupt, and that's being very.
I apologize.
Well, if it keeps continuing, I think this will be a non-productive conversation, which I don't want it to be. I think this is a very teachable lesson for you to understand how people interact with each other in an intellectual server. But if you don't want to have that conversation, then I think it's not going to be conducive for your benefit. So
I just apologize, and I did not mean to interrupt you when you're trying to explain something.
It's up to you, man. You are going to be the reason why you're either here or not, and I don't want it to be the case that you're not. So let's get back to the point. If there is no further interruptions, then let's move forward. We're going to figure out the reason why people know and don't know things. So with the idea that maybe you think basic physics explains the globe, we're going to try to associate, excuse me, I'm getting hoarse here. We're going to try to associate as best we can the physics attributing to globe properties. So anything that you can think of, we're going to investigate. So you said, look up at the sky, like kind of telling us like, duh, you guys are where you just look up at the sky, you can tell it's a globe. What makes us be able to say that with what we see, it can equate a globe? Like what equals globe to you? And what physics equal globe? Go ahead.
Oh, it's my turn. I had a bunch of questions earlier, but you just kind of shifted the subject quite a bit.
So we're not going to have this conversation because it's important for you on the list 5. It's very important.
Yeah. I really want to have this conversation. I'm just not prepared
Okay,
for
so
it.
go ahead. Like, let's have the physics conversation and how that we attribute the physics to a globe.
I'm not a scientist. So
so here's the thing that needs to happen, right? Because you said that.
And it's usually, and I preface the conversation with saying that people usually say that. That's not an out here in this intellectual server. It's, however, a way for somebody to get away from not being held accountable, right, for saying
No, I'm
things.
about to like go into the grocery store, and so I'm not prepared to do that right now. I got to run to the store. Is that gonna be
let me
okay?
just give you a quick pro tip, brother. Like, well, here's the thing. Maybe just pro tip from here on out. Just stick to things that you do know, or things that you can support. So if you don't know about basic physics, and then you claim basic physics, you're just stepping into a bear trap. So I would just suggest just stick to things that you can support or that you do know, so that when we ask you about them, you don't have to say, "Well, I don't know. I'm not a scientist." So just stick to things that you can support.
Remember,
that's a dig at me.
Also, remember when we said physics, you immediately said, "Look in the sky," and looking up is not physics. Also, remember that.
That was a callback. So
yeah, I understand. Listen, I get it, man. I get all the spiral and to try to like make fun and mock, and I get all that. But that's just your cognitive dissonance against you, bro. That's all it is.
I'm not here to mock. I came here to listen, and then I got called out. It's like I'm just here to listen.
No, it's okay.
So I can learn. I can learn what you guys believe, so I can learn it.
Interject.
I was trying to give you a rational way to come about this, but it seems like as the conversation furthers, we're getting away from actually having a civil discussion, and we're now starting to get into feelings.
Tell you what, I'm gonna run to the store real quick, and I'll come back and I'll reset, and I won't be like I'm not trying to antagonize you guys at all. I need to run to the store real quick.
I like this guy. He's cool.
Yeah, I'm not antagonized at all. But yeah, go ahead and do your thing and come back, and we'll see how it goes from there.
Yeah, I promise. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I promise.
Yeah, it's up to you, man.
Well,
go ahead.
You're not going to hurt anyone's feelings, so don't worry about that.
I like you guys. I like that. That's great. I know I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. I promise.
Yeah, you said that already.
Don't have to worry. So.
Worry about it. You're the one that brought the feelings with you.
That's cool.
I have a lot of emotions, so it's okay.
That's fine. Yeah, dude. On a list 5, go and do your thing, and then come back. We'll still be here.
We'll be here when you come back.
Yeah, it's 24-hour stream. I'll be right back. Okay, give me like 20 minutes.
Yep, sure thing. Go ahead.
So
it's about to get really cold, so I gotta buy stuff.
All right.
We'll get to the bottom of this, but we will stay on course. And Miggy has a process here, and if you just hang in there with that, I think you, like Miggy said, this could be a great learning process. Now, if somebody's headstrong and they are bucking that process because of whatever reason, there's multiple reasons. It's going to, you're actually doing a disservice to yourself. And I'm just speaking to the general audience, the third-party listeners out there. And thank you, Miggy.
Yeah. You're correct, man.
So did anybody notice what I just noticed, what he said?
He's trying to attribute physics to something that's...
Listen. He's got to go stock up because it's going to get cold.
Yeah.
That's what they tell you on television. You better run to the store.
Well, it's negative 4 degrees wind chill over here where I'm at in Iowa, so...
Doesn't matter. The colder it gets doesn't mean that I need more shit in my house.
No, it's just I've thought about those. Why don't people...
It's just, the thing, weather causes power outages and stuff, so I don't know. It's
yeah.
That wasn't really a point to be even...
It is. It's getting cold. I got to go stock up. That's something you're told. It's just something you're taught.
Yeah,
but it's really irrelevant to, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can say whatever. He can say he's going to feed the ducks in the pond or something. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, the only thing that matters.
The most poignant thing that I think was said was when he was like, "Well, I just flew around." Like, oh, wow. Just stick around, buddy. You're gonna find out that you can go around things that aren't globes.
Yeah, so we can unpack part of this right away. I mean, we don't have to. I mean, we don't have to be nitpicky, but just a general rhetorical question. The physics of the globe, they somewhere along the line became looking at things in the sky. And this is a real, talk about a leap.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't know why people don't just prepare beforehand. They have to wait until they're told to prepare in case something happens, even though stuff always happens. Like, why don't you just be prepared? Like, duh.
The best you can, anyway.
Wait, but I'm supposed to just do what the TV tells me.
Well, one of the things he did say when he came in here is he wasn't ready for this. Like he thought
I'm not.
He thought he
Yeah.
was just going to come in here and listen to like people. So, and what
I'm not talking about him either.
No, I'm telling you exactly what was said in the conversation.
Yeah.
So, and I know. Listen, with the psychology part about it, I know that he's going to get triggered. There's going to be some digs at me, and there was, and you heard it. Like,
Yeah, that was uncalled for.
Digs at us and so forth.
But he was taking what you're saying out of context and thought that you were being insulting when you were just being matter of fact, and so he responded to that. Like you were saying before, how they'll take on an offense even though there's no offense there. Like that's what happened. He was reacting to perceived.
Right. So
threat.
notice this, because it's hard to do this in a place like this where there's everybody that's got an open mic. So I'm trying to guide him in a specific direction. I can't get derailed from that. There's a process that has to happen with this guy. So he wants to take a conversation one way. My friends in here want to take a conversation one way, and it can't go another way. It has to go the direction that I'm going to lead him to it. So this is the most important part about this process. If we're going to lead him to the truth, then he has to realize that he can't say, let's talk about flat Earth first, even though everybody in here is chomping at the bit to get into that part. We can't negate the fact that he doesn't know what he doesn't know. Correct. And if he doesn't realize that, we're going to go into an argument in futility. You're not going to get anywhere. He's going to hand wave dismiss the thing that you're going to say and say, you're dumb, you're a flat earther, and you're going to get triggered and say, you're stupid, I want you banned. Instead of letting him ban himself, like if he wants to, he can escort himself out of here by being belligerent and not wanting to have the conversation. That's a great way for him not to be here. But for us to then be the reason why, that shouldn't be the reason. He should be the reason he leaves, not us.
I just wanted to bring up anything physics so that we can start cutting it down.
I fully understand that, but if he doesn't even get us there, because we need to hear his position. That's the most important. We need to flesh it out. Like if it's not fleshed out, then it's not. We're never going to get there.
Totally agree. Just waiting for him to say something. He's just like, all of a sudden, he doesn't know anything, and that's just weird.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. Like he's got to come up with the goods, So, meanwhile, he's doing his shopping. I think he's going to probably be a while. As a matter of fact, what I can do is, let me escort him out now. I can disconnect him, and then when he returns, he can rejoin. I just disconnected him. He can come back whenever he's ready.
Since he's just sitting there listening.
Yeah, he can come back whenever he's ready. But so, yeah, it's what it was. It's like, I've heard of some, and I don't mean to say it this way, but it kind of sounded like he's someone who has social issues because he doesn't know social cues. It's very difficult. He's always apologizing, and it's like, you don't have to say sorry, just don't do it. That's pretty simple, right? Saying sorry 1,000 times doesn't mean you're sorry. Not saying the thing over again, well, I understand that shows that you're sorry. It's like you don't have to keep saying sorry. I don't mean to be a troll. I don't want to do this. Like, well, don't do it.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to cough in the mic.
Exactly, Mickey. You watch how they move. You don't listen to what they say.
Yep.
I was going to say that if somebody keeps saying I'm sorry, but they keep doing the same thing over and over again, they're not apologizing to you because they feel sorry. They just want you to feel good and calm down so that they can keep on doing what they're doing to you.
Right. Yep. And so it's just like a young child that wants to take you in a direction and have you buy a toy or candy or something. And you say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. No, but I want this. And you don't give it. You just keep continuing to move forward with the conversation because of the fact it's so important that you can't detract. It's like if the process doesn't happen, man, this is not going to go anywhere good for anyone. So
Bro thought he was slick. You're not slick, bro.
Well, listen, and I think the ego and the pride that comes along with like thinking that you live on a globe, what happens is it becomes like super inflated, and you just want to be like in a position where you don't have any accountability whatsoever, but yet you want the person who's telling you to be the most held accountable, right?
Right.
The earth is flat. You need to demonstrate to me how the earth is flat. Go ahead and you tell me. I want to hear your perspective. You are the one saying, and it's like, no, sorry, that's not how this works. First of all, the people.
I guess he's done shopping because he made it back.
He's back? Oh, yeah, he's back. So let me see. I'll give you on a list 5 if you're here. Unmute your mic if you're ready to speak. If not, then we'll have you disconnect and then come back when you're ready. Okay, I'll help you out. When he's ready, he'll come back.
Like, Miggy, I think you might be right about some of those.
I was just getting my gas. Now I got to go into the store. But why kick me so I can't hear what y'all are talking about?
We have a live stream that's 24/7. You can listen to a
And
live.
I'm muted. I'm quiet. I just want to listen.
Oh, I don't care. But I'm just saying, like you said, you were wanting to leave, so I was just giving.
He's just helping you save battery life on your phone, bro.
No, I said I was going to the store. Why won't y'all allow people to listen?
Yeah, but your phone will die faster.
I'm not worried about my phone, man.
Yeah, but it's physics.
I'm worried about my headsets. Because it seems like those batteries they don't last very long, do they?
Yeah.
We're not when you're on Discord.
Well, Discord actually is a lot easier than like watching a video. So.
But it is still a battery hog because I'm using it now and I'm like, what is it?
I'm not. No, I swear my headset lasts forever when I'm on Discord. It just.
Do you not love the planet? Are you not trying to save the planet?
No, of course not.
Anyway.
But yeah, for that joke about me going to the store because the government told me that it's going to be cold. I need to buy stuff. No, I actually need water because last time it froze here, I couldn't flush the toilet, so I need to go get stuff.
It's a non-point.
That's why I was verifying that I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about like it's cold, and a lot of people have been mentioning, "Hey, I got to go to the store. I got to go." Like we're hearing it a lot lately, and it's like, yeah, people are mentioning that.
This
and then
parking lot is slammed, by the way. That's why it's taking me longer than normal. Sorry, guys.
It doesn't matter what outside. You go to the store because you need to go to the store. That's just it. All right, so just doesn't matter.
How dare you go to the store?
I don't even care. Go there. Come back.
I have to go to the store because it's going to freeze, and I need to make sure I have water to flush the toilet.
You're good.
Or you'll have to fight the damn crazies. Like you'll end up having a rush, and like you'll be all these people taking all the bread and eggs.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if anything, Rabbit's just giving you advice to go earlier because it's packed.
I can't find a parking spot. I'm not even bullshitting you. This parking lot is enormous.
I believe it, dude.
Anyway, so yeah, I apologize, and I'm not trying to hog up y'all's time. This fucking asshole took my spot.
Yeah.
Hey, all good.
I don't know.
I'm glad you have a container for that gas to put in.
I'd like to explain something to you. These guys are really cynical for a reason. There's a lot of trolls who come in and they'll play these LARP type things and act like they're sincere, and then all of a sudden they start dropping this complete and utter crap, time wasting garbage. So it's really hard to tell sometimes. But you seem legit and sincere, and so I'm going to trust you with that, and that's why I'm like giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, I like this guy. He seems cool. But I understand why they're saying what they say.
I'm driving, so like, what's your name?
I'm Aethergris. But I understand why they're saying what they say, because there are a lot of people who come and they'll just waste time saying all this crap, and then all of a sudden they're just dropping nonsense, and then boom, we boot them out because they wasted our time for an hour. You know what I'm saying, man?
Here's what goes on, though. I reserve my judgment for the mid-conversation to the end of it. Because mid-conversation or the end, I find out what your character is really like. And so I don't say that you're good or bad. I'll let you show me what you are. And that way I don't have to say what you are. You will show me by our conversation who you are.
And I respect that. I respect that. But also, you gotta realize I came in here and like I was immediately targeted.
I don't know what that means.
No,
But
you weren't.
So I'm on defense right away.
No.
We just wanted to say hello, man. It wasn't a target. Just new people joined.
Dude, it was like a 30-minute introduction.
Yeah, that's not targeting you. It's
And
just
it's
saying
like,
hello.
what do you know about basic physics and shit like that? It's like, okay,
you
hold
said
on.
basic physics. We just
I
hold you accountable to the
I'm-
things that you said. So no.
So I'm still asking this dude who's like interviewing me essentially, like what he knows,
dude?
and he won't answer any questions.
What dude spoke to you?
I don't know. I wasn't even paying attention.
I think he's talking about me.
Wow.
Yeah, that
You
guy.
weren't even paying
You
attention.
came in here to not pay attention.
I was listening to what he was saying. I wasn't paying attention to my screen because I'm on mobile right now. Sorry.
So what is anything that he said? The guy who was talking to you.
He was constantly interviewing my ass, dude. So anyway, I'm about to actually finally run into the store, and I can't look like a crazy person talking on his headset about flat Earth because people are gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy.
Okay, well, come back anytime, dude. We'll be here when you get back.
Don't kick me. Y'all can talk about me behind my back. I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Oh well, we can't talk behind you by your front. We have to talk behind you behind your back.
Why are you scared, man?
With refraction, you can speak to their face, but actually be talking to the back of their head. So
I'm getting some really like some vibes of this guy's like I don't know. It's kind of working me over my mind over like.
Hey, dude, let me talk to the cashier.
No, I don't know if the cashier should.
I mean, I can leave you guys. I can hot mic it if you want.
No,
don't worry. We got you, bro.
For that.
Like, say I can hot mic you in the store. So.
But I want to know who the guy you were talking to, who interviewed you, man. Like, who's the guy? Who is this guy?
About you?
I don't pay attention to anybody's names, man. When I'm on a mobile.
Man, but like, was he a nice guy or how was he? Like, tell me who this guy was.
He liked to talk a lot. He's nice though. He's a nice guy. He apparently knew his subject. He just like to talk over. He got mad if you talked over him.
He's pretty strange, isn't he?
No, he seemed like a regular nice guy. I don't have a problem with that. Dude.
Conspiracy theorist.
How come he knows about basic physics though? That's kind of weird.
Can't we all just be friends? What's wrong with you people?
Well, I don't know about that guy, but
I got her in the store for real because I finally found a parking spot.
All right, well, good luck, dude. We'll be here when you get back.
It's entertainment for me now, guys. I don't know. Like I've switched modes.
Yeah, I got. What happened?
I want to hear what the after store shtick sounds like.
I give people the chance, and then after at a certain point, I pull the plug. This one's already was like the life support machine was just keeping it alive, and I just went, yeah, go ahead, just disconnect it.
Just went flat.
Yeah.
I just got attacked. Well,
not gonna lie, if you get on Miggy's bad side, you know you done goofed up because Miggy's always going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Always.
Here's how you can kind of tell when they start developing ad homs, like it's like a malformed ad hom, but most likely, like what really happens is they start talking like as we are one mind, like you guys, like the defensiveness mixed with the you guys part. Like there's something really telling about that. So wait a minute, you guys are attacking me. You guys are attacking me. Like you guys started. You guys called me out. I'm being called out. Like that right there, I don't know how you can get past that.
Well,
I was just trying to be friendly and say hello, Miggy, right?
Here's a scary thought. I've been speaking to him the whole time. I'm the one that interviewed him, and I'm just saying, what guy are you talking about? I don't know, some guy, and I'm specifically the guy that actually interviewed him, and he's like, not knowing who I am, all of a sudden, like I'm somebody else. So it's weird.
All the sound the same, guys.
So I feel like there's a bit of like drugs intermixed with like maybe this person's like maybe he's on some kind of meds or something, and he doesn't know what he's doing at the moment, or there's some kind of disconnection to reality. And I just feel like this was not going to go in a good place for me if I take this gentleman to a logically consistent kind of a rational discussion. it won't go well. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna go.
But you know too much about basic physics, though, Miggy. That might be the problem.
Yeah, that I mean, and there was a dig on my education level, which is like I don't really care, to be honest, because the truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it, right? That's the only thing I'm looking at. So it doesn't matter. But the thing about what he's going on about, like, it sounds a bit like he's on meds. So I don't want to deal with that. It's like that, whatever trauma or whatever thing is going on. Like maybe that's something for someone else, but you guys are better than me because I'm not going to deal with that whole. It seems like a mental kind of like.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And then what are we into? Like what? Then what does it?
Well, he can go on listen mode. Basically, we can remove the VC verified and just give him listening pass.
Yeah.
But listen, if you guys want to take it up with him, and you guys want to go through it, then go ahead. I know I wrote it off because it's for me at this time, this current moment. It's not conducive. It's like a telephone, right? That keeps ringing. I'm just not going to answer it. Just going to let it ring.
Yeah, of course we want to hear what his globe proof is. I mean, that's
you guys. Yeah, have fun if you want. Like I've withdrawn.
It's kind of fascinating, actually, but
sweet, I can tear them apart then.
Yeah. By the way, let the hound slip loose or whatever.
Let's get him, Radwin.
We're gonna go for a helium balloon ride.
Some Ohio's boys.
Nothing on the plane.
Built different.
Oh wait, Gregory's here. Okay. We got. Well, he doesn't have a thesaurus, so he probably won't understand Gregory either. So, never mind. Just kidding, Gregory.
I know.
Hey, by the way, we had a little like falling over the whole pork thing. Don't worry about that stuff. And like, I meant to tell you before I left the other day, but, yeah, I know your position on that. You and like Whitsit and a few others in here.
Oh yeah, several days ago in the other server. Yeah, that's all right. I wasn't offended.
Yeah. Anyway, we have a character in here that you might want to. I don't know if you have time to stick around, but I've already withdrawn. So we were getting into the bit of like what he knows and what he doesn't know, and all of a sudden he had to go to the store, and so on and so forth. So he just ran out of time all of a sudden. So, but when he does return, I don't know if you want to, you or CB or Radwin or because I'm not gonna get involved at all. I'll just be listening in the background.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'm dropping a link in the chat. Guys, be sure to check this out. So, a movie I grew up on called The Extremely Goofy Movies. Anytime Gregory enters the VC, this is the vibe, man. This is the vibe.
He's like one of those like late night DJs. This is Gregory with the Love Hour. We'd like to send a shout out to a special someone out there listening to the Flat Earth Record. We got something very special for you tonight, guys. We have a few globe proponents in here. They want to spin up some love tunes for the globe, but we have to break their hearts tonight.
One already didn't pass muster. There's one that already didn't pass muster. Didn't pass the Miggy litmus test.
What's even your avatar in that? You probably have to look for somebody that has that personality, Gregory. Oh.
Hey, let's grab a table. I'll grab the Java.
What?
You look like that smooth and it's just throughout the night.
Life is like a line.
Is like a line. It's hard to take. Sweet.
What's that clip about?
Listen.
Quiet. Speechless like a mime. Bold and noisy like a crime. Don't you dare waste my time, because life can stop all the time.
I feel like we're all in a jazz club when Gregory's around. Got the bongos out.
Snapping your fingers, like when he says something.
Life is like a lime.
Imagine performing those lines in the studio.
We need a little background jazz music playing. Hold on a second.
That was my childhood right there. I watched that movie probably
We need a little bit of this now.
That's
3,959 times. Go ahead, Mickey.
What category is that the clip you play is like a poetic, like spoken word, or what do you categorize that as?
Yeah, that's how they categorize it as spoken word.
Spoken word. I was gonna tell you, Gregory. There's one you got to hear. The spoken word I've heard from Adam and Eve. Like this lady does it, man. She like, as like I was blown away when I heard it. Let me go look it up and see if I can find it.
What were y'all talking about earlier with this other person you were telling me about just now?
Oh, basic physics.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that's just incredibly vague. Don't you just love that? But
Absolutely. You know, nothing like not disambiguating a message.
yeah, or just going around things, you know. Because I went around. Shoot, we did laps around Tim Pryor last night, but that doesn't make the Earth a globe. So
I took the dogs for a walk around the block. It goes down the street, up the path into my backyard.
yeah, so guess you don't need a globe to go around something.
And he didn't like that.
So just imagine though, if I said like, "Oh, I was driving, and that's how I proved it was flat." Like you'd be like, "Well, no, you're just driving." Okay, well then, what about flying? I was just flying, and then I proved it was flat. Well, that doesn't prove it was flat. So driving and flying or traveling doesn't prove anything.
Hey, so if I put a link up, can somebody play it? And mute the bot or mute the live stream just for play. It's spoken word, but it's not that long. have that same respect for the next person, and not, you know, take a dig on them or like just attack the character, because then that starts going in a bad way. You know what I'm saying? Does that matter to you guys?
Yes.
And it's difficult to moderate a forum like this, but at the same time, yeah, there does need to be a stopping point. I agree with like what everybody said here. It all makes sense. So, in the spirit of just moving along, we can just probably go back to the conversation we're having.
Can I say one thing? I kind of jumped in at a bad time here, but I just wanted to say that I thought long and hard about our conversation yesterday.
Okay.
And I came to the conclusion that I think I'm going to be more present with myself and nature. And I think that I'm going to do a digital detox for a while to collect myself. And I just wanted to say thanks to all the conversations. Thanks to the people with all the conversations I've had on the Discord. It was entertaining and interesting. But I think I'm going to leave and officially leave this time. And I'm not too sure if I'll be back.
Now that's what this is all about.
CB with your sound clips. Yeah, no, that's fine, Temple. Do what you got to do, man. Take a break, talks. Everybody goes through those moments, right? Take a sabbatical. If you know, rest in your laurels, as it were, and then if you want to come back, come back. You know, if not, then don't.
All right, that's all I wanted to say. Cheers, guys.
All right, have a good one, man.
Dude, take care. Let us know when the Earth starts moving.
Maybe he found a Globe Earth server.
No, I don't think so. I think he just,
You flat smack him so hard, he's gonna go off the grid, Miggy.
Off the grid. That's a new one, huh? I'll smack you off.
He realized he's wrong, and he just is dumbfounded at this point.
I'll flat smack you so hard, I'll smack you off the grid. The freaking. That's a hard flat smack, dude. That's a Chris Tucker and Ice Cube kind of like, damn.
That's what it's all about here, folks. See?
You flat smacked him back to pre-internet times.
Yeah, he made him go Amish up in this piece.
Medieval on his ass.
You might look at water a little differently. I think that's what's going to happen.
Well, I mean, just like if he's trying to get back to whatever, like.
Yeah.
The interesting part about this, you know, psychologically speaking, is why do you got to come into a room and announce it? Why don't you just do it?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's some weird shit there.
Well,
you just delete your account and never come back.
Here's an on-point summation of what occurred. After a conversation yesterday on the 24/7 Discord server, Miggy has made somebody quit the internet the following day. Back to you, Miggy.
On the list, are you ready to get going here so we can move on with your LARP?
Not really. I'm still studying you guys.
He's hearing words in mountains and shit.
Have you never had an actual
studying us?
Yeah, I'm studying you guys. Have you never had like an actual spiritual moment?
Have you?
Yeah, when I learned the Earth was flat. Yeah.
No, on this live, I've you know what? Like, it's bad when I withdraw, but I withdrew with you. So, I mean, right now,
that's cool, bro. I still love you, though. I respect you.
I don't know what that means, but anyway.
Hold on a second. I think
what does that
let's
not
take
mean?
the idea here for a minute that you're here for the topic of conversation versus the people. Because I'm going to tell you, if you're here for the people, there's 8 billion people that you can study as well, that all have different opinions. But if you're actually conversation, the conversation topic, right, which is the observations, perhaps that will better lend yourself to your time. What do you think about that?
I came to listen to a conversation and then got sucked into it, and then I was made the mark of the conversation, and I was just trying to learn.
Who was talking to you, man? I'm interested to know who the guy was. What was his name?
I said I'm mobile. I wasn't paying attention to who was talking to me. I was just he just kept going.
A random guy, huh?
That's weird.
Yeah, because
So
I'm
the
supposed to like
question-
keep your social order in my head with the first time I joined the server. Like, I don't know.
Weird.
No, but
That's kinda
here's the thing. You've engaged in what we consider the council. We don't allow just anybody to walk up into this place without us finding out a little bit about you as well. So my question to you
really
is, my
cool.
friend, hold on a second. You're not going to cut me off right now because I just started talking to you. So my question for you right now at this point is, what in your five senses tells you that you are in fact A, moving, B, spinning, or C, on a curved surface?
Sorry, did not mean to interrupt you. Funny.
Okay, just answer then.
I wanted to answer the question. I didn't want to answer that question. I wanted to answer the previous point.
Why don't you want to answer that question?
Because I know you guys are very well practiced in your arguments, and I'm
not
not into it. All I wanted to do is come in and
ask you. Yet again, as earlier, because I've been listening to you for a while, you're stating, I'm asking you to please answer my questions. What of your senses tells you that you are any of those above things? Please, Sonny, please give me a moment.
All right, I'll just throw something out. How about that? So if you evolved on this planet, why would your senses constantly tell you you're evolving on a planet?
Okay, so you believe evolution then, is that correct?
Yes, I do believe in evolution. But
that's fine, I withdraw. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you.
I withdrew a long time ago, but yeah. I'll let everybody
Oh no, but that's the point, is to find out where.
But I can believe in God, and then like you also don't believe in evolution.
No, that's not. Now I'm going to walk on you, because at this point in time, knowing that you believe in evolution, there's a whole lot more stuff that you've got to figure out for your own self before you.
Yeah, and that's why I came here to listen.
Yeah, you can figure out the evolution story from somebody else. That's the point, right? Because you're here among people who believe in creation. So if we believe in creation, right, your idea of the evolution theory, right, believes that you're able to keep gases in place by magic. There's an invisible magic force that keeps your gases in place. And that, my friend, is unfortunate for you to understand from a physical standpoint. It's impossible. You need containment from mediums. This is the problem. So just from a physical standpoint, you're dead in the water. Do you understand that?
No, I appreciate that you telling me that. It's like, this is why I came here. I came to listen rather than being grilled. But all right, cool.
Okay,
so gravity. Are you guys electric universe people?
But you understand that mediums require containment, do you not? That's the first.
I understand that. I understand that. You guys are like I said, y'all are way more well versed.
Don't be scared.
I came here to listen.
Listen, my friend, it's not a question of being well versed. I'm going to insert myself and say that when my tires go flat in my wheelchair, I know that I have to grab my air tire pressure pump from the closet, and I need to put more air, which is a medium, into the containment unit, which is the tire, so that I can roll effectively, right? So this is my point in knowing that mediums require containment. So once you understand that principle, right, then you can venture forward in studying the people that you're attempting to study.
All right, so give me a high-level explanation of what you think the universe is.
I just did. It's contained.
No, I'm talking like you think
I just did. No. Here's the thing. I gave you a high enough level of an explanation as to what it is, so that you can understand. Hey, hold on, you're not going to.
We need moderation.
Tell you, you need a closed system. This is my point, my friend. Closed. Go ahead.
All right, so he's going to continue to do the thing, reverse the burden of proof on us always. It's the old playbook these days, right? Plus, he's not here to listen. He's always.
I am. I promise.
Before.
No, you're not.
You're not. So before
I came here to listen.
Well, no, but then you would be listening instead of speaking when other people are speaking. So go ahead.
You interrupted Kiwi like 3 or 4 times. We all heard you. You can't say you're listening when you're doing the opposite of listening. You're starting to irritate me now, and you're gonna run me out of my patience, and then you're gonna find yourself banned out of here. So the thing to do, right, when someone is speaking, is to clamp up, and that's all you got to do. You don't have to talk. You just listen. You don't have to say, I'm listening in the middle of somebody speaking to tell them that you're listening, and you're not listening. You're actually cutting someone off just to tell them you're doing the thing that you're not doing.
Does that make sense? Probably not. So what you got to do if you're going to keep continuing to be in here is to listen and not speak, and then rebuttal when the person is done talking. So now that that's been said, because we've gone over this many times, and you don't have to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. We don't need to hear that 100 times. You don't need to say that. Just don't do it again. That's it. Now, moving forward, like I said before, we're not going to give you anything that you want, electric universe, cosmology from Flat Earth, because all that's going to do is gas you up. Okay, you just told me about your cosmology. How does this work? How do doorknobs work on a flat Earth? We're not going to do that whole spiel. What we're going to do is reveal to you, sir, that you have no knowledge of anything about the lore or the globe that you're speaking of. And then we can start talking about things of flat Earth until you start to let everyone know who's listening that you don't know anything about the globe. And then precisely, because you said before, nobody knew this, that's not in here, that's in here right now, that came late, that you told us well, how do we know the Earth's a globe? Well, physics. All you got to do is look up. That's what you said to us earlier. And now we're pointing out to you, we had the conversation about physics, which you didn't want to have because you were going to the store. And now you're back. So if anybody wants to talk to you about what you know about physics, then we'll start to figure out what you don't know. Exposing that, we can move forward to tell you about the flat Earth. But we're not going to do that with your entertainment of what we think the Earth is, just so that you can go, ha ha ha, I don't believe that. I think the Earth is a globe. And then just like Lucy takes away the football from Charlie Brown, we're going to go ahead and try to kick the ball. We're not going to do that old playbook. That's your old globish playbook. We're going to go by the new way, which is you telling us what you don't know, exposing that, and then moving forward. How does that strike you?
Is it my turn now? I don't want to interrupt.
Absolutely. Now, what do you have to say what I just said?
I actually have a question. So other people interrupted me. I'm not getting interrupted right now. Okay.
One thing you gotta do is answer what I said.
Because I'm getting interrupted.
I'm gonna count to 5, and then you're immediately gone for good. And every stock account that you have will be banned as well, because I'll listen to your voice. I know you're using a voice changer, and I'll listen to that. You will be banned.
I'm not using a voice changer.
Respond to what I said. Now,
I'm not using a voice changer.
I'm counting down from 5, and it's gonna get real redundant.
All right, bro. All right, it was nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna get banned now.
Have a nice one. Off you go. Take care. Bye bye.
I love you guys. Real.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm good.
Oh, you're just two-faced.
Bye.
All of this,
save us the pain.
Bickering, quibbling about the question: is the Earth's surface curved or not?
Yeah. So he was not able to even get to basic kind of conversational tools that are used in normal communications. Wasn't able to utilize those things you would normally think of as communicating.
Tony, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just trying to ask questions.
In the middle of your sentence, you would say that.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah. When you finish, are you done?
Are you done?
I hate when they say that. I hate it.
You haven't been listening.
Being paused? Yeah, that's your cue, guy. That's me being done.
The space, jump in. Okay, did you onboard anything I just said? Yeah, I said onboarding. You stop, look at it, and you're like, ooh, this is good. Let me put this on my evidence board. Ooh, this is good. Let me put this on my evidence board. This is what you do in conversation with people. You take things, you consider them. This is what we do. Engage you in practical thinking. Apply the observations so that you can stay grounded in objective-based reality. There ain't no theoretical bullshit. 99.99999% shit happens.
And I don't even waste time with that.
Well,
telling them how to have a decent conversation, because who I'm talking to is someone who is at least 18 years old, and they've been around on the Earth long enough to be socialized in society and have a decent conversation so as to maintain the basic operations of human civilization. And when they behave like that, I don't waste my breath telling them, well, you should do this in conversation, you should do this in conversation, when it's like just basic. You speak, I don't speak, I listen. You stop speaking, I start speaking, you stop speaking, you listen. And we don't talk through one another. I don't need to coach them with that. I just stop engaging with them about that subject matter, rebuke them for their insolence and impudence, and move on.
Hey, I have a question for Morvis. Morvis, was that PD? Because it sounded like similar to like what he said. Because I'm thinking that guy is like, he's been a stock account troll. I mean, he's been lost Morvis.
I'm an expert at recognizing that guy's voice. That was not the same person.
Was that him, Morvis?
But he had a voice changer. It didn't sound like him normally, but that he just joined today. I see he was just verified today, but there was no messages. But he said he knows that we are well. How do you know anything if you just joined today? You know that dude was here. I saw it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Perhaps he listened earlier.
They got the low. I mean, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel. If there's somebody's pulling these people out to represent, holy mackerel!
Yeah, he was a definite like move to ban for sure. Because of the fact that what he was gonna do was spin everybody's wheels. And you said electric. Do you guys believe in electric universe? I'm gonna talk to you about something like that, man. Someone who interrupts. We're not gonna do that. So if you're not here to listen, then off you go.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey, there's no point because you have a lot of nice things to say, and you're going to say it in a package deal. So if he's not going to even respond to anything you said and just go, "Are you done?" All right, I'll just say something completely incoherent. What's the point?
Yo, he didn't even know who he was talking to. I'm who did you mean? It was like the other guy that was interviewing me.
Kept talking.
He's like, the other guy who was interviewing me. I was like, that was me. I did it, and I did it to him like 3 times already. I was like, who are you talking about? I don't know, some guy. And he was like, I was the one speaking to him.
What?
Yeah, he said right away. He was like, "Oh, you sound kind of culty." I was like, "Well, was it the length of the speech or the content of the speech?" It sounds like you didn't even hear what he said.
Yeah.
No wonder. I mean, that would make you think there's some drugs involved here or something.
Yeah. If you stick your fingers in your ears and hear wah 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 wah, like what do you?
Even look, if now I don't know what's scarier, that he does know it was you and was just lying about it to that extent, or he really didn't know it was the same.
I felt like it was.
I don't know what's worse, man.
That's what I said. I felt like it was real. Like maybe I was like, dude must be on some kind of meds or something because he doesn't know who he's talking to on Discord. He's like, I don't know.
I think he was being sarcastic because you were talking about your bachelor, your BSc, and whatnot, your prior education. So, yeah, I think this man was just somebody who loved to. I think the word is it is obfuscate, right? Where you can just sleep continuously and constantly, like it's basically in essence, I believe it would be death by 1,000 slits or 100 slits or whatever, right? Because he's just constantly trying to slice you in order to get that reaction out of you, trolling aspect, if you will.
Which is not an unjustified approach in and of itself, but the unjustification, I should rather say the unjustified approach is to be so insolent and quarrelsome in the dialogue. You know, because I could debate Miggy and I want to refute him. I want to say every argument that I want to say to him, but I don't interrupt him. I listen to him thoroughly, right? I can do that and still have the attitude and the intention to refute everything he's saying. Yeah. But when I take the approach of, I'm going to keep talking to him, I'm going to keep strawmanning him, I'm going to keep doing all this ridiculous, annoying, fallacious stuff, that's where it becomes unjustified.
Oh, and then he was interrupting every sentence to say he's sorry, or I don't want to be a troll. I'm not here to troll. I'm here to listen. It's like, and the thing is, okay, so like I don't want to clarify a point with the people that come here that say that. What are they going to listen to if we're not speaking to them about what they know or don't know. Like, obviously, if it's just us in here, we're gonna have a nice little chitter chatter about what the weather's like, what's going on with just current events. Like, we could talk about many different things, but if we're not gonna get to the crux of why they came here, we're never gonna know what they want to know. And that's why it's like new people. I suddenly came in and I was being attacked. That's his word. I was attacked. I was like, how are you? When someone speaks to you, like if they say, and you're at the grocery store, hey, how you doing? Why are you attacking me? Like, what?
Yeah.
People don't really are.
So the idea for a minute is membership, if you will, right? Or a belonging at the table, if you will. Because again, we have a conversation, a coffee shop, whatever. We have a bunch of people sitting down chatting, and then you just have a random stranger who walks up, sits down, and just starts listening to you. Well, you're going to look at them and be like, hey, so where are you from? Welcome to the coffee shop, whatever it is. What do you know about it? You're going to get to know them as well. So the idea of earning your place at the table, if you will, just getting to know you, as you politely always state, I don't see how somebody flips that and takes that as being attacked. That's so unfortunate.
The depravity of man is on full display once again. Someone comes into a strange place, someone comes into someone else's area, someone else's jurisdiction, and thinks that they're just going to arbitrarily and immediately and instantaneously establish themselves as the one sitting on the highest seat and will scornfully scrutinize everyone else. Everyone's going to be subject to their supervision and their scrutiny. No.
Yeah, so what it was just like a misrepresentation of what and this victim status was actually being portrayed. This is another playbook. It's a tactical playbook, a victim status. So victim status gets played in like, why are you guys being mean to me? Why are you attacking me? Why are you saying things to me? Are you mean to me? Like they say these things over voice so that it can be heard by somebody who might be empathetic to their cause, so that the person hearing like, let the man speak, let him talk. Why are you shutting him up? Why are you being rude? Are you rude? Like, and so the projection happens when the victim status starts to be upheld by the person. I'm just a nice guy. I just want to. I'm like, you know what? How I know? I'm not going to say you're a nice guy. By our conversation, I'll get to know you. And I'll be able to say that you're a nice guy, not by you saying it arbitrarily and saying, I'm a nice guy. I don't know you from Adam, dude. So I don't know how you are. But I guess what? When we have a conversation, I'm going to find out.
And when these things happen, you cannot help but discuss the question of human nature. People get annoyed with persons like me always trying to tie it back to these questions. I do not care. We keep talking about it. And so that provokes the valid question, why do humans do this at all? Why is it not the case that humans just communicate with no trouble at all?
There's a lot of conditioning involved there, Gregory. And the conditioning happens with the agendas that get pushed on us and what sides to take and what emotional state to be in and how to feel about certain things. And like we get hammered with all these agendas and there's no buffer, man, whatsoever. There's nobody to tell us, like there's not a person next to us going like, okay, that's a logical fallacy. Don't listen to this. Or this is great. You can listen to this. Or, because we have to be the only voice of reason in our own heads to be able to have a guiding light for what is right and what is wrong. In order to do that, we have to understand what truth is so that can be the foundation for what is right and what is wrong. If we don't know that, then we're just like a leaf in the wind. We're thinking that whatever we feel emotionally is the correct thing. And that's where things fall apart. So when we start to think just by our emotional state, we can dictate what right and wrong is, then we're going to fall into the status of like being able to just arbitrarily say what is right subjectively. Well, I think this is good because I think that feels good. Well, that feels good to you, but to the next guy, I don't. So I
just said that earlier, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like I'm
co-signing you. I'm co-signing you. Yeah.
In the face of like a subjective truth. A subjective truth is something that you arbitrarily say is true by your own reasoning. It has nothing to deal with it being self-evident or it being done by a third party perspective. So
Right, it's not objective and consistent and immutable. If someone appeals to their feelings, their emotions, those change. And so the standard change. And so the standard is now incoherent.
Yeah, so
and now there is no standard.
So I'm addressing because like this is usually the way it goes, because we always talk about this with the Globers, right? You always get in your feelings, Globers. All this, you come into the globalist mindset. It's to always feel, well, I feel this way about you guys, flat, whatever the case is, right? There's always feelings involved. And we always say that, don't we? Like, why are you getting in your feelings, man? Like, because it's apparent, because it's an emotional paradigm shift where from one realization of knowing that the earth is, what they say it is. And then from it being like, oh, we just burst your bubble because now it's not that, and you have to face the facts. And so you're in a disarray, which puts you in a bad mood, right? It's like, oh, so you guys are saying the earth is flat because water doesn't bend around the curve of the earth, whatever. And then when that starts to hit, it starts to become rubbing somebody the wrong way, as in they're not intellectuals no more. They're just some like randos who don't know anything. And so they start to feel kind of discombobulated is the term, I think, from reality, which in and of itself is like the correct and apt term to use because of the fact that people don't associate reality with what we say in here. And I always pull it back to that. So it's not subjective, man. This is not your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. This is objective reality that we're talking about. The shape of the earth is not something to feel emotional about. It doesn't have, it's just the truth. Whether I feel one day I wake up in the morning and say, I don't want earth to be flat, man. I just want it to be a globe. It doesn't matter how I feel, because it's still going to be what it is. No matter what I feel, emotional states aren't going to change the fact that truth is the truth, objectively. However, I can feel a way about it. There's nothing saying that I can't. So I can feel angry every single day, waking up knowing that the whole world's against me and the earth is flat and I have to speak about the truth or whatever the case is. Like that, using that as an example, emotions aren't going to change the fact that the objective reality is what it is. It's just the fact that people have to realize either they get with the program or they stay in cognitive dissonance for the rest of their day. That's the only other, and that's the true dichotomy, right? Either you admit that you understand truth or you reject it wholeheartedly and say, that's not the truth. I have my own truth. And my own truth is I feel I'm angry because the earth is, not a globe or it is a globe or whatever. It doesn't change the fact that objective reality is not malleable. It's going to be what it is. And just people have to deal with it. And so we're dealing with like the emotional state of people in here. And,
we see the emotional dimension of this controversy all too often. It's patent. It's unmistakable. You cannot unsee it. And so that provokes a question. The question is, why is it that this subject matter, the question of the shape of the earth, the flatness and or sphericity of the surface of the earth, and whatever other cosmological questions, why is there such an intense emotional disturbance depending on which answer is given in answer to the question? I submit it is because we know we have the ability to detect the profound significance of cosmological truths and their implications.
Yep, that's more along the lines of what I was going to say, Gregory. Because you know that it's true, yet there's denial of the truth, which is like the fantasy realm side of it, where you're in love with the lore. You're in love with what people say about the globe Earth, that you're going to be traveling the stars and all kinds of stuff, right? So that's the other thing that it brings, is like you're taking away Santa Claus. And I hate that analogy, but yeah, we use it. So you're taking away the thing that they thought was real, and because it's not, and then you're showing them, no, that's not true. There's no such thing as this. And so when you're doing that, you're ripping away something that they put a lot of stock into. So they were invested emotionally into like the tear-jerking moments when they're watching like a space shuttle fly up in the air and it's going into space, and they're so invested into the idea of like the advancement of human technology and like what we can do as people, and we can do this ourselves, guys. We don't need any help. Like we're just random accidents that the cosmos just burped up, and look at where we're at now. We're doing great things, and like they're tied into it, and that just brings about
Right.
the whole.
More specifically, along the lines of what you're saying, what we are challenging, or what in any dialogue between anyone, person A, person B, person A, and person B is challenging person A. What person B is challenging in person A's position is not only what they believe to be the case, but they prefer it to be the case. They delight in it. Now, person B is challenging that and refuting that. Now, what person A prefers and delights in is now being attacked as being false and unjust and ought not be preferred and delighted in.
Listen, man, they defend it with such how can I? Well, there's a lot of technical words we can use here. Fervor is a great word. They defend it with such fervor. I like that. Thank you. So they defend it with such fervor that it seems like
fervence. Yeah.
If you continue down that path, you're gonna wind up just going into a whole emotional spiral, and you're gonna have to deal with more of the emotional state versus because like I always say it's psychological. It really is, but you're gonna be dealing with the emotional state versus the state of like having them to reconcile what truth is. So they're not gonna realize that point because they're in their feelings, and that's however they feel. That's whatever they you can't prevent the outcome of that, because as tactful as you want to be, right? Because you can be a tactician about this and as gentle as you want, it will still be that there will be a paradigm shift no matter what. It's like, doesn't matter how gentle you put it, the truth is it's going to be a paradigm shift. It's just, it will be, because listen, when you say to somebody, I'm going to tell you the truth, the thing that precedes that is not going to be something that's gentle and nice and somebody wants to hear. When you tell anyone about the truth, you say, I'm going to tell you the truth. They brace themselves like, uh-oh, here it comes. Because they know what's coming. It's the truth. And the truth
depending on the context of the conversation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the truth isn't something you fling your doors open and say, hey, come on in, truth. I've been waiting for you. Not unless you actually really want to know truth, but other than that, you don't expect for the truth to walk in and hug you and say, oh, everything's going to be great. No, the truth is going to reveal the ugliness of what you've been understanding this whole time. So it's going to reveal your ego, your pride. It's going to reveal what you don't know. And so it's going to do all these things, and you don't want that. You'd rather stick to just the lore that you've been looking at when it comes to the globe, and that makes it easier because it's comfortable, right? And we got scientists, and they know the experts. I'm not a scientist, so the burden of proof shifts, and the accountability shifts off of you. And it's those guys. Deal with Neil deGrasse Tyson and deal with those guys. Like you're talking to me, man. I don't know anything, and you're like, you critically thinking person. You can know things. For you to say that you can't know anything puts you in a disadvantage. Means that whatever we talk about, you're just going to take this stance. And good luck to you for knowing things. And I could even say, like, so far as to say, when you start talking to me, you don't even know what you're saying. I can say that with all assurance because you're not sure about anything. That's amazing. And it's a revelation, really, because people aren't really thinking about it. That's strange, right? Because if somebody says they're not really sure and they don't know, well, just think about this. Any other conversation you have, what can they be sure of? Well, I can be sure that my shoes are Nikes. How do you know that? Like, you're going to get into all that kind of thing. It's a mess, right? It's a real mess. So
it's epistemologically self-destructive.
Well, when we're dealing with objective reality, it's not going to work well for the person who's speaking truth over somebody who rejects the notion of objective truth. It's going to be difficult. Your task, or at least I should say, if you dare decide to take that task on, and if the person is one of those hard cases, I think it's going to be even that much more harder for you to kind of break through that barrier. Because I'm telling you, my friends, when it comes to the point that they've already made up their minds that their subjective truth it trumps anything that they could think of in objective, they're going to say, well, That's what you think, right? At the end of all of that, that's your truth. That's what you believe.
I
And
hate
you're like,
that retort. I hate it
and
so
it is.
much.
It's
I
the
never
easiest.
say that. I can say this to God's honest truth. I never say that as an objection against what the other opponent is saying. I never just blurt out, well, that's what you think, and then never give an argument to justify my position or give an argument to refute theirs. Me acknowledging the fact that, if I'm debating you, Miggy, me acknowledging the fact that you believe what you say you claim to know, Miggy, is no refutation against you.
No, this is the way of
It's so
what
simple.
we're discussing. Like, I guess you could say the logical inconsistencies of having people come onto this forum and then take a position. Of course, we know that it's ignorance, but take a position with the globe and say that, oh, we know some things because we've been to space, and it's a very arrogant kind of a position, right? Because then that's what we're dealing with in here. And God bless the people that are trying to like look at the person and say, I just want to give you that old college try, want to really give you that chance. But if we don't know that they don't know, then that chance I'm going to give them is just going to go by the wayside, man. It's really just not going to be. I like talking about it because it seems like the more we're engaged with this point, the better it is we handle the next guy comes in here that tries to spin our wheels. Like, and I don't have to be here listening to the conversation because I know you guys are well equipped. The thing is, there's certain cues that they give off, right? Like with this character that was in here, there's certain cues, and CB picked up on him right away. He's got a really good troll radar. So I mean,
like I said earlier, I totally agree with you,
appreciate
Mickey.
that,
It's a necessary discussion. When we talk about this controversy and anything that is fundamental and philosophical and profoundly has profound implications and ramifications, human nature is on full display again. And we have to take that into account in our approach, in our understanding of them, and in our communication of the arguments that we want to say in defense of our position. Like, we're talking to a thing. What thing? A human. What's a human? And go through all the items, the attributes of human nature that constitute a human.
Well, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gregory. I'll tell you what. It's not that they have a different idea about truth, and I think maybe that's probably how it gets labeled when they come in here. Well, they have a different idea about truth. No, they don't know truth at all. They're ignorant to truth. It's not that they're having maybe just a slight difference from what we think. No, they have a completely, entirely different understanding of what they think the earth is. So their truth is not truth. It's
right. You're highlighting a fundamental presuppositional difference in their worldview. Everyone has a worldview. They also have one. And one of their fundamental views of the world is the nature of the cosmos and its structure and its properties and its function and its purpose, etc. And so when you're talking to someone who has a fundamentally, vastly disparate worldview from yours, it's going to affect the dialogue.
Yeah.
You have to take that into account. We cannot sit up here and be intellectually lazy. It's this intellectual laziness and refusing to consider the answers to these questions concerning human nature and logic and ethics, how we ought to behave, including how we ought to speak, including how we ought to go about the debate, that the approach is subadequate very frequently in these rooms.
All right. We have to, it's always about becoming better every day. I'm always saying that because it's important for all of us. I mean, I don't think everybody's just going to get it right offhand, how to get this down. And the logical inconsistencies, I think that is one of the best places to start, is to look up logical fallacies and then just go through them and kind of see what they mean and represent, and then be able to like hear when somebody's displaying one, and then you're just like, oh, this guy just committed affirming the consequence. Let me just talk about why this is not good to do. And so you guys, can do that. Other than that, like there's other ways. Once you start getting into the debates more, or the conversation, you start to understand like, oh, I know now what to do in this occasion. It's like the one that CB was in with Odin that came in here. And of course, CB logically consistent, telling them that, the claim is that the Earth is 70% water, And, and with that, and he didn't get through his sentence because he got, rudely interrupted by Dean saying, "Oh, so you're saying that you're claiming the Earth is 70% water? Where'd you get those numbers? How do you know that? You got to tell me right now." And he didn't let CB explain to him because now he's shifting the burden of proof. It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So because of the fact that he's an obfuscator and he's good at he's a tactician. That's all he's good at. He's not really a smart guy anyway, but he's good at debating and stuff. So he tried to do that to him, and it was the old 32 Skadoos or the 32 or 23 Skadoos or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. That's their that's their playbook. These obfuscators, they're not tacticians. Well, they're on their road to be one because the gentleman who was in here earlier, he didn't know his head from a pipe wrench. He doesn't know things, and he's just trying to be an obfuscator, but he fails miserably at trying to be one of those. So there's those that want to just full on reject, like Dean, and he doesn't care what he does as long as he is just a disruptor, somebody who says what he wants, and there's no truth in that guy. And so
people need to appreciate how profoundly wicked and depraved and reprobate a sophist is.
Oh man!
Imagine thinking that way.
Well, I mean, this is the case, and like I said, it's always the emotional state that we deal with, because depending on the person and what they're feeling during the day, and they want to come in here and they're like, well, "I just want to listen to you guys," and you're like, "Oh, well, since you're here, we want to talk to you."
That's a strange way to listen when you keep talking through the persons you're trying to listen to.
I was just gonna say that's usually the case, and they're like, "Well, I'm sorry, I apologize." Yeah, you could just not do it again. You don't have to keep saying the guy was apologetic for 20, 30 minutes. It's we don't have to keep hearing you say you're sorry. It's like when a kid does something wrong. I'm sorry. It's like you weren't sorry.
I say this in a very technical, accurate sense. What you just described, that is foolish babbling. It's just senseless babbling. There's no sense in it. It does not make sense, and you're just continuing to speak words.
Yeah.
When supposedly your intention is to not speak the words and listen.
Yeah, so we have some people in here. I guess it's always great to speak with you, Gregory. I think even if we have our differences and we do have maybe some things that we can talk about in that way, but I think that overall there's a lot of ability to be able to reason with somebody who can at least hear you out at some point, and you can have a retort that doesn't sound like, "Well, that's your truth." Because you're tired of that sometimes, man. Because you're in here, and that's the old playbook that people use. Well, that's what you think. That's what you guys believe. And they're no, it's not a belief, man. We're not.
It's not a mere belief. The fact that I believe in my argument, there's no refutation. It's not an argument, and let alone a refutation against me.
We're not in here playing patty cake, man, and just spinning wheels and having fun playing video games and doing stuff like that. We're talking about the disconnect from the fundamental understanding of what the actual Earth is versus what it's not. And it's more apparent to us, every time we're in here talking about it, that this place is very special. It was designed. It was actually created. And we can all, with all assurance, stand behind this. So it's not going to be something that the globalists would have you think, right? It was just burped into existence by, a mere accident. Well, obviously, the right conditions were happening, and it just rained and rained on the rocks over billions of years. It's that's the stupidest thing anybody could ever say. I mean, really.
And there's another difference also that should be mentioned. Some persons fix their mouth to insist against other persons. Stop talking about the subject matter. We don't want to hear that subject matter. But the person who is having that said to them is willing to listen thoroughly to the entirety of what the other person is saying and rationally engage them in a cordial dialogue.
That's crazy, man. Dealing with a whole bunch of stuff in here.
I'll just be more specific to make the point. Some persons are in the habit of telling me, stop talking about a subject matter A, B, C, D, whatever, what have you. when they start talking about the same subject matter, arguing a different perspective, a different position than mine, I don't say that to them. I listen to them and I argue with them cordially.
Well, this forum was supposed to be designed this way, Gregory. That's the reason why I mentioned it earlier when you and Glatt were talking. So it's not fun sometimes to hear people that we know, having a disagreement. It's not, and I get it. It makes sense to me too. But at the same time, we have to be able to allow that to a certain extent, and then be able to say, okay, let's retract and let's get back on focus, what we're going to be discussing or whatever. But if that doesn't have, we're not people anymore. Like, we're taking that away. Like, if you're not able to disagree with somebody and say, that's how you feel, this is what we're getting into. So, you know what I mean? On certain subjects, so long as it doesn't go into like, I don't know, let me see if there's some really topics you can't speak of, like the things that will deplatform us, that kind of stuff. But, we have to be kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like that, there needs to be some kind of cognitive, like, understanding about that too.
Kiri, you trying to say something?
Shit. Bruh. I didn't realize it was hot.
You're hot, Mikey?
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
In addition with what you just said, Mickey.
Yeah.
Mickey, say what you just said again. The last point you were making.
No, I'm just talking about people in here that we have to have the ability to speak to each other and sometimes disagree with each other. And
yes,
be able to
I remember now.
But yeah, go ahead.
In addition with that, when persons like that say that and then just bigotedly cross out these other subject matters that are worthy and justified and even necessary to be discussed, that is carte blanche hypocrisy. Because the same person's claimed to be open-minded, open to everything, but then when subject matter A is mentioned, whatever would have you, just nope, shut up.
Mm-hmm.
That's hypocrisy. If it's not okay for the tyrants, if it's not okay for NASA, if it's not okay for the politicians and the tyrant bankers and the fractional reserve banking schemes and all this other stuff here, it's not okay for you. If it's not okay for the globalists, it's not okay for you.
I think, who is it? I think Lou was saying this. Lou, if you're in here, you were saying this before. You were saying, like, man, it sucks that we can't talk about certain topics in here because we get like fear of being deplatformed and stuff. And it's like the range of what we can talk about. You know what I'm saying? Like the ability to be able to have that conversation. Sometimes probably we need to mute the damn live stream. Like that probably needs to happen. But even if that is the case, I think it needs to be for a worthy cause. Like it needs to be done for a specific reason, But other than that, like just to, flesh it out in front of public, I think that needs to be. It's hard, you know what I'm saying, like to moderate a forum like this because of the fact you have to make sure that words are being said and it's done in a way that everyone's understood. Let's put it that way. Anyway, is there anybody else in here who's not from this server? Let's see what we got.
Yeah, hi, I'm new. I just want to know what you flat earthers think.
Hello, caller. Yes, you're on the air.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, is it a disc or what is...
Well,
some people believe it's a disc.
We are shooting upwards at 9.8 meters per second. So, according to the Flat Earth Society, I'm just kidding. I won't go down that road, guys. We don't got time for a Flat Earth Society.
We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society.
That was real good.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, I didn't say it right. We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Dude,
we got to move forward.
Meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
You freaking sound like him. That's so scary.
My name is Obama. Barack Obama.
I'm here. The globe is rotating. I'm on.
Now, in spite of the propaganda from the Flat Earth Society, we, as a people of the United States of America, God bless it, will move on forward to a brighter future.
He's got Obama down. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
The cadence as well, Gregory. Well done.
Well, I'm saying it mimics it.
What's the Flat Earth Society?
Almost.
I mean, if I'm gonna do an impression of the former President Obama, you have to do it right.
He's got it.
That's good. And you know what, Sonny? If you're here, we just found another character for our.
There we go.
Yeah, he can be Obama. You're gonna be Buzz Aldrin.
Sometimes, if you didn't go somewhere, it's good to find out why you stopped. If you want to continue doing something in the future, but that's my question.
I want to know.
Yeah, and Michelle, she said the same thing to me.
You're gonna get on my platform right away.
Stops today. Wow,
amazing.
Somebody from the YouTube algorithms are
Yeah, actually, the algorithm
freak out.
It's actually sounding just like that. That's what the algorithm sounds like. No, you don't.
It's almost like I can't not hear you sound like Obama anymore. So that's weird. I got to get this out of my head. Get it off me. Get it off me.
Stay right there. It's going to stay right in your ears.
Can you imagine debating somebody, talking to somebody like that as Obama? Like, I couldn't, man. I'd be like, I know it's important to have a point right now.
Next time we get a Glober in there, we're going to change your name to Obama, and then you're going to talk like him, okay? And
you have to, Gregory.
People are going to buy it up. They're going to eat hook, line, sinker. I promise.
Dude, not just Gregory. We need to do the whole gambit. Like, we're going to change your name, Glatt, to Don Pettit, and change your profile picture and have you speak at him. Yeah. He's going to be so confused.
But Gregory needs to be actually like you are one of us, and empirically, logically tell them how when you looked at the information
I investigated in the flat Earth.
Yeah, Gregory, just prepare like an Obama type thing that he would say about flat Earth. Do that thing. You just did that one. Earth is flat. Like say Earth measures
That's
flat. I don't care what the Globers have to say.
I heard it.
Stuff like that. I don't care what
God bless America. All right. Now you see what you've done here, globalist, is you've been goofed. You've been bamboozled. You see. George Bush, the president that preceded me, he said, "You fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice." What did he say? I forget the last part, but you know what I mean. Because NASA, not a space agency, as the CIA has informed me recently. That rhymed. Is stealing money from the public, and I'm getting a real big cut of that. I'm getting a real big cut of that pie.
It's spot on, dude. It's spot on.
It's spot on, dude.
It's man, like that's
gotta have them ribs.
That's high caliber.
And pussy too.
Yeah. Y'all remember when he said that?
I don't remember that at all.
Did he say that honestly? Did he say that?
I'm dropping a link. Well, I gotta be fair because he was reading, but yeah.
But he said it.
Gotta have ribs and pussy too.
Gotta have them ribs and pussy too.
You know what they call that, right? You know what they call that? The American dream.
I thought they called it riffing.
Pussy too.
That too.
This is wild.
And another word that rhymes with it.
Oh my God!
It rhymes with skimming.
A short story called riffing. Wait a minute. What was the other thing you said?
Hulk.
I just lost it. Sonny just lost it. Don't worry, he'll be back shortly.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Dan, the timing for that you just said, Gregory, and that little outro.
I knew.
You guys are
he had his finger on the button.
You're on the wavelength or something.
The CB can't help himself. So I knew Dr. Ov. No. Nope. Scratch what I just said. Scratch that. Scratch it out with a big red marker. Coballer, yeah. CB. I knew he had his finger on the trigger.
But that's not an 8-year-old question.
I want to know. But I think I know.
I think I know.
Because we didn't go there.
Go there. And that's.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen.
All right, we have a dead ringer for him, and that's PMAC. PMAC can do him. It sounds just like him and everything. If next time you catch PMAC, he used to have an avatar that had Buzz's picture on it. So
Are you sure? Because I think Sonny's trying to steal that thunder.
No, it's definitely PMAC. Like 100. Next time he comes in here.
Okay, I'll have to work on something else then. All right.
We're gonna have to have a buzz off when he's in here.
I'm serious.
Wait a minute. No, I can do a pretty good Bill Clinton. Wait a second. Let me get in character. Yeah, when I was down in Georgia, I got the wrong wife. Now I'm thinking about. Wait a minute. What was your name again, ma'am?
I forget who I was gonna be. I don't remember my. We got Glasslobe as Don Pettit. We got PMAC and Sonny is potentially as Buzz Aldrin. We got Gregory as Obama.
Yeah, he's Obama.
What are you gonna be, Miggy? Who are you gonna be, dude?
Shoot, I can't imitate anybody. Not that I know of. Not anybody famous.
Too original. Yeah. I don't remember who I can be. Glass gonna have to be like 3 or 4 different guys. He's just too talented.
Well, I like his Don Pettit, but I haven't heard him play.
Yeah, he's definitely got the Don Pettit role down.
Remember, there's been Globers that come in here and say, "Well, I came in here to see what you guys were saying." Well, this is what we're saying when you're not talking to us. So deal with it, I guess.
I don't know. It's like he didn't like what you had to say, Miggy. I mean, it's weird. Tell me how it's flat. Okay, here I go. No, you just have to tell me in another way.
I don't like that. Tell it the way. Here, let me tell you. So I tell you what is your cosmology, then you tell me your cosmology, and after you're done, I can hand wave dismiss it. Is
exactly.
That cool? I'm like, no, that's not cool. We're not gonna do that. No.
Yep. That's exactly why. You don't take that bait. Okay, yeah, it's flat, and it's like this, and like that, and yeah, he's just literally gonna hand wave everything you said. So.
He's gonna go. That's funny. Yeah, you're funny, dude. But no, the Earth's a globe. Anyways, and you're like, okay, I just poured out my heart to you about what the flat Earth is, and you now mock it, you insolent wretch. Like, you get all fired up. Like, that's the thing with
impudent fool.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's the the ping pong back and forth. You're just like, you bite into the bait. You're just like, man, this is juicy. What is this? Oh, it's a big old hook I just put in your mouth. And you're just like, wow, that's weird. I'm being yanked one way. And so he's like telling you about, how do doorknobs work on flat Earth? And how do pigs fly on flat Earth? And you're just like, oh, this is the way it works. The mechanics work this way.
What did you say?
Pigs fly on flat Earth. Like, I'm saying the ridiculous thing because this is what they're wanting to know. Things like, how do sunsets work? Like, it's weird, right? And we're just like, let's get into it because we're going to learn about some flat Earth today. And it's like they're just like,
it's called perverted curiosity.
I just want to say things so I can go nah. And so we're all just like Charlie Brown and Lucy when she pulls away the football and Charlie Brown falls back on his back, and we're like, duh, I shouldn't have fell for that. Afterwards.
Yeah, like someone mentioned earlier, that's trying to scrutinize someone's position, making the standard of rigor when scrutinizing someone's position impassable, trying to make them die by 1,001 cuts, because it got to be different, not 1,000, but 1,001. And paired with perverted curiosity, and that's the kind of unjustified, sophistic questioning in someone's effort to scrutinize someone else's position, because they won't apply that same rigor to themselves. And then lastly, the implication of such an approach is, unless you're omniscient, then you can't know that this specific concluding premise in this specific subject matter in this specific area of knowledge is true, which is ridiculous.
Well, but suddenly everybody that comes in here as a globalist position are somehow divining thoughts. Well, I know what you guys are going to say. I've heard it all before. I know all the arguments. I know what you're going to say. Like, dude, I didn't even say anything yet. How do you know what I'm going to say? Because you flat earthers are all the same. And it's like, well, okay, what have you heard? And then you're just like, well, X, Y, and Z, that the disc is floating upwards. Well, that's not what I say. So wrong, old Rama. You know, like, you can't get any more wrong. So that's the thing with these guys. But however, on our side, we have heard what they say. We know the spiral that comes up. So for us, we can easily predict where they're going with what they're saying because we know the next leading question. The next thing that provokes their mind is, wait a second. But why would they lie? And we're just like, yeah, it's not about the motive, dude. It's the evidence. Well, but okay. But why would they lie? And like the mind is not able to get out of that. And you're just like, dude, we're not looking at the motive. We're looking at the evidence. You understand motive and evidence? You know, and you get into that whole thing. But anyway.
I mean, just imagine if detectives and law enforcement were to approach an investigation with that way. If I can't ascertain the motive of the suspect, then I can't ascertain knowledge of the proof that they've committed the crime. That is ridiculous.
No, it's like he's showing up to this crime scene, you know, lead detective, and he's like, all right, guys, what happened here? Well, it looks like we got a murder scene. We got bodies lying around here. You know, we got the weapon over there. Okay, I got a question for everybody doing this investigation.
Oh my God.
Why did he do this crime? Or she, or it, or what happened? Because if we can't find a motive, guys, you know what? Tell you what. No answer. Let's pack it up, guys. Let's get out of here. We're just gonna
done. Withdraw the case.
Yeah, we'll just shut it down because we see dead bodies, but we're not gonna pay attention to that thing. We're just gonna move on to.
We see the suspect's name written in blood on the wall, saying "I did this," but we can't ascertain why he did it, so we can't find out whether or not he committed the
What's
crime.
the motive? I'm just trying to figure out, like why he would do such. Like, who cares, man? Freaking psychopath did it. So what? Like, you look at that stuff. So, and that's, and when it comes down to, like, okay, why would they lie? And it's like, well, it's pretty easy and it's obvious. What they're doing with this is controlling your mind because now they have it and they're telling you the Earth is a globe, and you're like, Earth is a globe, Earth is a globe, rah! Like that's what's happening here.
Earth is a globe, Earth is a globe. Ah!
Yeah, seriously, man, they become regurgitating parrots, and that's all we get. It's like, yeah, I know why you're saying that because you were told this information and you're just running around.
3959 radius.
Yeah.
3959 radius.
So they spit the script. They spit the script they have. But that was my question to him specifically was which one of your five senses tells you that you're spinning, moving, or anything of the above? And then he proceeded to be the victim and apologize and obfuscate. So
the whole victim thing. I don't know. Maybe that's an old tactic. Maybe it was an old tactic. I would say in the earlier days, because we're in front of an audience, right? And you come off as the abuser, like you're the attack. Like it's like so somebody wants to feel empathy from the crowd. They're gonna make you out to be like the aggressor, right?
When you think about it, it's two specific fallacies. It's the appeal to the audience fallacy, and it's a red herring fallacy.
Why are you attacking me? I just came in here and I just wanted to talk about, hear what you guys have to say. Like, first of all, we're just talking about, the weather, current events, it's not about flat Earth. So anyway, talking to you is more specific, right? We want to know who you are, what you think. And so it's like, but you're attacking me. Okay. But normal conversation, what people usually have, humans, right? We talk to each other. Makes sense to me to say, how are you doing? Hello. What's your name? Why are you attacking me? Like that. This is what are we doing with society when people are coming in here, playing the victim with just a cordial, welcome. Like I don't understand. Like that to me is like there's a bit of like I don't know what's happened with society when we've gone down the drain that much, so we can't even have a welcome for somebody to come in here. Like that's
yes you do. Yes you do.
You know what I'm saying? Like. I don't have to always know that the person's a truther to be able to have a cordial conversation. I mean, come on. It can be a glober too, but it just feels like, sometimes it has to be a truther. I don't know.
Sometimes people get so informed, formally or informally, and they get so much knowledge and information that they become disconnected.
You mean the word you
the
want?
common person from the public?
The word
and then at worst case scenario, they become rather misanthropic, where they have this cynical and nihilistic abhorrence of man.
Yeah, but the word you wanted to use was woke. That's what they use. They're so woke. I'm woke, man. I know I'm woke. It's like woke about what?
Which is a misnomer for sleep.
Yeah, I was saying it's a damn sure makes it seem like you're a zombie walking around if you're woke, because it doesn't look like you're woke for anything.
That's worse than a zombie, because the zombie is awake and alert. They're in slumber.
Yeah. So, woke is, I guess, is that like the current term that everybody's using? I'm so woke, dude. Like woke.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous misnomer. They have no right to call themselves woke. They are asleep.
Asleep at the wheel to boot.
Well, the guy wasn't asleep at the wheel. He wasn't even the passenger seat, or the driver's seat. There was nobody behind the wheel of that car. Like the guy was in there.
You just watch it go by.
Well, I was like,
no, you said it right, Mickey. You said it right the first time, Mickey. He's driving the car from the passenger seat.
True. It's like, dude, man, like, freaking hell.
No, that one was actually driving the car from sitting on the curb on the sidewalk.
It's like those, and I mean, listen, because it sounded like when somebody's taking meds, they're kind of discombobulated with like reality. So I was the one speaking to him. I have a very kind of unique voice in here. I haven't heard anybody has a voice like mine. But then I started to have the conversation with the gentleman. I was like, so who's this guy you're talking about? He's like, oh, some guy that was interviewing me, and it was me. I was the one talking to him. And so he was like, well, this guy was asking me a whole bunch of questions, and I just want to talk about. I was like, that's interesting. The guy must be a jerk, who is that guy anyways? And like, he's agreeing with me. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, he's a pretty nice guy. And I'm like, but you do realize that was me, right? Like, I was the one doing, so the third person got, that's me. So it was weird, so for a moment, and I did it to him like twice or three times, I think. And he failed to realize that he was speaking to me again. So I don't know. It's like when you have a conversation with somebody and they're like, I don't know what guy I was speaking to. I was looking at my phone, but you can hear voices, can't you? Did the voice sound like mine? Well, that's probably me. Unless there's somebody else in here that sounds like me, but I don't think so.
Well,
for the most part, everybody has a pretty unique voice in here. Except for, let's see, who would I say has the same sounding voice?
They like to confuse me and Eli frequently.
No, Glatt and what's his face have a same sounding voice. Napalm. Glatt and Napalm. Whenever Glatt and Napalm are in here, they sound the same to me.
I was about to say I can see that, but you don't see sound, unless you're looking at the screen of some kind. I can hear that also.
It is funny though. People here seem to have like a voice twin or a triplet. It's like everyone has a partner with their voice that gets confused. Sasha, get mixed up all the time. Napalm and some other dude.
You don't have a voice twin.
This guy.
Yeah, it's a funny, rare possibility that does manifest because logically, there's only so many pitches that humans can speak at, and so there's more humans than there are pitches.
I don't think Biggie has a voice brother though.
A voice.
That's a unique voice right there. I don't think anyone has Miggy's. I've never got anyone mixed up with Miggy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Miggy's got you have an echo on your mic too. Like your voice signature is pretty specific.
Oh, you're talking about the quality of his audio output into our ears?
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, it's very good mic. Yeah, no echo. It's just good mic.
You talking about right now or when?
Yeah.
Oh, this is
in general, including now.
No, this is iPhone 13 kind of stuff.
Yeah.
What's the quality of my output in your ears?
Like
less than Miggy, but good still.
You could probably put it on a toast, and it'll probably go good with jam and whatnot. It's like,
Yo, Teddy. Yeah.
this is DJ Gregory coming at you at it's like 12:42 in the late night in the evening. We're gonna take you on to the morning. We'd like to send a special shout out to CB, who's holding it down for the flat Earth community. It's like you just get into this whole spiel,
soothing your ears with the timbre of butter.
Yeah.
Verbal linguistics.
No, what's weird about the voices too is that,
verbal linguistics.
That's a skill.
That's the Obama laugh. I heard it. Sorry, CB.
No, I was just gonna say quickly that it's a skill that you didn't know that you had. Like I didn't know that I had this skill, or that I could grow the skill of detecting online strangers' voices as easy as you can. Literally, if PD joined this VC right now, I'd be like, "Oh, dude, PD, what's up, bro?" Like I don't need to see him. I don't need to see a name. I just hear his voice, and I know automatically who that is. It's very funny. Like Miggy, if you crossed the street with me and you just said, "Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?" I would probably know it was you just by hearing your voice. It's a skill that you learn here.
Well,
it's very.
I believe a physician will call that acute oral sensitivity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been able to listen to people's voices and also start to get an idea of stature. I know it sounds crazy, but
how's your
I was listening to Lunatic talk one day, and I'm like, "You're probably about what, 6'5", 6'4". He's like, I think he's 6'3", something like that. But you get an idea of the presence of what's standing, like the lung capacity, how big they are, so on and so forth. Like when Miggy talks, you can tell he talks from his chest. He speaks about the truth, right? Because it comes from his chest, not his bloody nose, right? There's a big difference on that stuff when you hear people talk. Sorry, go ahead.
Kiwi, do you like things like Sherlock Holmes?
You're asking me?
No, Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi.
And you can answer the question too after him.
Yeah, for sure. My real life last name is Watson. Funny enough, but yeah.
Are you serious?
Watson,
God bless you.
Is that your government?
It's my government. Yeah, my government. It's actually my grandfather's on my mom's side's last name. But yeah, for sure, I do. Why do you ask, Gregory?
Because the way you articulated that, it just immediately reminded me of someone who is acutely sensitive and perceptive to detail in their inductive reasoning.
Yeah, I'm. So it's an empath thing. Super sensitive to other people's energies. Like I'll sit in a room with people, walk in, and kind of start reading the room and energy, and people engage with people. That's how their day was and stuff. And it can be overcoming. We were talking about this prior. Going into a public place like Walmart and just engaging with people just by looking at them in their eye and taking on that energy can be a bit much. But yeah. Thanks for asking this.
Well, y'all bless you and have mercy on you. I'll see y'all later.
Right back at you, man.
All right. Take care. Life is like a lime. Bold and noisy like a crime. Don't you dare waste my time. I grew up on that movie.
Last week, somebody mistook me for Brian from the other Discord. I think because the both of us, it sounds like maybe we're yelling at you. You kind of got to wait till the end of the sentence to find out. We start speaking full force most of the time.
Adam, why are you yelling?
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Miggy. I'm just joking, Adam. But I get the Brian comparison, though. Brian Lakey. I forget. Some people have said I sound like Napalm. Who else? But yeah, everyone's got their little VC voice twin.
Yeah, when I first got here, it was for me on a personal level. It was UCB, Napalm, and Glatt. But then I realized that you're just you, right? Like I know CB, I can pick him up, no problem.
Cool.
Glatt is Glatt. Glatt will always be Glatt. With Napalm, though, Napalm is like he's mellotone, calm, he's soothing, right? And he rarely gets
animated.
Yeah, emotion. I would say, yeah. I don't want to say upset. That's the wrong word because napalm. I can't even imagine what that looks like. But yeah,
right.
And I realize that he just has that calm, cool, undertone when he speaks. So, but yeah, no, that's everybody else is kind of falling into their place in terms of who they are. I love being able to, when people open their mics and start talking without looking at the screen, pick up who's speaking.
Yeah, like unless they're really new, I generally can make out like, oh, that's fraud or that's so and so or whoever. It's pretty impressive. Like like I said, if you guys, I've never seen any of you guys. So, but if I happened to just cross the street or we were, face to face and we were just talking for some reason, I'd be like, dude, is that Kiwi? Is that you, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you learn, you gain some weird skills here in this server that you probably never thought that you would even need or have, like your troll radar. You can detect when someone's being genuine a lot. For me, like that skill has increased tenfold. I can tell when someone's being sincere versus maybe like 10 years ago, I'd be a lot more gullible and listen to somebody for like a lot longer without being able to tell whether they're being genuine or not. Now you can tell within like the first breath. So,
wow. Yeah. Love it. Yeah, I think it's, as you say, it's a skill, and then you start to refine it the more you realize. Yeah, I mean, Discord has taught me the art of conversation on a group level. Because it's as we talk about, CB, you and I talk about the idea of like playing catch. I throw the ball to me, I look at meander my thoughts. I throw out a couple of thoughts, ideas about the ball itself, and then I throw it back to you, and you do the same. And so we get those folks who join the chat, and you throw the ball at them, it hits them in the head, and you're like, ah, crap, you got to bend down, pick it up, and start to play catch again. But from a standpoint of like playing catch with that one ball, which is the conversation at hand, right? That's the topic. It's the thing that we're here for. We're here for the ball, the conch. Right. And as the crowd grows, right, each person engages hopefully with that conch and gets to hold it and talk about it and so on and so forth. But we're not here to talk about the people holding the ball, holding the conch. We're here for the conch, the ball itself. And our hope is that you're able to hold it, give you some thoughts. I may be giving some thoughts right now, and some people are like, what the hell is he talking about? But yeah, so the ball, the conch, what we're here for.
Were you passing the conch around?
No, you know what? I walked up to the pedestal and I placed it down with respect and kindness, and I politely stepped away from it with admiration and respect.
Nice. Somebody in the lobby named Salmonella Baby. Let me see if they want to join the VC.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm about to test out gravity.
How so?
Breaking up for a friend of mine. 28 grams, if you will. Keck.
Nice.
Blueberry muffin. Surprisingly really nice. I've been using this drill. Yep. I got hooked up with a strawberry banana indica, which has been super cool. Bodrich was on earlier. He had a strawberry indica, and I was like, yo! Shout out to strawberries that are green. You know what I mean.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
Every time that comes on, I squint up my eyes and I start shaking my head, rubbing my belly.
Alex, you forgot smoking lamp.
Well, maybe if you hit that hard enough, you'll see some curvature finally.
Nah, I didn't even like that. This stuff with the MS and stuff has been awesome. It's helped bridge the gap, if you will. But nah, no matter what, still stay grounded in reality, man. I saw Elijah pop on the chat. I think, is he still here? Not sure. I saw Mars last night in the eastern sky. I'm like, there you are. So cool to see these bodies show up in the sky and just know that they'll be there consistently. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing.
Yeah. Big shout out to the panel. Everybody rocking with us. 3D. Adam. 2 Atoms. We got Amish. We got Cuddy. Chris V. He can ride his bike with no handlebars. We got Clay. We got Dr. AV. Audio, video. We got FE Batman. We got Flat Earth Dude. There's also Gladflobe in the house.
And KJ.
And KJ. Hello.
Hello.
Y'all still in Nebraska or whatever?
Yep.
Nice. Is it snowing?
Right now. It's not snowing. It is -8 degrees Fahrenheit.
There's a tornado right now.
There's not a tornado right now.
There is.
No, there's not.
Yep.
So anyway, we're gonna go get some food somewhere. We don't know where yet. It's my hometown, and you think I know where to go, but nope.
Why don't you just order some Spaceys off Space Dash?
Space Dash. Funny. My parents don't live in the proper city. The city in the middle of Omaha proper, so we got to drive a ways to get in town, and they don't deliver out there. So I wish that'd be great.
Okay. -8 though. Damn.
Yep. And this is like warm compared to home in northern Minnesota. Right now, it's about average of -15, -20.
What?
Yep.
That's crazy. It's like 44 degrees here in Ohio.
Woo-wee! Get them shorts out.
Yeah. Get them shorts out. But tomorrow's supposed to be a low of -7, so yeah.
Ooh, shit. Wow. Where do you live?
Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right in the middle of the weather doesn't know what to do there.
Nope. Yeah, it's confused. It'll literally like do 4 seasons in 1 week. So.
Yeah. Yep. cool, man.
Anyway, good to hear from you guys. Safe travels. We also have Kiwi and Lou. Make sure you guys are familiar with Lou's laws.
Kiwi. Yo, what's up? It's me, Kiwi. Holla. Heck.
What was his name? Kiwi. Kiwi.
I did not have sex with that woman.
What's up?
I did not have sex with that woman.
Yeah, I did not have sexual relations with. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Oh man.
I did not have sexual intercourse with that woman.
Someone named Edgy Name just joined. It's called an edgy name you got there. You with us? You want to say hello or anything?
I don't think he knows his name is that, because it says that in his profile his name is something else.
Oh, my bad, Ruthion. My bad.
Oh.
What's up, dude? How are you? Sledro?
I'm okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm quite mediocre right now. How about you?
Yeah, not bad. We're just checking in with the panel. But I see you guys just joined. Are you guys new to the server? You've been here for a whole year.
Yeah, I've been here for probably about 3 years or 2 years, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just this is a new account.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Awesome. Welcome back, man.
Yeah, I joined VC because I saw Sai the Slay was in VC, and I thought he was new to the server, so I just wanted to hear you guys talk to him, but it doesn't seem like he's talking.
Yeah, they've been off mute. But haven't said anything all day. So, Scythe, if you're there or whatever, come say hi. Or Edgy, or
Hey, Edgy name.
I see it. Number 69, AE69. If you want to say what's up.
Yeah.
What's going on, fam? I just have a question, Edgy, if you're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, are you inside right now, or are you outside?
I'm inside.
Okay. Is the room that you're in, is that room moving, or? No, I'm being serious.
It is moving.
Sorry, what?
It is moving.
Oh, it is? So is my room moving also, or just yours?
Yours is too.
Oh. Okay. So how do I know that?
Well, if you had to travel from Europe to North America.
Okay.
What path would you take? Is it through the North Atlantic? Or is it
I would
through
probably
the
just head. I'd probably just head straight there. Like if I need to go to the grocery store, I just head straight to the grocery store. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, wouldn't the planes move through the North Atlantic?
Maybe.
Because it would be, on the flat Earth map, it would be a much longer distance.
Or it's just the same distance.
Europe. No, it's a much longer distance because the Earth is flat.
Well, we know that, but that doesn't change flight times. They're just the same way they are now. Nothing changes. If the Earth is flat, it's just the way it is and the way it's always been. Everything that works now stays working. GPS doesn't just come crashing down if the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? So planes don't just stop flying.
Oh, okay.
So I would say if the Earth is flat, nothing. It's just the same way it's always been. But so how does flying in a plane prove that my house is moving?
I don't know, man.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Anybody else have any questions for him, or? Because I'm just saying these houses don't move. But, I guess that's a crazy flat earther saying buildings don't move. So crazy. But, yeah. Also, there's somebody named Flip that has joined us. Flat earther, so welcome, Flip. Haven't heard from you.
I wanted to ask you, CB, why is it that you've always consistently kept the young Gohan display picture? I don't know. What is it about Gohan that you like?
I don't know. That's a good question. No one's ever asked me that. Just something about that character that's always resonated with me. Especially that time period, like after they came out of the time chamber, the hyperbolic time chamber, they were in this very peaceful state, but ready for battle. So there's just something about that mode, that era of Gohan that I really enjoy, that always resonates with me. So I just stuck with it. People say like my spirit animal. So yeah, I don't know.
I see. I mean, when you say that time period or of Gohan resonates with you, do you feel as if whenever you're doing a Kamehameha, do you feel as if your dad's helping you as well? Or
yeah, dude, of course. I mean, you obviously don't get full power unless you call for help.
Dude, that's my favorite saga of Dragon Ball Z would have to be that, because Cell is my favorite character. He's the coolest guy in Dragon Ball Z. There's nobody cooler than Cell. He's completely absolute zero. No, seriously, because Cell had no ulterior motive. All he wanted to do was just fight, and I think that's super cool. He didn't want to take over the world or whatever. He just wanted to fight, and
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Go watch the abridged series too. Definitely recommend.
I've only seen Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. I've never seen anything else. But yeah, what does the word abridged mean? I don't know what that.
Basically, this studio of like 3 or 4 guys they call themselves Team 4 Star on YouTube. They basically just took the series. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I showed you that, Sladro.
I remember Edgy Name showed me that sometime. Okay. I'll definitely watch that saga. Yeah.
Oh, you've seen it? Okay, gotcha.
I've seen a little bit of it, but then I got overwhelmed by it really quickly, and I had to stop.
Well, it's hilarious. I definitely would go watch it. The Cell on there is brilliant, but I got to jump off for a few minutes, guys. Keep the conversation going. I got to greet a guest at my door, but yeah, keep the conversation going. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Yes, Sandro, have you explained that it takes longer to go from the north?
Well, the only reason why... Yeah. The only reason why your logic doesn't make sense as to why it would do, why you believe it would take a lot longer on the flat Earth map is based on the assumption that I assign to your idea of the flat Earth map. What if I just don't believe that that's the flat Earth map? And then what?
You're not a flat earther.
That doesn't make sense, because you're telling me that I'm supposed to believe in some theory someone came up with, and I'm just supposed to say, oh yeah, that's the flat Earth map.
You can't really come up with other theories.
None of us are agreeing to a map in here. If they are, we're going to disagree with them because you can't make a map and say it's an accurate description or of something if you don't have all the details.
What you can say is that the map is as flat as the table.
Also, I'm not even. I don't know why you keep calling me a flat earther, because I'm not even a flat earther. But I will tell you that I've never ever observed any curvature, and the world appears, or at least the world that I've been exposed to, appears to be completely flat. If you've seen curvature with your own eyes, I mean, I would love for you to show me.
All the maps are flat.
That's cognitive dissonance, dude.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. All maps are flat. I know, it's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, we navigate with a flat horizontal plane to get elevation angles. There's no curved adjacents in navigation.
Have you ever seen curvature, edgy name?
He's brick.
Bricked already. That was a quick brick.
Come on, Cedro, we have to keep conversation going.
Okay. Can we have gas pressure on Earth despite being next to a vacuum?
Yeah, because of gravity.
Can you demonstrate an example of gas containing another gas?
Yeah, in a vacuum.
Can you show me?
No.
I see.
Come on, Psych the Slay.
I think that might be AFK or one push to talk. I don't know.
They quit. Ice travel distance longer from Europe to North America than going through the North Pole.
Are you still assuming that I assigned to your idea of what the flat Earth map is?
Yes.
Well, I told you I don't.
And what other explanation do you have?
I don't need to have an explanation. Just because I don't have an explanation of something doesn't, how should I say, disapprove the idea that the Earth is flat. That has nothing to do with it. Or at least observably flat, I should say.
You should be more concerned, Edgy Name, that you don't have Earth curve, and that's the thing that's in contention. Not plane journeys. Where's the Earth curve?
Yeah, the only thing you're critiquing right now is a map that I don't even assign to.
The Earth is definitely flat. I checked it. It's good.
Spaces.
Did you know that it rains diamonds on Saturn?
And that Uranus smells like farts. This is official information from NASA.
Yeah, this is your belief you're laughing at.
What do you think about that? That it rains diamonds on Saturn, or Uranus smells like farts?
This globe thing is very weird.
I think this guy's mentally unwell. I'm sorry to say it, but I'm a bit concerned about his well-being. Are you okay? Honestly, are you okay?
I think he's just laughing because he knows that he's on live, bro.
I know, but it's why is he here? I mean, he can't be 100% mentally okay to be here doing this, so I'm a little bit worried about him, that's all. Let's show some compassion for the trolls.
I wouldn't worry about him.
We do have the disabled drop in from time to time.
Don't talk about me like that.
Clearly, the disabled are clearly, well, the majority is on, well, outside the majorities.
Do we have a new laugh track? Is that what we have?
He's the live one, though. It's like the actual, what is it, the sock puppet version.
Do you
Very
have
interesting.
friends and family to be with, Edgy Name, over Christmas that can look after you? I'm guessing
Yeah.
no.
The globe has reached up under his shirt and grabbed him by the throat and is now controlling
What
his...
kind of narcotics did you score behind your family's back for Christmas? Sorry,
What?
that's a relatable question. What kind of drugs are you going to do this year to celebrate Christmas and the New Year's?
None.
Really? Oh, awesome. Then how are you going to keep believing in the globe?
I think a medicine cabinet check is in order.
I'm just kidding. But yeah, seriously, you got to be real fucked up to believe the globe narrative. Real messed up in the old noggin. Am I in the right server or?
I believe so.
A lot of people in here. No one's talking, especially not about the Earth. Can we maybe change that a little bit?
Let's change it up and talk about the Earth. Anyway, I went to a flat Earth meetup last night, man. There was like, I don't know, 30, 40 people showed up, man. It was crazy.
Hell yeah! Where was?
It was at a brewery.
Cool.
Crazy.
Awesome, dude.
Met some great people. I turned a lot of people onto this Discord, man. So we can see some new flat earthers in here.
I love it, man. Good.
Yeah. I made them download the app, showed them how to get there. Anyway, so that was fun. Good times.
Yeah, that's some productive flat earthing, I'd say.
No doubt.
What's up, Glaflobe?
What up, bro? How you been?
Good. Doing good. Doing well.
Good. You sound good.
I wanted to ask you guys what happened to Battle Mod. I haven't seen him in so long. He just seemed to become slowly, incrementally become more and more inactive, and now I just don't see him at all in VC ever.
He's got his own server.
Oh, why?
It's called Flat Earth Reality or something like that. I don't know why, but you can join his server and find out.
Oh, is there any way for me to get there? I
think he's online right now. Maybe. I'll give you a link to. I think this is his server, the Cosmology Tartaria server.
Thank you.
Is that his, or is that?
Well, he's Michael J. Smith, right? That's the same picture Battlemod had. It's the same voice, so I'm guessing that's him.
All right, I'll buy that.
Change his name, so he's in there right now. So I'll grab you a link. Who was asking again?
It's Sludro. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Just give me 1 second.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to answer questions for him. I don't know. I wish he was still around here. He was.
Yeah. I remember the first time. Yeah, I remember the first time I came to the server. I think it was early 2020, and when I came into the server, I was experiencing a little bit of my cognitive dissonance of my own, and Quantum Eraser and Battle Mod were grilling me for 4 hours.
Well, that's an experience you'll never forget.
Yeah. 4 hours, man. It was
That's
insane.
awesome. That's great.
Hope all's well with everybody.
Hey. I'm driving around.
K96. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
How are you?
I am very, very well. I'm so happy. So happy.
What you have for dinner or lunch? What do you have?
I have the curry with the curry on top of some curry. It's good.
It was a good fun one, man.
I'm in a funny mood, man. It's one of those days.
It's okay.
It's a
It's okay.
chemtrails, man. I think fucking they're spraying the shit out of us over here, man.
Oh yeah,
I'll
it's
post
cold as fuck over here too, man. In Texas, it's cold. I'm at my room stuck. I don't want to go out.
It's nasty out here, man. It's a pure whiteout. Ugh.
Same here. So no any of the Glovers debate going on?
I don't know. There might be some Globers in here. Looking for some Globers to talk to.
Any Glovers here? We are ready to talk. In an Indian accent, if you want.
Looking for a culture. Where's
Teach
the
you space time curry. You know curry, space time. You love space time, don't you?
I love space time. Woo! Oh shit. Gregory did the best fucking Obama ever, man. That shit. I was crying. I almost crashed my car. I was so funny. Made my day, actually. Wish Don Pettit would show
Awakening
up
in my
here.
society too, bro. In my community, so I'm the first one to post about flat Earth on Instagram and Facebook. So people are
Yeah.
coming at me. Like last week, it was a couple of weeks ago. A friend of mine that I knew from university when I first came to Ada just happened to text me up about flat Earth. You know, he sent me the video and asked me who did he send it. Professor Dave. I was laughing at the video that he sent me. And I talk him back. So just come to our Discord server, anyone you like, because I got my own. I have my friends, and here's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You can come over there. You can argue over there. And he was like, "No, they are brainwashing you. They're taking over the control. They're making you even dumber. All the things you ever imagine." Okay. I was like, bro, you don't know me. I've been researching when I was 13, and all of a sudden I called him because I didn't want him to text. I just wanted to, go straight in the top. And he was like, "Deet, deet, deet," the word that I cannot speak over here. "Deet, deet, 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 deet." And I just got blocked. There are like 3 or 4 people who blocked me off just because I spread flat Earth. 5 people already this month.
It's just part of the situation. It happens.
Realize people are much dumbass than people think they are.
Yep. They're not willing to look at the truth, the reality, objectively.
They can't even question anything what they ever taught.
Never. And it's like, okay, I'll go to work. I'm good. See you guys later. Who's playing football today?
Did Argentina win? Did Messi win? Oh, Kim Kardashian had this butt surgery.
Kim Kardashian got a butt plug and it was crazy. What?
Oh, it's crazy, man.
I can't.
I have a Snapchat. She posted about a dead actor that was dead for 8 years, and still she like, I love you so much. I'm like, so he already died 8 years ago. What are you gonna do?
Dang it. I'm sorry, man. I had to mute myself real quick because I was.
Oh, you're good.
My bad.
You're
Oh,
good.
good.
You're fine. You mute yourself anytime you want.
No worries, brother. We all are brother here.
I want to Rashi. We go to space. Good. Yeah. Oh man. Anybody would watch Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's latest video came out yesterday? Anybody see that? It was pretty good. It's all about the moon, this moon trip they took. How ridiculous it was. Oh, I got this girl.
I love this map that I share because it's so vague. Like, there's no continents on it. It's just kind of like, yep, this is the general shape of kind of the, the realm. But there's no details on it that give that many specifics aside from the map. Like, it doesn't actually show the continents or try and give any cartography, so it's not actually like normal cartoon maps. It's just I don't know, it's interesting to me. His little experiment on there's interesting too.
What map is that?
Professor Abizad's map.
Okay. I'm driving.
It's from 1920. There's two images and they're really big in order to get the high detailed versions of them. I downloaded both of them.
Oh.
But the front map of it's easy to find, but I found the back side of the map and I'm like, that's interesting. So I pieced them together and made a smaller resolution copy that's easier to share.
Well, thanks. Check it out. I'm gonna stop here. Like 10 minutes.
I also animated I made a video and put the Globetrotters theme to it and animated it spinning. Have it. You'll see whenever. I guess you're driving. I'm getting better at doing the video editing.
Good, man. I hate that shit, but you gotta learn to do it to some degree.
I, for some reason, like doing really time-consuming, tedious stuff. Like, I enjoy doing it, and I don't know why.
Cool, man.
Like, I made up... Like, I wanted to practice learning how Discord... Oh, sorry, man.
Go ahead. You should build pianos. Real slow.
Well, I wanted to know how Discord servers worked when I first got on Discord, so I basically kept building Discord servers, and then I delete them, and I build another one. Like, I install the bots and do all of the commands, all of the role, everything. Like, literally everything, and then just delete it. I don't know why, but I enjoy doing tedious, stupid crap for no reason.
It's because you can pay attention. You don't have attention deficit disorder.
No, well, I guess. I think it's like something like that. It feels like ADD. I have to constantly be working on something. If I'm not, then I get distracted easily by stupid shit. Like I'll be playing video games or something, and I don't like wasting time doing that. So I'd rather make things. Like I have Fallout 4. I haven't even like beaten all the different, side quests and whatever else is in there. Actually, I don't think I ever beat that game. I got close. But there's a whole bunch of other games that I haven't played, and they're just in there. It's like I'm not going to play them. I bought them for no reason. Interesting.
You should bring it to the store and sell it.
It's on Steam. I can't. Digital content. Which just there's pros and cons to it. I don't have to worry about a disc getting scratched, and I can download it onto like whenever I need it. And the internet dies, and I don't have the games anymore. I'm the type of person where I'll download it illegally, play it, and if I enjoy it, then I'll pay money and download it or buy it legally because I feel like a worker's worthy of their wages, and if they make something good, they deserve to be paid. They don't make demos anymore on a lot of games, and it's like, how am I supposed to know if I want the game or not if I can't play it a little bit?
That's a good point, man. I'll give you like a 3-day trial, yeah. Check it out.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's downloaded under the creative.
You will buy it and you won't like it and you'll own nothing.
Pirate it under the Creative Commons fair use thing and just make YouTube videos and feel like I was using it to make art. That's why I pirated it.
There you go.
Them and their weird excuses for things, and you got like all these different laws that you can squeeze through. Like you can't destroy money, you'll go to jail, but if you're making art with the money, it's okay. Or if you're doing a science experiment to teach children or prove a point or something. Really weird laws. That's why Ripley's Believe It or Not has $1 Million Man made out of $1 million $1 bills. Now I have to post a picture to cite that one, don't I? Every claim needs a citation.
Where's the citation? Where?
The little emoji where the guy like has the glasses and he's pushing it up. Like, cite your sources. Yeah, there it is. I've seen this in person. It said don't touch it, but I did because I don't listen to signs and rules. Wait, what? The sideshow corpse hidden in a funhouse. Okay, that's not what I was looking for at all. I'm not going down that rabbit trail. Yeah, I've seen this. I was like a teenager. Miggy was talking like all more, but he needed to. He had a lot of information to cover. There's the $1 Million Man. Some glorious jackass took $1 million $1 bills and made a paper mache person out of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It like simultaneously pisses you off, but it's also impressive.
Yeah.
That place is weird, man.
When I lived in Vegas, there's this casino. It's called Benny's Horseshoe.
Yeah.
And they had this glass case, and it had $1 million in it, but they were all $10,000 bills. They were real 10,000. They used to have, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 bills, man.
It's like some of those antique bills.
I can't believe we can't get like a $500 bill these days. I mean, it's stupid, man. I'm like, come on. What the heck? $1,000 bill. That'd be cool.
Yeah, banks used to have some really weird bills where they would just transfer between each other.
Yeah. I had a piano customer who was a money collector, all this old money and shit. And there was like a television commercial for like a $500 rebate on a car or something, but they had to borrow one of his $500 bills to take a picture of it so they could blow it up to the size of a car. It was like, so they're out there, but they're worth a hell of a lot more than $500 if you can get one.
Yeah, there's some pretty weird, expensive stuff out there left over from back when they did things a bit differently. I swear somebody showed me an authentic $10 coin, like a US dollar $10 coin. I asked the bank about them, and they said that there weren't any. And I'm like, okay. Which I guess it could have been one of the mint things. Yeah, oh yeah, like Critical Exception said, a lot of people think those $2 bills are phony. Like, I used to get checks cashed in $2 bills. I'd go to the bank and just be like, give me all your twos. And then I would spend $2 bills just because it was funny. People's reactions are hilarious when you spend $2 bills. Or if you show up with a pocket full of $1 coins and you just spend like an excessive amount of $1 coins, like some kind of weird medieval knight with a bag of money, it trips people out because they don't expect that many of a unique currency to be present. And a lot of random people will start trading their money for it so that they can have this unique currency that they just now see. I've had so many people like gather around. I'll like pull out a wad of $2 bills. I haven't done it in a while. This happened a while ago. But I'd pull out like a wad of $2 bills, and then people start gathering around, like, look at this, and they're all fascinated because they've never seen one before. It's just interesting, and it brings joy to people too. Like they get this excitement, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah. There was these fake $100 bills that are like folded a little bit. They look kind of trashy. And you pick them up and it says the earth is flat, huh? And we used to drop them on Hollywood Boulevard all the time.
That reminds me of those tracks. It'd be like a $20 bill folded in half, and you open it up, and it's like telling you how to get to heaven and stuff. Like, imagine somebody actually being poor, though. And they think God's blessing them with like $20 bills so they can go and eat today, and it's a track.
Yep. Yeah.
That'd be so disappointing. It's kind of manipulative, too.
Yeah.
Using it for the flat earth thing is the flat earth thing's a joke, but then if you put scripture on it, that's kind of manipulative and really, that looks bad. You can get a stamp, get a flat earth stamp, and just start stamping all your money.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a bunch of them where people just write it on the edges. Earth is flat.
I'm going to look that up right now.
Flat Earth. FlatEarth101.com.
No, for real, custom stamps. Because I could just take that the dome logo from that Discord emoji. I just take the dome or any one of these maps and then make a stamp.
Well, my piano shop is at a mall. Weird place for a piano shop, but a mall is fucking packed. It's never packed. This mall is dead, man. It's like 10 stores in the whole mall, man.
Everybody thinks there's going to be a blizzard and the whole world's going to shut down, so they're buying all the things they can before they die or something.
I don't know, man.
It's the apocalypse. We got to shop till we drop.
I never have to park out here, man. Ever. I'm way the fuck out here. That's crazy.
Most people don't prepare or do anything like major until somebody mentions it on the news, and then they flip out like sheep. Or more like lemmings after Disney's film directors chase them off the hill. Oh, I reckon you're at work now, or?
I'm just pulling in the parking lot. I gotta check out this this $1 million man here. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's a paper mache thing, but it's pretty weird.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow. That.
And then the map thing should be right there above it.
Yeah, I've seen that before. It's been a while.
But then I actually copied all the text from the back side of the map and posted that in order as well. And then at the top of that list, you'll see the little video thing I did.
I see the little video there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit better. Getting a bit better at the video editing. I was kind of a noob at it when I first started.
What program are you using?
Just Open Shot, I think, and some other. Yeah, Open Shot, and then I've got a couple other video editing things like Clipchamp. I actually want to buy something like at the Photoshop. So I don't know, they don't do it the way they used to. Like now it's a subscription-based thing.
All right, hang on. I got to flat smack somebody. I'll be back.
All right, stay blessed, man.
That was a nice moment of silence for the glove. Nice moment of silence. I just flat smacked Francisco. He's a flat earther. Crushed it. I asked him what shape it was. He goes, well, some people say it's flat, but other people say it's round. Yeah, he was gone after that. Easy pickings. You guys try it. How you doing? Good, good.
Hello.
And we have 42 people in here and nobody's talking. Is everybody at lunch? Is that what happened?
I don't know. I just got
so.
here. Probably responded to me.
All right, I heard you, but I was talking to somebody at work here. Cool. How you doing?
I'm okay. Making a delivery.
Yeah. Well, I'm at the mall, but this is where my shop is. It's usually very dead here. Today, the place is bumping.
Well, Mr. Professor.
Hey. It's flatter, dude. Hey.
Well, I would go set up in a parking lot and try to bring people in, but damn, it's 12 degrees Fahrenheit out here right now. I ain't doing that shit. And it's like 30, 40-degree winds, too. Fuck that.
Oh, man. No. You got to move
I don't
to
think
a
I'm
nicer
allowed to make
climate.
this. Well, we're offering money in the chat right now, Flat Earth Dude, and you can't pay these people to talk about their outer space religion. I'm starting to find it very suspect that they are scared to death of their own claim. I wonder why that is. I'm starting to wonder. Looks like we got some people in the chat that were one guy said that he saw the curvature at 50,000 feet. Because on YouTube, you can watch the MiG-29 with the fisheye lens, and it goes from concave to convex. So he believes in a jello mold Earth. And I said, yeah, that might not be the best, claim. I think you might have to solidify that. We need an actual claim of what it is. If it's a jello mold Earth, I don't think that's going to comply with the outer space ball religion. I don't think they're meatballs in outer space. I think they have to be some sort of solid rotundity system, right, that has a consistent shape, but they don't like consistency. They want it to kind of just be this monogamous, weird ambiguously gay ball system that just kind of just morphs and contorts, and it's like the fog of war. So like at 1 minute it's this, you can't see the curvature unless you're at 150,000 feet, but actually you can see it at the beach. It's like, wait a minute, what happened here? Where's the claim? So I'm just trying to get a definitive claim. And I can take a loan out on my truck, Flat Earth Dude, if someone needs to pay these people. We could just find someone that's not scared of the outer space evolution, religion evidence. I think it would be a great start to the beginning of the conversation that this channel's been looking for. I think it would be really interesting to find someone to say, yes, this is information, and here's where we got it. So far, I haven't found that person, though.
Wow, offering money. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one in a while.
How about the guy last night? Were you here last night with the guy? What was his name? Tim or something? Last night, were you here?
Yeah. I mean, I heard part of it. I was at a Flat Earth meetup, and on my way home, I was listening. Yeah, Tim was. Whew, that was crazy. That guy. All right, if I drop out, man, I'm inside a building, man. All right, I'll make sure this is the correct one. You got a Steinway here. Somebody left me a Steinway. Nice. Appreciate them. All right, my internet isn't working in here. I don't think. I can't hear you guys. Damn it.
where does the information come from? When was the Earth supposed shape of this? And here, there's a big problem with this, because even if you find curvature, and I drove through Arizona to Utah, there's a lot of curvature, and then it goes back up and starts going up again, and then goes up again. So curvature, actually finding it, has nothing to do with the construct of a object we watch on television. So you have to find it consistently over a thousand or thousands of miles of periods of measurements. But the problem is everything is measured in something called square miles. Does anybody know that? It's all measured in square miles. The ocean, if you go to big thing, type in how big are the oceans right now on Google, and it says there's something like 1.3 billion cubic miles or something insane. And of course they're lying. That's not true, but they're saying that the oceans are measured in millions of cubic dimensions of squares. What? Of cubic kilometers, of miles, millions and billion, over a billion. So that's a problem. So this is how the entire system works, and it's already dependent on that system not being a cartoon object. And that's why they don't have a claim. That's why we can't find out where does this information come from. We don't know. And then some people will get really desperate and they'll say somebody 2,000 years ago wrote a Bible, I guess, about the outer space religion, which is a religious text. So they'll admit that it's a religious, outer space Bible. I don't even know if the guy was real. They don't either, but they will religiously believe that 2,000 years ago we had magical technology, but we destroyed that technology. And it's a painful process to build back that technology that Erasmus had, some weirdo, right? 2,000 years ago, we lost that technology. We can't do it again today. Then it turns out that the text actually has no mention of any measured curvature at all. It's actually admitted that it was based on the guy's imagination. So there is no claim. We don't even have a claim for any evidence for this outer space cartoon. It is just something that simply remains in the minds of people that want to believe in it. And you'll notice that it is an emotional religion, and people have to believe it because it's kind of the foundation of it's their God. This outer space part is the foundation of their belief system. And so now in 2022, now we're in December, man, the time is just flying by. Time has greatly been sped up as it's told in Revelation. We now have them trying to teach things I can't even mention on here. It has led to the most psychotic, evil religions in history. Now we're teaching people that they can be one of 36 genders because we have outer space, which leaves them enough room to hide any amount of skeletons that they have in their lifestyle. And that's what this is about. It has nothing to do with evidence. People that believe in this evolutionary, antichrist belief system need outer space so that they can literally do whatever they want, which is that do it thou wilt. This is about morality, and it's about the creator. So there's two sides to it. You can either accept creation or you can hide from it, and outer space gives you enough room to play hide and seek. And that's why they have the outer space. There is no mystery and there's nothing new. It's just too easy.
Are we still live, ladies and gentlemen? I see some activity in the lobby. I've seen this name before. Yeah, something reckless. I'll see if he wants to join. I see that Gold Plus just gained the ability to see people who've joined the server. It looks like today alone we've got 28 members that joined today, at least. So that's good. We should be able to use this channel to probably, maybe prompt some of them. Hey, ask questions. Hey, are you new? Welcome. Maybe try to stir some people from being lurkers. Slavyanka. I just saw your name in the join list. Welcome. Are you new here?
I've been here before.
Okay.
Once. But it was like ages ago.
Welcome back. What brings you around?
I was just wondering. I was just wondering about if anything changed.
Well, the Earth still isn't moving, so no, I don't think anything's changed.
Mm-hmm.
We're still waiting for the Earth to start moving, so no.
Mm-hmm.
But what did you learn? Change from what? What have you know already?
No, it's just that I was. So okay. First of all, I do know, and I do trust that Earth is not flat. But so when I left, because I felt like there was no reason really for me to be in here, since I wasn't really able to validate my my arguments.
Okay.
So I just left, and I on my way, I did some specific research. I understood some other things. And I came back just to check if the arguments that I know of could ever work.
Okay.
But,
cool.
Yeah, I'm not extremely very competitive, especially right now. I'm pretty tired, but I came around just to see.
No problem. Yeah, sounds good. It's good to hear that you've went off and kind of thought about it a little bit more. I don't think anyone could ask for more than that.
Yeah, definitely. There's a specific thing. Because I know that on this whole way of understanding different arguments from both sides, there was I know that the arguments that are specifically are focusing on all these scientific stuff and the calculations and things. I know that both sides can kind of mislead each other and kind of lose their way and kind of you know what I'm talking about. They can kind of miss the point. And they're hard to understand. But there is this one that is very graphic that I was thinking of, which is the fact that we can see different night skies from different places, and so considering if the Earth is flat, there should be like one night sky, right?
No.
Why?
Well, you got to think about this.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, then it's the same way it is now, where you can't see one night sky. So flat Earth would be just the same Earth that we're all talking about. So I know people say like, oh, a flat Earth, you'd be able to see across the whole Earth and you can see all the stars. That's just people making up some like sloppy idea that no one believes in.
Yeah. I definitely understand that point of view. The thing is, if it's this way, then it's this way, and it shouldn't be against this argument, right? I met with such mindset in a church as I'm Catholic, so definitely I see a lot of like atheists being like, oh, if God exists, then why is there evil? Yada yada. But and it's totally missing the point. I absolutely understand that. But so since Earth is flat, and this is the way that we see different night skies, sure. But how and why? Like, how does it look like? Why does it look like this way?
Can I ask you some questions to clarify your question? Do you think that you know how far the stars are?
How does that even refer to?
I guess I should simplify it a little bit more than that. Why would you think that the lights in the sky have anything to do with the ground? Is my question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I never think so. No, I'm talking about the view. It's I totally understand. This, if the Earth is flat and the night sky looks this way, then it has to just look this way, and that's it. And it shouldn't be the argument against it, right? But now, so what's the explanation?
I have a question.
I can kind of elaborate on it a little bit. So the stars are of an unknown composition, and they are unknown distance, unknown shape, and unknown size. So as far as what they do goes, I mean, it's kind of a funny thing to say, but they could, in a certain sense, be doing anything because they are unverified. So
Okay, so basically there isn't a very big argument for it to to disprove it. It's just that for you people, it's just an unknown thing, so therefore you can't really verify it. Is that true? True.
Because in order to verify it, you have to go up to it and take a sample of it in order to know for sure the composition of it, and also to know the distance from the ground to it.
Okay. Another question then, leading from it. Do you, as a Unity, do you do something about it? Like, do you try to verify it?
Wait, can you say that again?
Do you have a lead for it to verify? Like, do you guys as a whole group, I don't know, try to do something for it to verify it?
I will tell you that I hope in the future, when the fact that the Earth is flat becomes a more well-known fact, I hope that there is a movement of money through some PayPal kind of like thing or whatever, where people do this, or the government is forced to actually work for the people and not against the people, and maybe explore certain things. But I'll be honest, there's a good chance that since we do live inside a container, technically, we know that because of the consistent gas pressure we have. Well, because the consistent gas pressure, the X value, the consistent gas pressure we have at sea level, 14.7 psi. You see, in order for that to exist in the first place, in order for that to exist at all, as far as demonstrations that we have involving gas pressure, it requires two things: a fixed volume and a container. And so what I'm trying to say is, we don't know how big the container is that we live in, but we know we live inside a container because we have gas pressure. That's what's required to have gas pressure container. But the stars, the sun, moon, and stars, since they are unverified lights in the sky, they may be inside or outside of the container. That's unverified. We're not going to make any claims. We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. But keep in mind, if it turns out that we can't get outside of the container, which might be a likely scenario. And also, simultaneously, if it turns out that these lights are on the outside of the container, not the inside, there's a good chance, you know, with no amount of money, time, or technology, you're never going to know what these things are.
Okay, another question then. So to clarify it, so you have Do you know that there is this container because of the gas pressure?
Yes.
Okay,
See, every demonstration we have, every example we have of gas pressure existing requires a physical container.
Okay. You never touched the container. You just know it because it's required.
Well,
if there is a
let me
gas
say
pressure,
this. Let me
right?
say this. I've personally never touched a cow, but I've eaten a lot of steak in my life, and I breathe in a lot of air, but I've never seen a container either.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of based on an assumption, right? It totally makes sense.
You don't assume that steak comes from cows. It's a fact. It's an antecedent relationship. So.
Because you said that since there is a gas pressure, therefore there should be something for it to have the gas pressure in it.
Yeah, required.
No, this is different.
Exactly.
This is a demonstration. Excuse me. Do you understand the difference between a demonstration and an assumption?
They can be both together.
No, they are completely different things. So I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you what they are. So an assumption is this. This is an assumption.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Gas pressure is caused here on the surface of the Earth due to gravity. That's an assumption. All right. Or no, it's not even an assumption. It's a claim, but it's a baseless claim. And if I were to say I'm assuming the gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity, that's an assumption. All right.
Totally.
That's not a demonstration. It's an assumption. Now, what I'm talking about,
for sure.
Yeah, listen carefully. What I'm talking about is not an assumption. It's demonstration. So we can demonstrate gas pressure inside containers. We can also demonstrate vacuums inside containers. But we cannot demonstrate in the X value form. We cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity or anything else. So there's no logical reason to assume that such a thing can exist anywhere, including the gas pressure we breathe right here, right now.
Yeah, okay. But, so, I understand it better. It's a presentation based on the fact that there is this gas pressure. Yes? Yes?
Wait. It's a what? Say that again?
So, it's the presentation of the whole container is through the fact that there is a gas pressure. So, is this presentation is based on that there was a verified and collected knowledge about this gas pressure, and this gas pressure has been noted, described, right? And based on that, there is a presentation of the container. Yes.
It's an antecedent relationship.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's now move on to my another clarification of it, because I totally agree with us. When you have this, whole, you collect the information about it, you have the data, right? So therefore, you have this presentation for something else to exist, right? So, who made this calculations of the gas pressure? Who noted it down? Who collected the data about it?
Well, I can give you examples. It's just examples in everyday life. Do you have a car? Take for instance.
Okay, totally. So it's based on the things that we can verify ourselves. We can check the gas pressure ourselves. We can see it. We can notice it by ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, we can demonstrate it and measure it ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, totally. So
inside containers only.
Yes, absolutely. So this is a thing that occurs in our everyday life. We notice it, and we collect the data, we verify it, right? And then we have this presentation, and based on this presentation, we know that there is this container, right? So, with this specific way of arguing, we could kind of argue about the existence of stars, and that they don't have to be unknown, because we could also collect a specific type of data about how these stars would infect our human lives, and how would they change it, yada yada, how would they have an impact. And therefore, through this data, then we have a presentation about the stars, right?
Oh, okay, but
I think what's being
let me just ask you a clarifying question then. So, if you're suggesting something along the lines of we should learn more about the stars and the
No, I'm
details
not saying.
about, or what are you suggesting? I don't even understand.
I'm just saying that because you say that the stars is an unknown and stuff, but you don't have to touch them. You can just like you don't touch you've never touched the container, but you know it exists based on the data that you collected about the gas. So there is this presentation. Therefore, you can also create this presentation based on other data
Let me say this the right
about
way,
the stars,
because I think
right?
there's something that's being missed, is the fact that there's an antecedent relationship involved with the gas pressure and the container, in the same way that there's an antecedent relationship between a cow and a steak that you might eat. So you can't have a steak unless it comes from a cow.
Yeah,
right. So you can't have gas pressure. Hold on. You can't have gas pressure unless it comes from a container. Now, if you want to invoke stars,
yes,
there doesn't seem to be any antecedent relationship involved with that. So I don't think.
How do you know that?
Well, would you like to make the case?
Oh, well, it's stuff how, for example, okay, maybe not about the visuals. If you don't want to talk about the visuals, because we see stars, but we still don't know, what they are. But we can have this. It's kind of the same argument about the other planets around, right? How their mass is somehow involving into the existence of Earth, and how it keeps us in the specific place, direction, stuff like that. So us noticing these things and this data is giving us the presentation about them to exist, right? Do you understand this? It's literally the same type of argument.
No, right? The only difference is that there, like I said, that there's an antecedent relationship involved. Like in the same way that, like I said with the steak example, right? You don't get you don't get a steak dinner unless it comes from a cow. You don't get banana slices with peanut butter and a raisin on top unless it came from a peel.
Yeah.
So that's what we're saying, is that it's tied together, right? The gas pressure is tied to a container. The stars aren't tied to anything except for a narrative that we're all provided with about being a gas giant in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that's the only thing it's tied to, is a narrative.
That's your point of view, right?
No, it's just what we're all taught. It's what we're all raised to believe. So.
Wait, can I ask some clarifying questions here? Can I ask you some questions? So you understand that we're not denying the existence of the stars, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely, I know. It's just that you call them as unknown, and you can't really know how they work, right? But in the same time, if we collect the specific data about them, how they have an impact on Earth, then therefore we have to get to know them better and understand that maybe.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean impact on Earth?
Yeah, I'm a Scorpio. Orion, I'm a Scorpio, so it affects me. It affects me.
You believe in this? That's
hell no. Of course, it doesn't affect the Earth. What are you talking about? No, it doesn't. The stars don't affect the Earth. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Everything that is around affects everything.
Hold on, guys. Let's not get away with let's not get ahead of ourselves with claims. Like, let's do our best not to make baseless claims. All right, I'm not going to claim that the stars do affect the Earth. I'm not going to claim that the stars don't affect the Earth. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
They don't have anything to do with the surface of the Earth.
What evidence? What direct evidence is there that the stars do affect the Earth, if there is any? That's the question.
Okay. But
so
I'm not trying to go ahead. I'm just trying to understand that since you have a data, specific one, that you acknowledged, then you can base the presentation of a specific other object to exist based on it. And I'm not saying, I'm just going a little bit further with it in a way that you can understand stars better after knowing the data. But you also refuse to believe that stars have an impact. So therefore, it's kind of like I feel like this argument can't really go anywhere anymore.
Sorry.
You said you don't believe that shit.
Of course not.
Then why do you talk about that?
So why would the stars affect the Earth then?
As I was saying,
it's not to say that they don't at all. I mean, technically,
You don't know that.
We know that they don't affect the surface of the Earth. The stars can do whatever the hell they want to do. That doesn't affect what water is doing here on the surface of the Earth. It's flat no matter what. So we know it doesn't affect
way
it.
farther away. But
I'm just trying to be hyper specific. I'm just trying to say, if you want to be hyper specific, the stars technically illuminate the surface of the Earth.
no,
but they don't affect the surface of the Earth
I'm talking about
from being curved.
Look,
I know.
Can I have? Okay,
We all just said
wanna
they
say
don't
something.
quench the Earth; they illuminate it. Technically, that's one thing they do.
I would love to just make a short claim, a little bit aside of the whole argument. If may I speak with President Orion mainly instead of Kobala, because you kind of like being ironic, and I'm really trying to come out here with a fruitful conversation, understand a lot of things about you all. So and you
I was the one who greeted you.
About you people.
I was the one who greeted you to speak here. So what are you talking about?
I'm like, you are making jokes, and I'm just trying to have a normal conversation. You know, I feel like it's very useless. You know, no hard feelings, of course.
Okay, you can speak to the softer, more kinder gentleman.
Yeah, I would love to. Thank you. So moving further, if we consider if we consider the fact that all the atoms and stuff, they used to be together, right? And now the whole space is like going further away from the center. I'm trying to very downfall it. Then stars would have an impact, but like from the very far past. Because
wait.
it all used to be together
let me
as atoms,
clarify
right?
this. Are you describing the Big Bang theory?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about that. Yeah.
So you believe that 13.4 or something like that billion years ago, through one small tiny point or whatever, the whole universe just exploded. And wait, let me ask a little clarifying question. Do you believe that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
I don't think it's a ball spinning in a vacuum of space.
Yeah, neither do we.
Yeah,
okay.
So I don't either, but you do understand that the idea...
I do, as I was saying in the beginning, I do believe it's a globe. But I was just, I wanted to understand the difference between our understanding of things.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I don't know. But the way you were talking, I thought you were like talking like the Earth was flat or something. I don't know.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
All right. Well, I mean, so the thing is, this is, an extraordinary claim that the universe came from a single point. An explosion created things. We only have examples, demonstrations of explosions destroying things. After all, we use dynamite still today to take down.
But that's not the same kind of explosion. And it's not supposed to be called an explosion. I mean, a lot of people view it this way, but even after, I mean, it's a absolutely different type of explosion. I don't think we should compare it to an explosion of a dynamite.
Well, I know they describe it differently.
No, I'm talking about when with a dynamite you have a specific amount of like the product in it, and it does a specific thing that was made for. While with the idea of the Big Bang, it was all different atoms inside, and it started expanding. Right.
It's a story versus reality.
It wasn't yeah.
It's a creative story, actually.
It's a very creative story, but funny enough, it's actually based on the same way of thinking. I mean, the same way of like seeing that the whole gas pressure is a proof for the container to exist. Because
no. Wait, hold on. I got to point out the difference. Again.
Yeah.
So again, you're comparing demonstration to mere blind belief. You're comparing demonstration to something else you shouldn't compare demonstration to. So let me ask you this.
I'm not.
So let me ask you this. So if you use a car, right? Do you have a car?
No.
All right. Well, you've ridden a car. You know that cars have car tires. You know how there's 36 psi, 36 pounds per square inch around the rim of a car contained by the tire, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this is an example of a demonstration of gas pressure with a container. All right, consistent gas pressure in the X value form. All right, so this is a demonstration. This applies also to the air pressure we breathe as far as we know until we have a demonstration of the contrary. It applies to gas pressure in every form that we know of. So this is demonstration, and as far as we know, how gas pressure works and what is required for gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Yeah.
Now, but the thing is, when you're talking about the Big Bang, it's not a demonstrate. Like, so the question I want to ask you is: Has anyone ever demonstrated? Has anyone ever demonstrated, replicated? Has anyone ever replicated the Big Bang to you? Has anyone ever done that?
Does it have to be? Does it have to be replicated in this small space?
Yeah. In order for it to not be a mere blind belief, yes, it does.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's religion. Otherwise, it's just fair.
So you need to have a specific presentation for everything to know that it is a thing.
Well, in order to know it, yeah. In order to know, otherwise, it's just a mere blind belief. Otherwise, it's just religion.
Okay.
It's just
What about?
whatever?
Okay. So, presentation about that things happened in the past, like in general, to be honest.
Well, that's just it. You actually can't prove with definitive events in the past. You can have.
So past never happened?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, yeah.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'm not saying the past didn't happen. I'm saying that events in the past, prior to the point in time that you were born, you can't know through firsthand experience. You can't know with definity how they played out because it's just hearsay. It's just word of mouth. That's not knowledge. That's secondhand knowledge, which is not knowledge.
It's not?
No, it's hearsay. It's just what people say.
So you can't share experience together? You can't understand a lot of you can't learn?
Wait, hold on. You just said share experience together. That would be you and I, or just any two people.
No, like,
sharing
that would be in the same time.
Same time period. The way you just phrased that referred to it as the same time period. That would be things you can know. I'm talking about things you can't.
Okay, so sorry about phrasing it this way. So maybe lowering it down. So when it comes to stuff like different type of science, can you still learn about it and know it's a thing?
Well, what specific thing are you talking about?
Like, for example, when you study math, for example, but not simple things like 2 + 2 is 4, right? More like more complicated tasks. How can you know that it's a thing if it's not something you discovered? It's just a thing that you can get to know.
So you're just talking about advanced math? Like, are you asking me if I? So I'll just say I don't doubt the validity or functionality of advanced math, whether it be algebra, calculus, or anything.
Yeah, but you didn't. You weren't there when it was written for the first time, or like you didn't create it yourself, right? Like when people came up with the whole idea of math, right?
Yeah. So what?
Yeah. So you don't know math, or you don't know that it's true. Oh.
No, wait. Well, hold on. You're talking about a tool. I mean, math is a tool that we use.
Yeah.
It's a method, you know.
No, not only.
All right. So I'm just saying, like, you and I are speaking English right now, right?
Absolutely.
So I didn't meet the guy that invented English, but I'm still speaking it and I'm still using it. I'm still acknowledging that English is a real language.
Exactly. So you know it's an actual language. You know that you can use it in various ways. You know that it has its own rules. You can know the story of it. You didn't have to be there. So it comes the same with the past.
Hold on. No. You're getting a little confused here.
No?
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I have no reason to doubt that someone invented English in the past or algebra in the past. All right? I'm not saying that I do doubt. I'm not saying I have any reason to doubt.
So
what I'm saying, listen.
Okay.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Saying something very specific. Very specific. What I'm saying is, prior to the point in time you were born, before you were born, any point in time, any event that involves people or things, any event that happened before that, the facts, the details of the event, somebody doing something, somebody saying something, this thing going that direction, that thing, you cannot prove that with absolute definity. It's physically impossible. Because in order to do that, listen carefully. In order for you to do that, in order for you to prove that event playing out that way or that way with absolute definity, you would require a time machine. You do not have a time machine, so you cannot do that. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can understand that, but I feel like we just... no, maybe I shouldn't be saying the word you're limiting yourself, but in a way, you kind of underestimate how you can still know things, but not in a specific way. Just because you don't have this physical proof, this physical experience with the past, this still doesn't have to be for you. Like, it doesn't have to be a reason for you to doubt it.
Well, I don't doubt a lot of things in the past. I mean, there's some things where the details are questionable, like some conspiratorial nonsense involving the government here in the United States in the past, in the last 50 years. Like, take, for instance, the moon landing. For instance, I don't believe we went to the moon any of those 3 times that they say they landed. Do you believe they went to the moon?
No, I'm asking you, like, why didn't you believe it?
Well, why do I not believe that?
Yeah, why don't you believe it?
Because I don't believe in the vacuum of space the way they describe it.
And how do they describe it?
Well, they describe it as a 10 to the negative. They describe it as a low pressure system, a vacuum that is 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is powerful enough to shred any kind of equipment we have, as far as I know. And they claim that this vacuum is trillions of miles across above our heads. And also, they claim it's expanding faster than the speed of light. Another extraordinary thing to claim on that. And all of these things, these are extraordinary claims. And I have not seen sufficient evidence to back up these extraordinary claims. That's why I don't believe they went to the moon.
But what if they were trying to give you proof for you?
Yeah, we'd love that.
Like, that's why, like...
We'd love to see that demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's the proof.
Well, okay. What if I tell you that there is, like, available trips for common people to go there?
Well, that's just hearsay. You see, we operate like a court of law
here. What do you mean hearsay?
So hearsay is just empty words without demonstration. It's just like saying, like, if I were to tell you that I went into my closet and I went into Narnia, and I shake the paw of a talking lion. You see, that's just hearsay. It's not I can actually demonstrate it. So it's the same thing with astronauts.
Okay, how is the fact that somebody is... Okay, let's say you meet a person and they build a big spaceship that can get you there. And how is that hearsay for you?
Get you to Narnia?
Because it's just a story.
What do you mean Narnia? I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'm not sure she's understanding the concept of hearsay. Like,
okay, I know what the hearsay is.
No, she just doesn't understand what Narnia is. So if I built a closet...
Can you please... Okay, look, stop wasting the time and stop being so sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just telling you directly. You said you don't know what Narnia is. If someone built a closet and could take you to Narnia, would you go?
I never said that.
No, okay, well, I'm just telling you. Listen. You're asking if someone built a rocket. Listen for a moment, please. You asked.
Okay.
If I built a rocket, would you then go to space? That's kind of your question. It's no different than asking, if I built a closet with Narnia inside, would you go in it? And then would that prove anything? That doesn't prove anything. That is not
relevant. These both things are not relevant at all.
No, they are, and I'm sure that other people would agree with me here.
How? Okay.
Because
so now we're using the argument of majority and versus minority.
well, I don't need to
We
prove that, but
shouldn't.
outer space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. We know that it doesn't exist. It's a theme for movies and video games and books and
How do you know
shows
it
and TV because we've done the homework. We've looked into this. We don't just believe what they're telling us
So
that
you did it.
outer
So
space
you
is
didn't
real.
go. So you went yourself and checked.
Yeah, so I didn't need to go to Narnia to prove that it's not real.
How?
What do you mean?
You can't go to a place that isn't real. Like, what do you mean go and
But how
check?
do you? Okay,
What does
yeah,
that mean?
totally. But how do you know it's not real? If you
How do you know Narnia is not real?
Wait, hold on.
No.
Let's turn
I
this
actually
back onto her. Have you checked to see if gas pressure has ever been demonstrated without a container due to gravity? Have you checked that?
No, I personally have not.
All right. Well, you see, do you understand that that's the claim, right? That's what you and I were taught in school.
Yeah.
Was that
yeah.
gas pressure is So the question arises: if we were taught in school that gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity, then the question arises: do we have a demonstration here on the surface of the Earth of gas pressure due to gravity? Do we have a demonstration?
It's the whole. It's the whole.
We don't. No.
I'm just gonna the thing is, we technically do, which is
We should point out that's a fallacy. We should point out this fallacy. This is called affirming the consequence fallacy. You see, you're answering my question with the thing that you're trying to prove to be true.
Yeah.
You're answering the question with the claim. You're not answering with a demonstration. You're answering with the claim. Do you understand that?
Because you don't see it as a demonstration. That's the only difference.
No, listen, we have to explain
it's not
this.
a demonstration.
Orion's exactly right. You can't point back at your claim and then double on it and call it proof. No, listen.
That's the whole point.
The claim is that the sky doesn't need to be contained. So raising your arm and pointing at the sky and say, see, that's the proof. That's the claim. So we're waiting for you to prove that. So raising your arm at the sky and pointing isn't proving anything.
Didn't you do that? Didn't you do that at the beginning of the conversation when I was asking about the sky and the stars?
No, I never did that.
Yes, I mean people. Yes,
because I'm not making a claim about the stars, am I?
Now, you see the stars and they are this way, therefore they must be this way. Because
I never said any. I never made any claim. No one in this server.
I had a person say that
except for you.
Okay, I had the person say that in the VC right now.
What does anyone here want to stand up and say what the stars
using
are?
Using this kind of argument. Well, look over there. Oh, look over there. Stars look this way. Therefore, they must just.
No one's saying that. You're the only one saying that.
Yes, somebody said so. Yes, absolutely.
Well, you've mistaken what they're saying because no one's making a claim to what the stars are.
I have not.
Does anyone want to stand up and say what the stars are? Because pretty sure we're not making that claim.
I never heard anybody make a claim about the stars at all. I've been listening for the last 20 minutes.
Yes, I was talking about me asking a question and then having it answered. And I'm talking about the way of arguing.
I'll make a claim about what the stars
Why can't you talk about proving gas pressure without a container instead of changing the subject?
Are you talking
the subject?
about
I'm showing you the way of arguing.
Oh my god.
Eli, you're coming in super low, bro. Super low.
What do you mean super low? Who?
Exactly. Not you, someone else.
The point is, it sounds like you're saying you came in here with a question about something that no one here made claims to know, which is...
Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. But I am not talking about this. Okay, you really don't understand what I'm talking about, do you? I am not focusing on the content of my question. I'm focusing on the way it was delivered to me. The answer.
Well, no one has an answer about the sky, so what do you mean? I don't get it.
You still are you doing it on purpose?
We can mail it to you, or do you need a fax, or?
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to be ironic, as I was saying.
Should we email you? What are you talking about?
Why are you being like this?
You're complaining about delivery. Like, let's just talk about the content.
I'm not complaining about delivery. I'm just showing. I'm speaking about it because you're being hypocritical at the moment. Regardless, we can move on from this because you really don't understand what I'm talking about.
No, we do. This is.
No, you don't.
Fall off a truck yesterday.
You don't.
We've all had this conversation many times.
She sounds pretty chill. So
hey, yeah, I want to move on. So, do you know of any time in the past? So
what? Sorry.
So the question is, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature?
Right now I can't pull it out for you, but I definitely do have these things in my hands. At the moment, I totally wouldn't be able to tell you. But there was a very interesting way of doing it of a guy a very long time ago with 2 sticks. That was very interesting. But absolutely, right now I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So, do you know the assumption that the guy with 2 sticks made, allegedly?
The assumption? Okay, so what his method was proving was basically just that the Earth is curved, and that it spins, as well as it's not how to put it. It's leaning to one side, basically. And he did it just a very long time ago, but I can't remember the name who did it and how.
Well, anyway, he assumed that the Earth was a ball to begin with before
Why
he
do you
even stuck
say
any.
he assumed it?
Because this is what I was taught in school. This is the actual story. I'm not making this up.
Oh, okay. Well, now it's
So-
to be honest. Right now, it's just a hearsay from you because I am not sure if that was true. I really don't remember it myself.
Okay, so do you want to Google it? Should I put it in the live stream voice text? I mean, come on. It's Eratosthenes, the name of the guy.
Mhm. Okay.
You know the name of the guy, right?
No. No, as I was saying, I really don't remember myself.
Well, anyway, I'm just saying, before he even stuck, as the story goes, before he even stuck 2 sticks in the ground, he assumed the Earth was a ball to begin with, which makes this whole thing, this whole story, nonsensical. If you're just going to assume the Earth is a ball to begin with without actually measuring it to be a ball, then sticking sticks in the ground and looking at shadows and coming to conclusions with them is just nonsense.
So, because somebody has an assumption and wants to verify his assumption, therefore it's nonsense?
No, he didn't verify his assumption. He just made an assumption. That's
He made an assumption, and he made an assumption. Then he was verifying it through doing this thing with sticks.
So he made the assumption that the Earth was a sphere. So now I'm asking you, if you're saying he verified that it's a sphere, how did he verify that it was a sphere?
Sorry?
I just told you Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was a sphere before he stuck any 2 sticks in the ground.
Yeah, before he did it. And after that, he did it, yeah?
Yeah, and you just said that after he assumed it, then later on he verified that it's a sphere, right? That's what you said?
Because the sticking two things in the earth, that was the verification.
Hold on a second. Can I just jump in very quickly?
What was the verification part? Can you say that again? Sorry.
The process of the whole sticks in the ground. That was the verification process.
Slavianka, sorry, just let me jump in very quickly.
What's up?
The thing that you need to understand is that the results work on both, right? Depending on what you assume. So yeah, you can stick sticks in the ground and measure shadows and get a certain result. And if you assume it's a ball of a certain size and that the sun is acting in a certain way at a certain distance, you'll get the globe result. But if you assume that it's a flat surface and you assume that it's a more local sun with divergent light rays, you'll get the same result. So the issue is that it works on both. So it doesn't prove either one.
Yeah, but it's about the assumption that so assumption does not matter.
Yeah, so it doesn't prove that Earth is a ball. That's the problem.
So why are we arguing about this guy being like, oh, but he assumed that it's a ball, therefore it's nonsense?
Well, no, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to point out, because a lot of people, when they're asked who was it that measured curvature, the story that we're told and that we get on Google is this guy, Eratosthenes, with the sticks and shadows. But when you dig a bit deeper into it, you'll find that even the mainstream say that actually works on both. So it doesn't prove either. So then we're left again with the question, okay, so who was it that measured curvature? And the answer no one has. So don't feel
I
bad
wanna
about
know.
not knowing.
I wanna see. Not sure.
You could use it to maybe calculate the circumference of the sphere if all the assumptions that he made were validated, right? But none of them are.
Okay, so who measured the curve of the Earth? The first person to determine the size of Earth was, what's his name again? The one listed?
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Google tells you, right? But then if you dig a little bit deeper, and we can send you images. If you look in the live stream, I sent one.
Yeah,
It's accepted that it works on both.
I'm really, maybe it's wrong of me, but I'm extremely ignorant of these things, of the whole live
No,
stream.
you're not taught about this. Okay. So
Text.
just above this voice channel, you'll see a text channel called live stream voice text. So in that,
Yeah, exactly. That's
about
what I'm talking about.
30 minutes past the hour, Wolfgang Hope, you see that name, and it posted an image showing a ball on a flat surface.
Where?
So 30 minutes past the hour, wherever you are, it's probably like 10:30, 11:30, I'm assuming. By your accent.
Oh, that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, so there's this guy. So now I'm just supposed to, I guess, check how can you do it. Like, I don't know, either yourself or
So you're
people,
supposed
right?
to. You're. So that's what happened with all of us. We go Eratosthenes. Nope, that doesn't work. So who did it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then that's you starting your journey to try and prove the globe, and that's how you eventually become a flat earther.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well,
That's
in
the
that
journey.
case, in that. Oh yeah. In
So
that
just ask
case,
questions.
yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, in that case, I would definitely take a break right now because I've been here for a little while. I definitely understood some of the points you guys are making. To me, it was a
Thank you
very
for joining us.
fruitful. Yeah, it was definitely a very fruitful conversation for me. And I'll probably come back when I get some more data about it. I would love to.
Yeah, let me just tell you quickly. Have you seen, if you scroll down the list below this voice channel, way to like 3/4 of the way down, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. So it's got like NASA, gravity, Antarctica, sun and moon. So if you check out those channels, there's lots of good resources, and just above there is FE introduction videos. So they're like starter videos. Those are good ones to watch if you're new.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just explore and ask questions. No one was taught about this kind of stuff at school, so there's not really any dumb questions. So
yeah, I understand. I know. No, thank you so much for being like so open to my views and trying to understand and trying to show me, your point of view.
Anytime.
Thank you so
much. You're welcome here anytime.
Okay. Goodbye.
Okay. Bye. You seem nice.
I have a question.
Pretty cool.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm just joking. Yeah, go ahead.
This thought or idea that Earth is a ball, was it not like a prevailing theory amongst the Greeks, even before Eratosthenes?
I think it was kind of a fringe idea in the ancient world.
Yeah, Pythagoras. It starts with Pythagoras and his cult, and they were seen as criminals by the other Greeks. They thought they were crazy because Pythagoras and his cult worshipped the sphere as a sacred shape. They saw it as the perfect shape. So they theorized that the perfect creator would have made Earth the perfect creation, the perfect shape. He still thought it was geocentric and created by a god, but no, that was a heretical idea. Most of the Greeks were flat earthers, like the rest of the world at that time.
Eventually, this cult, using their mathematics, they won over the people, or use some trickery, or how did they?
Well, more so, it was picked up by groups like, certain occultic groups, Freemasons, and then really it took hold under the Catholic Church, who continued this and asked Copernicus to make a heliocentric calendar, basically to do the math on how our observations that we accepted as geocentric from a stationary Earth, could be observed on a spinning baller. They got Copernicus to do the math. And then they published that calendar. And because the church was so influential in society in terms of education and everything else, they managed to spread the idea far and wide.
One thing that I've noticed when talking to globe earthers, that they all remember the story of Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows, but they don't actually know the details. It's like a form of brainwashing that they underwent.
Yeah, because as soon as you get into the details, it doesn't make any sense. Like, right, well, how was he communicating with this other person, however hundreds of miles away? Were they using smoke signals?
Between Aswan and Alexandria is like 900 kilometers.
Yeah. How would they have coordinated that in those times?
How did they even measure that distance in those?
How did they even know the distance? Yeah, exactly. So the whole thing's pretty absurd anyway. I don't think there's any contemporary writings of him doing what they claim he did from people who were alive at the time. So yeah, probably just.
But I watched a very convincing video of a guy on a bike who proved that the Earth is a globe.
A guy on the bike was in two places at one time.
So he was riding a bike on, I think, one of the flattest places on Earth. Let me find the video. Post it here.
It's so cringe. Like the audacity of these people.
The Earth is a globe with his bike.
Yeah, exactly. Can you believe that?
Another thing is, like, why is there so much propaganda against the flat Earth? So much false information against the flat Earth. Like when you Google or type in the YouTube search flat Earth, all the videos that come up is from the so-called scientists and so on.
Well, if you were Coca-Cola and your competitor was Pepsi, I mean, you don't think you would make some ads dogging on Pepsi? You know what I mean? Well, why is there propaganda? Well, we're competing against their narrative. If we were just saying random things that have nothing to do with anything, oh, the grass is purple, and like, do you really think there would be like anti-purple grass propaganda? No. So they've got to, slander their ops. They've got to put out propaganda against their opposition. Pepsi sucks. Type of thing. So
yeah, but even the opposition that they talk about is just like a straw man of reality. They're not even talking about the real thing. When they say flat Earth, they're talking about weaponized term. Like
we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, it's their straw man that they attack instead of us.
Well, what's funny is like and we call it controlled opposition, right? So it's their own controlled ops. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's even worse. But yeah.
The fact that they have to attack a straw man that they built instead of what we actually say says a lot.
Nathan was playing a video on his show this morning where I guess some NASA employee created a flat Earth simulation, and then they gave that to another NASA employee to like talk about and debunk. So they're just literally creating some straw man and then burning it right in front of you.
Guys, isn't it logical that they need to deceivably, if that's even an English word, but I hope it's one, but miserably trying to deceive and distort the very information which we would give as geocentrists regarding the shape of the Earth by inserting the straw man of a disk in outer space where water falls from the edges, and or putting a sun from the heliocentric model inside of geocentrism, and completely perverting the minds of the audience by inserting a wrong picture about what we actually claim. That you know what that shows? That shows that what we are saying is literally the truth, and they try everything to destroy it.
Yeah, it shows that they can't address that. that they just take one part of their claim, the globe part, they change it with a flat disk, and then they pretend that everything else that we're saying is the same as what they're saying.
Yeah. It's pathetic.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I mean, they have to dissuade the average onlooker as hard as possible to not end up in a place like this where they're going to speak to real flat earthers and know what they're talking about. Because if you're someone that comes in here, you're dead serious about pursuing where the evidence leads, you're going to end up a flat earther. That's just the way of it. The globe doesn't exist in reality. It will never exist in reality. The only weapons they have against flat earth is ridicule and dissuading the public from investigating it.
Yeah. The first time I heard about flat earth, was on Facebook. Some friends who are flat earthers, and then I was debating them, and that after some months, almost a year, when I actually saw the light and saw these people were talking the truth. I was debating them with all the normal talking points. You can see the boats going over the horizon, so the earth must be a ball.
And it must be a ball because it has to be a ball. Because can't be anything else.
Because sunsets and sunrises and eclipses and thousands of years. We've known for thousands of years.
But did you hear what he just said, which I think is quite unique and nice, because it's not that every glober is capable of doing so. He has tried to debunk his friends and literally had conversations with them through Facebook or maybe even through voice, who knows. And he comes to the conclusion that they were right, and he put down his ego, okay? Because we all know leaving the heliocentric model is also an ego death, a part of an ego death, if that's even a thing. I mean, I'm just trying to describe something, a feeling that we have once we let go of something that we have, hold it on the whole time, even defended it. And that's just nice to hear, Actually, good job, man, that you come to this conclusion, Hillel.
Have you heard of this guy, Planar Walk?
Yeah. Yeah. Planar Walk, yeah.
Planar Walk claims that we know that the Earth is a ball because of some mountain, like distant mountain ranges. They appear to be lower in the when you're looking at the mountains. They appear to be lower. And when you get
Isn't it funny how they say that we cherry pick, and then they do stuff like that?
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, brother, you're welcome here. Just saying, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. Are you from Africa or something? You have like an African.
From Namibia.
Oh, nice. See, so many people from all over the plane on this Discord. It's so great.
We're all around the globe.
All around the globe.
Yeah, around the globe. Namibia.
Namibia, it's in Southern Africa.
That's awesome, man. There's some people that seem to think like flat earthers are just all Americans for some weird reason.
No.
You'll have people come in like, oh, so you all Americans. It's like, dude, I know more people that here that aren't American.
It's just the ratio on this server, at least.
That's because it's a great idea, and we're the greatest.
Americans have greater access to information. Americans have greater access to information, so most of them they get
been
get out of the matrix quicker.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
They get out of the matrix quicker than other people in the world. For us here, it took me like maybe up into my 30s. For Americans, it will be even in their teens, they will be exposed to this information.
Right.
And then they will be able to think critically about it early on.
One of the tactics they use, though, is they try to smear it as like backwoods, like, Bible fundy type of belief thing, right?
Like it says in Wikipedia that it's a scientifically disproven ancient what?
Yeah, and we're just into these archaic, Bible-based beliefs and stuff like that, and that's where that's coming from, right?
They don't have a university degree either. That's what they say also.
Right. Yeah. Uneducated, religious. Yeah. So never addressing the actual argument.
So what was the turning point, Hillel? Like, when was the point where you said, yeah, actually they were always right? Or like, where, there's a point where in your head it's like click and then you get it, if your head is not highly intoxicated by fluoride, you actually have that click moment where the patterns are putting together as a puzzle, and then you understand. So what was the click moment?
So I had the conversation maybe in 2020. It was only last year. Well, I was actually doing some other things, and then the conversation came again into my notifications. Mm-hmm. Somebody added a comment, the thread. Mm-hmm. And I went back to the thread now, and then I read the stuff that I was saying, and to me it sounded preposterous, like sounded absurd. The arguments that I was giving at the time, those guys thought that my arguments were clever, like of an educated person. So that's what education is.
Right.
Yeah.
And now when you read them, it just sounds ignorant to you, right? Out of feelings.
Sounds ignorant. Then I started looking into the flat earth myself, like last year, 2021.
Oh, that's cool, man. Wow, that's really cool.
So I came across Nathan Thompson. What's the other guy? Whitsit
Oakley?
No, the thing is with Nathan Oakley, if you search him on YouTube, all you get is just disinformation. And one...
you just get Professor Dave. Nathan Oakley debunked.
Yeah. You get Professor Dave. The earth is not a ball, proving that the earth is a ball without using science. And then you go into those videos, you watch them. It sounds preposterous. It sounds absurd. The claims that they are making.
I like that.
They are all working on the assumption that the earth is a ball, which is the thing that they are trying to prove.
I like how he uses... Sorry, I thought you finished.
Now, what I want is for them to prove that the earth is a ball.
Exactly, man. I like how he uses the word upset, because that's how most of these globers sound like when they try to bash flat earth. They always are so upset. And like when you look at people like Fight the Flat Earth, his wife, for example, when she makes the videos, like completely upset, as if you have a child that is angry at you because for some reason you made it angry or whatnot. It's just upset. Yeah, I like that, man. I like how you describing these anti-flat Earth globers.
Part of the deception, to be honest.
Because at the time when I was looking into it last year, even like you get videos like on the moon hoax. You get there's a video that shows Stanley Kubrick shooting the moon landing. The whole video, like documenting that whole with Stanley Kubrick there, Neil Armstrong. They are running their lines. They are rehearsing. You can see they are in a studio. But I cannot find that video anymore.
You talk about the audio clips leaked by what is this website called?
Not the ones from WikiLeaks.
Not the ones from WikiLeaks. Okay. I thought it's the ones from WikiLeaks. Then I don't know them. I just know the ones from WikiLeaks.
It's like the moon hoax. I saw the video. Saw Stanley Kubrick acting like. You know that thing that they used to on the cutscenes.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny that you say this, man, because just yesterday, for the first time in my life, I watched the 1968 Stanley Kubrick movie 1 year prior to Apollo missions. What is it called? Oh, I forgot the name again.
2001.
2001 Space Odyssey, yeah. And you see all the similarities of prop making, of the way of the background green screen effect, the old analog version of how they did it back in the time. You see all these artist hands of, because I love I personally like how movie direction works, and I like to see how, so you see in every movie, every director has certain types of fingerprints, like his own inspiration of how he creates his art and so forth. And I don't like the movie at all, don't get me wrong, but what I've seen is the similarity of pattern and inspiration that has been influenced into the Apollo missions, and you see the hand of the maker. You see the hand of Stanley Kubrick creating the Apollo mission movies through the movie prior, to the Apollo missions, which is 2001 Space Odyssey. It's so funny, man. You can literally I can highly recommend every Flat Earth, and you just watch this movie again and look at every prop he is using, every scene, the way it's being filmed and so forth. You see so many similarities. You just see how they literally just hired this guy to create this mass hoax. It's crazy.
What is absurd is that the moon is 238,000 miles from the Earth. They are saying they were able to get there on a rocket with a single fuel. I don't know anything about what rocket fuel or rocket science.
Yeah, they went to the moon in a tweaker shed
and came back. And then there's a video of them lifting off from the moon. That is the most sad thing that I've ever seen. Video of the astronauts getting into the capsule or whatever they call the thing. Then they lift off from the moon, and then the camera follows them into the sky.
Yeah, and then you ask the very people, like the astronauts that were on board of it, and one astronaut said, we're just travelers. We're just people. We just, man, I can't say how. Does anyone still know the correct sentence? Like he says, kind of like, we're just passengers on a flight. We don't know all the specifics of the technology. Like imagine you would just put your trust into flying to the moon on the basis of just thinking for yourself you're just a passenger, and for you it's not really necessary to know all the things about the machine that you're using to get there. Like who in their right mind would ever do such things, regardless of the money or honor you would gain? Like who, and especially who would put himself into a cardboard tinfoil box that we can see on every Apollo mission's picture? Like who in their right healthy mind would do that? Especially after knowing that one of the astronauts burned prior to Apollo missions, right? There was one guy who burned in a capsule because of electrical wiring problems or whatnot. I mean, come on, guys. These astronauts are foolish. Anyways, sorry, I think I'm talking too much again.
And there's the Simon Den. No, Simon Den.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's a genius. I watch everything he puts out.
I think his actual name is Strawman Dan.
Strawman Dan, yes.
Why doesn't he debate any of the flat earthers?
Well, he's smart enough to know how that would go, I guess.
because
I can tell you why. Because then he would need a projector in front of him that would read a pre-written text by someone else who's actually debating the person and writing the information that he needs to say to them, kind of like a US president. But he's not able to do this in real time because, it would just be obvious that he would be reading off someone else's answers. And I mean, we can see it in his videos, it's always a script that he's reading. You know, there's
Professor
no
Dave,
sentence he can do himself. Sorry.
Professor
go on.
Dave, Professor Dave tried to debate a flat earther. He was flawed on the how we see the stars. Was claiming like me in the southern hemisphere, like in southern Africa. I look in the south, I can see the Southern Cross. Then someone in Australia can also see the Southern Cross at the same time. Someone in South America can see the Southern Cross at the same time. I'm seeing it. Then Dave from Dave Flat Earth. What is Dave Weiss? He had to explain to him about the time zones. That would be impossible because of the time zone, because we're on different time zones. Didn't even understand that. So that's why debates are important.
The observation is there, so it's not impossible, but it will be on the ball because it will be like in a different size of the ball, making the same observation at the same time. But if you're saying that it's something that happens, that you're in Africa, the other guy in South America, the other person in Australia, all making the same observation at the same time, that doesn't make it impossible. That is actually an actual phenomena that happens, right?
That is what he claims happens. It happens because we're on a ball.
So he's claiming that's something that happens, but no one has done it. Or what are you saying?
I'm saying he claims that see when I'm looking south and I see the Southern Cross, but he does not even realize that the stars rotate, including the Southern Cross.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that apparently, according to him, debunks flat Earth.
Yeah, whatever phenomena we see in the sky, it doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
And what was the other thing that is and about? Do you guys know about sextants and what's the other thing? The sextant and the what's the other one?
Celestial navigation.
That can only happen, can only work on a sextant and the one that they put on the planes for
the gyroscope. The gyro.
The sextant and the gyroscope can only work on a globe. That is their claim. I cannot actually remember how they support the claim. That is the claim. I think I heard Simon Dan say it. Heard Professor Dave say it, and was it Plainer Walk also said it, and who else? And FTFE, especially FTFE. At the flat earth, he's very adamant on that point that the sextant and the gyroscope can only work on a ball. Is this true? Because I don't know anything about these things.
Anybody want to talk about the sextants or the gyro? Only working on a globe? Any globers in here?
Yeah, I've asked a number of globers when they've said that if they could please provide their information where anywhere on Earth navigators are using the method they're claiming. I have not been shown any information at all that shows where people are celestial navigating with a curved adjacent. In other words, the thing you're using, the horizontal plane, the horizon, as your 0 point for adjusting your zero of your sextant cannot be a curved surface. It has to be, otherwise the whole process does not work. So if they could show me, if anybody out there is listening, think that they only navigate with a sextant, that it only works on a globe Earth, please provide me where they're using a curved adjacent in their navigation and actually reaching successfully their destination. I'd like to see that. Doesn't exist.
This is the claim. I don't think that it was actually addressed in the debates that I watched.
They're usually not addressing what they're saying. They're saying things, but when you ask them to please address this situation with practical, like something that's actually used in reality on Earth, they fall short. They don't have anything to add. All they want to do is talk about it, but the verification part falls short. They don't have anything to show.
Is it, Sunny, have you done any debates with these globers?
Yeah, I have on here for like 3 years. I mean, I was here in the beginning. I was here, not in the first server, but it's going on 3 years for me at this server. And yeah, I remember when the arena was here. I've talked to many of these globers myself. Yes, absolutely.
Do you have any debates that are up on like maybe YouTube?
I don't have debates on YouTube. No, I never consider myself somebody who is in the debate arena. I mean, I found this place. I just kind of fell into it. I don't consider the conversation or the topic at this point debate worthy.
Yeah, just go back and listen to the old live streams. You'll hear Sonny all the time.
Yeah, I'm
like
on there a lot.
tearing Globers up.
I was one of the first when Miggy brought up the 3 points. I was one of the first to go on and continue using it over and over and over again every day here. So
because of the disinformation campaign on Google and YouTube, what you find is just this globe earthers just making claims.
Exactly.
Just making claims in a sort of a vacuum that are not challenged.
Yeah, in a place that's unfalsifiable that no one can reach. So good on them. Yep. They have an argument that can't be tested, can't be repeated, can't be verified or falsified. So fantasy land all the way, really.
It was good talking to you guys, but I have to go now.
Have a good one, man. If you're looking for debate, check the what is it? The debate channel. What's the name, guys? The Witsit goes there sometimes.
Witsit, Nathan Oakley's. Yeah, the modern day debates.
Modern day debates. There's some flatter debates there. If you're looking for some debates, there's many good ones. Just gotta find the right channels. Yeah. Bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. We'll see you when you come back. Or we'll hear you when you come back.
Yeah, open your mouth and speak so I can see you.
Yeah, I know that's funny. But actually, I say it's good to see you here because I see people's names and they appear and then I go, well, I'm good to see you here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I have to correct myself a lot of times. Like, well, I'm not really seeing them. I'm just seeing their name pop up. I'm hearing their voice though. So, yeah.
Well, if you just see the name, you can say, good to see you, you're in here. But then after they speak, good to see you and hear you speaking.
Yeah, exactamente.
Maybe like English 101.
No, I've had to actually a lot of us I've had to back off because we have these new silvers coming up that are just like right on top. They're right on point, man. So I don't know. I mean, they're not leaving much to say. They're doing such a great job.
Some of them are mean.
Some of them are so mean. Well, you flat earthers are mean because you're saying mean things to new people like, hi, how are you? And what do you
Oh
think?
no.
How dare you ask people? I mean, you're sucking them, like the one guy said, sucking them in to be attacked. Wow. Really? That was hilarious.
Mm,
Yeah, you flat earthers.
weird. Weird.
It's the globe thing, and the people that are like defending the globe that come in here a lot of times, I can relate it to like my daily life when I go out riding. I go out riding, and there's people like sometimes I'm riding on walkways. Like I'm not like I'll ride in the grass too. I mean, I'm equal opportunity. I got a bike I can go anywhere on, so that's not an option. So I could do that. But people are walking in front, they're walking towards you. I'm on my bike, I'm always on the right. Now, I don't expect these people to do anything in particular. I've seen people do all kinds of things, but they look at you and then they look away in every other direction than in front of them, as if to say, I see you there, but I'm going to pretend I don't see you. And I'm just going to keep walking directly towards you in the line of travel. Like refusal to move from position. That's not only here on the server, that's in real life. It's so funny to see it. Because like I'm looking forward the whole time. I saw you see me and then look like you didn't see me, like you have cloaking. That's why I ask people that. They say things pretending like nobody heard what they said. Or like when they get caught in one of these fallacies, then they readjust their statement or go back and try to backpedal and say, I didn't say that. Well, yes, you did, actually. But it's similar. I think people are doing that in real life. They don't look ahead of themselves. They're looking at every other direction except what's directly in front of them. The phone, the girl walking across the street, I don't know, the car down the block, the color of the trees off to the left. You got me what they're looking at, but it's not in front of them. So I think this is common. Modern life, people just aren't paying attention to the reality of the situation that's right in
Yeah.
front of them. It's disturbing.
A lot of people too busy staring at the scrying mirrors in front of them. Want to be entertained all the time, 24/7. They don't dig for anything.
Yeah, not to be entertained, actually to be plugged in, to be getting that jolt of like whatever adrenaline or serotonin that they're getting. They're taking a hit.
Dopamine.
They might as well be sucking it in through a straw. Like directly into their brain. Can I have doctor? Can I have that media straw that goes directly into my cerebral cortex, so I don't have to, so it doesn't have to bypass any other systems? Some people would rather have that. But we're going to still be here and we're going to still be talking about the reality of the earth we live on. And the thing about that is, the deal is, all of us live on the same earth. So when people come in here and they're trying to say the contrary of what we all experience,
It's nonsense.
They're in a world of delusion. Absolute nonsense. Yeah. No correlation with reality.
Well, when you bring it to that kind of talk and belief, but in your day to day, if you're gonna go fishing because you're hungry and your family's hungry, you're not gonna have to think about the shape of the Earth, if it's a globe or not.
Yeah, exactly. You're not thinking about Einstein's equations, how that applies to your fishing. Only,
Your experience is based on your immediate environment and your capability to engage with it, right? Based on your senses and what you can do.
Right.
And your ability to utilize that for whatever means you want it to. So I want to go fishing, or I have to build this. I need some tools to go get the fish or whatever.
Exactly.
And you apply that to reality.
I'm going to go to the hardware store. I'm going to go fishing, or I'm going to go to the hardware store and get some 10-penny nails.
You can do that too.
I don't know. Yeah.
But then the globe belief is having real life consequences, because even if you want to be productive, you have to take some of that productivity and give it to some people that are telling you, hey, we need some of your productivity. We need you to give us some of your productivity so we can go to Narnia and tell you what we see there.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous to talk about a free society. Well, we know that's not true after the last few years, but to talk about a supposedly democratic free society where you don't have people in the higher up positions like fooling everybody else, tricking them into thinking they're somewhere they're not. So you're going to end up working your life, just like Gemsy says, working to support something that doesn't exist in reality. That's okay with you. Keep giving them your money. I guess you have money to burn then. You're not worried about your basic needs then, I guess. You've forgotten about that. So your kids aren't going to need shoes next year for school. That's going to NASA. Yeah. Instead of buying new socks, you're going to have to sew the old ones that got holes in them. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. I've done that for years, actually, to try to divorce myself from the stupidity of this constant churning out of more and more junk. So the more stuff we throw away, then we buy new ones. Then they have free reign to sell us more junk. Well, if you learn to appreciate what you have, take care of the junk you already bought. I think that's a good quality. There's something noble about taking something that someone else threw away and making it look brand new again and making it function again, where they tossed it out. It's actually something useful. But people aren't of the mind to go like, what's the use of this? I want something brand new that works right now. If it stops working, I'll throw it away and get another one.
What do you think, Gazo? Gazo intern. You've been several muted. You can open your mic, Gazo.
Yo,
welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing? What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
SimCord sent me this Discord.
Someone sent you the Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
To try
Are you curious about... Go ahead.
Sorry?
Go ahead. You were going to say something.
To try to debunk the flat Earth theory.
So are you like working to debunk the flat Earth theory? When you think flat Earth and you're trying to debunk that, what's the image that is getting in your mind? What do you see when you think flat Earth?
I mean, I see like a flat plate, something like that.
So you basically see like a flat disc flying through the vacuum of space.
I mean, from the flat Earth theory, it's nothing to flying. You know, it's only like moving in the. It's like sun. It is staying in place for the flat Earth.
Okay, but you still have this false impression of a disc or a plate. So no one here agrees to any shape, size claim that can't be verified.
Okay.
So right off the bat, if you're thinking that we believe in some kind of a shape claim, that's wrong. No one here. This is the actual real flat Earth arena or intellectual server here. So we're along the lines of, if it can't be proven or validated, verified, then we're not making a claim. So the thing is, the claim is on the globe Earth. Here's the reason why. No one here experiences a curvature or uses it practically on Earth ever, including yourself, or any Earth motion or rotation. That's not used by you. You don't see it. You don't perceive it. It's not used by anyone else, including people flying aircraft. Thirdly, there's no such thing in existence as gas pressure without a container. So they're telling us that space exists, that they're going out through it. That's an open system, any way you can look at it. So they're saying it's an open system, and we have high pressure here with zero or low pressure out there. That cannot exist in reality, and does not, by any practical means, cannot be shown in reality.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, I can see we can see from the distance on the sea, we can see the curvature. From the, like, when is the ship, we can see on the top of the ship, but we can see the down.
Okay, so are you saying that when the ship goes over, the ship disappears, that it's going over a geometric curvature?
Yeah, to the horizon. We can see the full ship from the distance.
So how is it that when the ship disappears bottom up, then you zoom in, it completely reappears, the whole entire thing? How is that possible?
We don't see the top of the ship. We can see the bottom. We can't see the...
You can zoom right in all the way to the waterline. Just because there's a mirror flipped image at that distance at some times does not mean the ship's not there. The whole entire ship's there, including waterline, all the way up to the top. It may be distorted, but the horizon isn't changing its position. That's the point. There's no definition of refraction of light that transforms or lifts up or changes the position of the horizon at all whatsoever. You need to go to your expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, the head of astronomy department. Go look at his information. He's your expert. He says it does not affect the horizon itself.
I mean, also for the pictures on the plane, we can also see the curvature without the eyelashes.
Okay, well, let's get down to the brass tacks. Why don't you tell us? You think Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your one best proof? One.
Lunar eclipse.
So
also that we can see the shadow of the. Yeah.
So something other than the Earth itself? No, I'm asking you about the Earth curvature. What makes you think Earth is a sphere on Earth, not up in the sky? Because you don't go to the hardware store, ask them to put in flooring by measuring the ceiling lamp, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be stupid. So we're going to actually look at the Earth itself. So what about your experience here on Earth? What's your best proof of the surface of Earth that proves Earth is curved?
Sea and air, to the airplanes and to the ships. That's my best proof. Also, with the airplanes.
No, airplanes and ships are not measuring.
No. Also, if the world is flat, there'll be different airlines, different lines for where the planes will go.
Listen, we're not using aircraft as measuring devices to prove your globe. We're talking about the surface of Earth. Can't you just measure obstruction over distance?
I don't know that.
So where is the obstruction over distance?
I don't know.
Yeah, no one else does either. It's never been measured. That's the point. So proving by point that you don't know it's a globe, you believe it's a globe. You don't have anything to back that belief. So it's what's called an unfounded belief. So it's an unverified belief. So you believe things on complete faith with no backing. You have no validatable, objective information or data that irrefutably proves that Earth is a globe. You don't have that.
I mean, also lunar eclipse also showed the shadow of the moon of the Earth.
Yeah, you're still going up to the sky, so I don't care. I can put a curved surface up in my ceiling lamp. It doesn't have anything to do with the floor, once again.
You're just making assumptions, too. You're just assuming your globe and assuming that that's the reason that the lunar eclipse happens and that the lunar eclipse is a shadow. These are all just assumptions.
It's a logical fallacy, and the logical fallacy you're using is it's a reification fallacy. You're reifying the thing that we're trying to prove. So you're using the thing we're trying to prove as the proof. This is logically inconsistent.
Yeah, if you can't show us the globe existing in the first place, then none of the stuff about lunar eclipses or the rest of it follows.
Yeah, we're talking about first instance, not second, third,
Also, there's some footage without the fish lenses that prove the curvature.
Then why can't we measure it?
So how do you validate the photos? How do you verify they are what they say and where they are? How do you verify that?
I mean, it's proof.
There's proof. I asked you, how do you verify the photographic proof?
I mean, I can't.
You can't. So it's unverifiable. So that means we just discard it in the round file or the trash can.
One thing you could do is try to measure it directly, to measure the curve directly here on the ground to try to corroborate those videos they show you. You could try to do that.
I mean, also, I just see the point. Why we should be on a planet that is flat, where all the planets are around?
It's not a planet. What's a planet?
Like Jupiter, Mars.
Yeah, planets are wandering lights in the sky. Like,
nah, they're not.
Earth tells you that it's one of those lights in the sky.
Yeah, so just tell us what the similarity is of the lights in the sky, like Mars, and Earth, the ground you stand on. What's the similarity again?
We are both round. We both spin around sun.
There's ground up in the sky.
He said round. They're both round, but that's the thing that you haven't determined about the Earth yet. You're still just imagining that.
Yeah, you're reifying what we're talking about. But anyway, the lights don't have anything to do with the ground you stand on.
Guys, so you're saying that you go to a forest and you see trees, therefore you are a tree.
What? No. But also it's a proof that planets aren't lights. They're like...
So listen, what is the logical step-by-step way that you're saying, I'm looking to the sky, I see a light in the sky, therefore, when I'm standing on, it's a light in the sky.
I don't know.
Exactly.
It seems like it was just a story that we were all taught. Nobody can confirm that for themselves. All you can do is look at the lights in the sky and just accept the stories you were told about them.
Just think about it, guys. So, inside of your apartment or your house, your home, you're standing on the ground, which is based on a level foundation, right? You know that, right? Level foundation. And then when you hang up your TV, you have to use a level to make sure the TV is also level with the foundation of the home, of the structure.
Okay.
But
yes.
you don't use the lights in the ceiling to determine the foundation of the house or the TV, right?
Yeah.
You do or you don't?
I don't know, bro.
Yes, it's okay, bro. It's not a big deal. I mean, you're not practically you're not gonna determine the shape of the ground by looking at the lights at the bulbs in the ceiling, right? That you
I mean,
you get what I'm saying, right?
yeah, I know, but it's also reflection. I know about what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's the same with the sun and the planets. Like we get the light from the sun because of from the planet because of sun. It's the same thing.
So the sun, the luminaries, the planets, the wandering stars, those observable phenomena. Everybody can look at them, right? We can observe the sun moving. When you go outside and you see the sun and the planets, lights in the sky moving across the sky, you've seen them, right? You've seen the sun moving across the sky. What?
Yeah, it's because
what about
it's spinning.
Yeah, so when you're looking at the sun and the moon and the luminaries with your eyes, one of your senses, your vision, that's one of your senses.
Yeah.
So when you look at the sun moving across the sky with your vision, your senses, and then you make an opposite claim, you're claiming the opposite because your senses are also telling you that the ground that you're standing on is not moving because you don't feel any movement of the ground. So your senses, your vestibular, we're talking about your senses, right? Your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal that is based on a horizontal, on a level, right? It's pointing out that you're not moving. And if the ground that you're standing on starts moving, are you gonna feel it?
Yes.
Exactly, right. So it's not moving, but if it starts moving, you'll feel it because your senses will actually let you know that you started moving. So since your senses are telling you something and the globe claim is the opposite of your senses, you're claiming the globe, you're claiming a nonsensical claim because you're throwing away all of your senses on your experience and making a nonsensical claim, which is nonsense.
But it's also because of gravity. We can feel it. We can't feel that because of the Earth gravity.
When you say gravity, is that like a word that you read on a book, or does it actually mean something? What does that mean? What does gravity mean? It's not just a word on a book somewhere, right?
Gravity is force that pushes everything to the center of the Earth.
The center of what? The center of what?
Center of the Earth.
You mean like the globe Earth that you haven't established yet?
Yeah, that hasn't been verified yet. So the globe Earth isn't verified.
Yeah. So you haven't established that the ground that you're standing on is curving or moving, but you go ahead and make a claim that is based and on the foundation that it has to be curving and moving. Even though you cannot verify that, you're making a claim that needs those foundations in the first place. You see how logically you cannot come to that conclusion. You just have to make it up and say it is because it has to be. But it's not based on anything that you can verify or demonstrate. Right, Gisbo?
Yeah.
I mean, gas.
But there's also a lot of the, how can I say that, a lot of proofs of gravity and all of that. To the
so, Gazo, let's concentrate. Okay. Rather concentrate on your. I'm sorry. Concentrate on your immediate experience and things that you verified. The ground, you don't feel any movement. You observe a horizontal plane. Everything, the building that you're in at the moment is based on a level foundation, right? The TV that you hang needs a level. And then your neighbor, right, the next building to your building, they also use the horizontal level foundation, right?
Yeah.
And his neighbor.
So what?
What was that?
I didn't hear it.
Someone said
I
something.
just
What was
had
that?
to say, Gemsy, I appreciate you saying level TV. Shout out to the
Oh
level
yeah,
TV.
yeah.
That's where it's at.
Yeah, the TV. I like the TV example, but I started with the building because the building goes first, and then the TV on the building. So your neighbor does the same thing, and his neighbor keeps going, right? And until you make it to the shoreline, right, which is sea level, right, Gaza?
Yeah.
So that sea level horizontally in relation to the house at the shore going back to your house, they all have horizontal level to the shore, and then you get on a vessel, on a sea vessel, on a boat, and you travel horizontally on the waters, and you make it to the next coast, and the first house on that coast also is built on level, on a horizontal level, and you go neighbor after neighbor after neighbor. It's all based on the same level. It's a horizontal plane. If you were standing at that shore and I was standing at the other shore to the other side across the pond, and we point to each other, we're pointing at each other horizontally. There's no curvature between you and me. It's like, when you go to one side of the lake and then there's another person at the other side of the lake, and you can see them on the other side walking and putting their, jumping on the water, doing that kind of stuff at the other side of the lake. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that water is level. It's not it's not going with the convexity of any ball, because the ball is only part of a made up idea that you can only think about it when you go away from reality and throw away your experiences and your senses, and you make a nonsensical claim, making a ball idea which is only based on the imagination and stories, TV, cartoons, movies, Hollywood, Disney, NASA. And then you can talk about the globe in that sense. But when you go to reality, the actual thing, the actual experience, the thing that you live in and you're dependent on, there is no ball to be found anywhere. You can't find it in reality. Right, Gaza?
I mean, there is a lot of people think this is like a conspiracy theory, but for me, I still think that the world is like globe.
Yeah, but conspiracy theories, some might be right, others might be wrong. The government lies. The government lies, right? Everybody knows that.
I know, and all things like Gaddafi.
Everybody knows. Even if the government lied 99% of the time and they said the truth once, right? That's a possibility. They could probably say the truth sometimes, right? But will you still trust the liar when he's lying to you 99% of the time? When he comes that time and he might be telling the truth, are you just gonna believe him? Because he's been lying to you 99 times in the past. You can probably listen this 100th time and maybe verify it yourself and say, hey, you know what? This time he's telling the truth. You could do that, right?
Yeah.
But then that's what I'm saying. In your own experience, you can listen to the claim, which is the ground is curving, moving through the vacuum of space, and you say, hey, let me test for these things. Is it curving? Let's test for that. When you test for it, based on your observations, you don't see any curvature. Nobody does. It's a horizontal plane. That's why they talk about the horizon and level, right? So based on your senses, it's not curving. Then you extend that with equipment, lasers, radars, long distance observations, optical devices, infrared imagery. When you pull all those things together as technology to extend the capabilities of your senses, and you test for the curvature, guess what? You don't find it anywhere in reality. So you don't find the curvature. Then you want to test for you want to know about the movement of the ground, which is another claim of the ball, right? Moving, spinning. Your senses are dictating to you that the ground is not spinning. And if it starts spinning, you'll feel it. Then you can test for the spin, and you don't test it. It cannot be tested. There's no way for it to be tested. Then you look up And some globers say because we see the sun and the moon moving, right? Like you said, that means that the ground is moving. But think about it. Your senses are showing you, you're observing the phenomena of the light in the sky moving, Occam's razors, as a logical conclusion, you can determine that will be the what is actually happening. The sky is moving. That will be the simple answer. The sky is moving. The ground is not moving. There is no curvature in reality. You can check all these things and verify them. So your own experience is telling you that the ball is not reality. And think about it. When I asked you earlier about the image that you got about the flat earth, and you said it's a disc, like a plate. Remember you said that?
Yes.
What about the image that you get of the globe? The globe. Do you see the image when you think about the globe Earth?
Yes.
You see it in your. Does it look like a cartoon?
No, not really.
So, what image do you see that is based on a photograph of your eyes, or what do you see when you think about the globe?
I see the spinning ball that rounds around the sun with other planets.
So you see the spinning ball. When you think about the globe, you see a spinning ball.
Yes.
And where have you seen this in your actual immediate experience, real life, and your senses? Have you seen this in reality?
In reality, not really, but I saw a lot of documentaries, and I saw with telescopes also that other planets, and I see the moon.
Okay, let's not talk about the other planets. About the globe Earth, the thing that you're standing on, and the thing that you imagine, right? That imagined thing that you have in your mind, you got it from a TV screen. That's what you said. You saw a documentary, and that's why you have an image of it, but you yourself have not experienced it.
I mean, also I did a little bit with college because I studied maritime engineering, and we do a lot of stuff on the sea. So I saw a few of the ships from the horizontal and all that stuff with binoculars and all that.
Binoculars.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you're doing some engineering and using some binoculars, and that shows you what?
That shows me the horizon and the position of the ships. We can see the ship from the distance because of curvature.
So you're looking at the ship on the sea vessel, and it's going away from you. And since you can't see it anymore, you think that that's because it's going over the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, because of horizon and all that, we can see it. Yes.
So that you're saying that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, and things are going.
Yeah, like
going down.
Yeah, like going down
over the curve.
Yes.
That's why you can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
Do you have that example, the observations that you did? Do you have like any specific about it, about your height, the distance to the object? Do you have those? Do you have that information?
Yeah, it was like 5 meters above the sea level, something like that.
5 meters over the sea level.
Yes.
And because we have many examples, right? We have laser tests, we have long distance observations, there's also phenomena that is happening between the observer at the shore looking towards the object on the water, and weather conditions, perspective, the angle of view, and also like there is when you have like a book, you have a book on your hand and you can read the book, but if you put it 3 miles away, you won't be able to read the book, right? Because it's pixelated, it's getting smaller, you cannot resolve the image. So also when the vessel is traveling across the water, you're gonna have this mirroring effect, right? I have this.
It is. It's look like that. Yes.
Yeah, there is many other explanations that you can look through and it will demonstrate that it's not because the vessel is going over the horizon. Over the horizon is one made up story that might be the reason, but when you look into the list of reason that is actually happening that you can demonstrate and verify, the curvature that you cannot demonstrate and is nowhere to be found in reality, you can scratch that off the list because there's other conditions that will cause the effect of you seeing the boat disappearing from your view.
I mean, I
You get
believe
what I'm saying? It's not only one thing that might be causing that.
I mean, I know what to say, but I believe it's because of curvature.
That's what you think, but have you explored other reasons that might cause you to see a boat going away from your view and you'll not be able to see it anymore?
Not really, because it was clear conditions. It was like in the midnight. It was a really clear condition and everything was perfect.
So midday?
Yeah,
Okay.
midday.
So it's probably the warmest time of the day. Midday,
Yeah.
right? Okay. You know when the lady in the Weather Channel says visibility conditions?
Not
that you
really.
can't. You ever heard the weather people?
Yeah,
What's the visibility for the day? That you can't see. There's particles in the air, humidity in the air that are causing the visibility to be at a certain degree.
But also it was during the spring, it wasn't during the summer season or something like that. So like the spring season over here is like 14 degrees Celsius, something like that. Not really that much of the. It's not really that much hot.
It was cold, 14 degrees. Yeah, it was cold. That's. Look at this. Look at this. Let me see right here. Are you in the live stream voice text?
What's that?
It's a voice. I mean, it's a text channel right above this voice channel. It's called live stream.
Live stream. Yeah. Live stream voice.
Text.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So, you see these examples right here? It's called specular reflection.
I do.
Specular reflection, right? Smoother surface often offer a higher degree of specular reflection where light rays reflect off the surface in the same direction and result in a clear reflected image. So you see this imagery?
Yes, I see that.
This is a salt lake in Bolivia. It's 400 square miles.
Yeah, biggest mirror in the world. Something
yeah,
like
exactly. And if there was any curvature, you wouldn't have the specular reflection as like a mirror. You know what happens when you bend the mirror? When you make the mirror not being smooth and flat, you know what happens, right?
Yeah, optical, like it became like bigger. I don't know how to say that.
It diffuses.
Diffuses, yes, right.
So this perfect reflection mirror, it will be impossible if there was the ball curvature.
But you can see
so there is no ball curvature. There is a phenomena being observed in reality, and then the impossible claim that wouldn't allow for this to happen, but in reality it's happening. Therefore, the ball is impossible. Get it?
Yeah, but it's also because of angle. You can see that it's a little bit lifted.
It's a little bit what?
Lifted. I don't know how to say that. It's a little bit from the higher point. You know what I mean?
you're having a mirror reflection because it's not a ball. I get it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, what will be the other option besides it being like a level, horizontal, flat mirror? You're saying there's another option that this will happen?
I mean, it doesn't debunk the Earth theory. I mean, it's possible on the round Earth. Also, you can see the mountain on the distance. Let me just see the picture. I mean, it's possible on the round Earth too.
You know what round means, right? You can have a round table, round, flat table. So you're saying that the Earth is a disc, a round, flat disc?
No, it's like a ball, like sphere.
A sphere.
Yeah, sphere. Yeah.
A ball, sphere ball. So
yeah,
where is the curvature that is nowhere to be found in reality? Where is it? Can you show it? Can you demonstrate it? Can you show a measurement of this the curvature of the ball anywhere?
I mean, people do that for the sea and the sky. That is the best.
What's the name of the people that did it, and what's the
Galileo Galilei?
Who?
Galileo Galilei. That guy that got killed. Yeah,
Galileo?
Yeah. Galileo, yeah.
What did he do? Can you tell me?
Yeah, he did the same thing that I saw with sheep and sheep going over curvature. He also did some other measurements, but I forget about it.
So you're saying that a guy 600 years ago did something that you can do today?
Yes, it's basic.
So you can do it, but he did it.
I mean, he started the round Earth theory. I mean,
so it was like a philosophy, like a belief that he had, something that he made up in his mind.
I mean, people believed that it was philosophy. That's why he get killed.
What was the foundation of this ball that he claimed? Does it has any dimensions? Because we have the dimensions of the claim of the ball, right? 3,958 miles.
Yeah,
for
I think
the
so.
Radius.
I really don't know the measurements.
So you don't know anything about the ball, but you're still defending it.
I know, but I don't know measurements. Well, should I study measurements about that?
You don't know the measurements of the ball?
I mean, not really.
but I'm confused because a ball, that's what the sphere thing is, a geometric shape size claim. So I'm astonished. You're here defending something with a religious fervor, basically. Well, actually, a lukewarm fervor. You're defending something that you don't know anything about. It's like it's like you're kneeling in the pew of the church and you haven't listened to a single sermon, but you're just there. Yeah, I'm in church. Like no backing for your zealotry. It's just kind of really strange.
Nah, that's not a thing.
Yeah, it's strange. What you think is strange because there's no globe Earth anywhere.
So since you don't know and you haven't verified anything, I can tell you that I checked, and many people here have checked, and many other people, and all the technology that you're dependent on, communication systems, transportation, everything that you can think of, none of that takes into account the globe for anything. So the globe is just was like Sonny is saying, it's a belief, a religion, and you're actually defending that religion without even knowing about it. You just the priest says something, you just believe it because he says so. even though you don't understand what he's saying.
I mean, don't you think that's a little bit odd that we're sitting here telling you details about your religion that you don't even know?
And we're here to point out, hey, that priest that you heard him saying something, he lied, because we verified his claims and what he said, and it's only something that he made up or his group made up. When we go to reality and test for those claims, we have falsified the priest's claims in reality. And you're saying, no, I still believe the priest, even though I don't know what he's talking about, and I haven't checked what you guys are talking about. You still believe in the priest. Is that your position?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's true. The world is round.
Now you're just like chanting a religious chant. We already determined you don't have any verifiable proof of this globe, but you just keep saying it's a globe regardless if I have no proof or not. Do you understand how that is so logically faulty?
Remember, your senses tell you it's not a globe. It's something that is not a globe. You can extend your senses with devices, and that verifies what your senses are already telling you, that it's not a globe. But then you're still claiming the opposite of what your experience and your senses are telling you. You're making a nonsensical claim.
I mean, we can feel how this is moving because of gravity. We can't feel it. We can't.
Right. Well, gravity relies on Earth being a certain size. So you skip past the graveyard again. We're still talking about verifying that it's a globe in the first place.
And it looks like you haven't looked into alternatives to what you believe it is. Someone said it's a globe, therefore it has to be a globe. Do you think it will be logical to verify those claims and actually, for yourself, check if those claims are true or not?
I mean, what do you guys think about planets? Do you guys think that planets are like bright?
Oh, the planets, the luminaries in the sky, yeah, observable phenomena. We all can look with our eyes and see them, or look through telescopes or cameras, record them. We observe the cycles. They work in cycles. The sun, the moon, the wandering stars, and the stars. They all work in very repeating cycles. That will be, the planets that you're claiming, that debunks the globe. Because remember, in this globe that you're claiming, the globe is spinning, moving, following the sun following the Milky Way moving across the Big Dipper. So this globe that you're claiming is moving at multiple speeds, multiple vectors, all of the same time. How can the lights in the sky that we observe, the planets and the luminaries, work in cycles like a watch, like a clock that is always repeating, and there's no changes over time? That it always repeats, always resets, like a watch, like a clock.
I think it's because
you see.
Yeah.
So do you remember the ball that you're supposedly standing on is moving, is doing all these movements at all these vectors, and when you look up, you see repeating cycles all the time. The only way that's possible is if the ground that you're standing on, it's not moving, and the luminaries are moving above your head, above this place that we're standing on, in cycles, like a clock, like a watch that you're looking at.
Yes.
So the planets that you're saying are actually debunking the globe.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, listen, Gazo, did you know that all the luminaries, every single year, like at any given time in any location, and let's say whatever location you're in, you could look at an almanac and you could see exactly where those luminaries are above an exact geographical place on the flat plane on Earth. So if we're spinning in all these different directions, as you see the meme is showing at 57 minutes after the hour, how could they possibly every year in that helical motion that they're supposed to be having, how could they possibly be over an exact geographic location that you could count on to the point of navigating across vast distances over oceans and finding your location based on those those elevation angles? How could that be possible on your spinning globe?
It's not possible on the
we
ball.
always
It is possible in reality, but not on the ball.
stay on that place.
Yeah.
What was that?
Same place.
I mean, not the same place that we spin, but we stay on the same place of planet and all that.
No, they're in the exact same place over Earth at every second, like to the second. That's how you know who figured that out?
Who?
Flat earthers. Yeah. Guess what? All your predictions of these cycles were created by flat Earth civilizations like the Chaldeans, the Mayans.
I mean, geocentrics, right? Like people that have had an understanding that the luminaries were revolving above our heads, and they had they map the ground and put a reference with the positions of the luminaries, and were able to navigate utilizing that information, right? And they weren't global. They didn't think the Earth was a globe spinning through space, because it wouldn't work the way they did it. So you see, when you navigate, or whenever you order something from from China and they bring it to you, they had to utilize the pioneers of navigation. They didn't use the globe to do anything. They actually use kind of like a geocentric, heaven revolving cosmology to make everything work for them to navigate.
But Terrain's lines will be much different if the world is flat. Like, why we go all the way doing the circle if we can just go across to the North Pole?
That's the whole point. You cannot. Have you ever checked the prices? Like,
Sorry?
how much? Have you ever checked the prices? Like,
I
to
mean,
go to the North Pole, how much does it cost?
I didn't.
Are you even allowed to? To the best of my knowledge, you're not even allowed.
No, you're not even allowed. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the whole thing.
within a 500-mile radius of the North Pole or North Center Point, you're not allowed to fly within a 500-mile radius of it either. You're not allowed to fly.
And you can kind of estimate the cost of going there with an icebreaker, like one of those ships which have a massive hull and can break through the ice supposedly. That's crazy, you know. I think a North Pole trip is about 200,000. That's 2 Lamborghinis. And yeah, so you cannot. It's not a matter of like whether it's flat or round. We're just not allowed to. So, Gazo, if the Earth doesn't generate a magnetic field because of a thing in its core, right? Then what do you think the compasses are pointing towards?
To the north and the south pole.
Yeah, but usually, what does a magnet do? A magnetic needle. It points towards a magnet, right?
Yes. To the magnetic fields, yeah.
Yeah, and if you place a magnet further away, and your needle still goes to it, it means it's a very strong magnet, right? Like
Yes.
if it's 10 meters far away and you still see the needle going, it's a very strong magnet. But you're really far away from the North Pole, right? And your needle still goes there. So what does it tell you?
That you're not there.
What is this?
You're not there yet.
Sorry? I mean, it's telling me the direction for the North and South Pole. Still.
Yeah, but what does it tell you about the strength of the magnet? If it was
That
like a single magnet,
Yes.
it would have a gigantic strength, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that could be at the North Pole, right? Like
Yeah.
something that's so extremely magnetical, it can
Yeah.
pull even thousands of miles away.
Yeah, and usually on the magnets, I mean, compass on the North Pole usually like go crazy, like disturbed. And
You don't have you been there?
I didn't, but I see the researchers and all that.
Yeah, but you can also make a compass go crazy with like a simple lab setup. It doesn't require the North Pole. You can, if you have a lab and some magnets and some wires, you can make a compass go haywire in like 20 minutes.
I mean, yeah, with magnetic fields and all that.
Yeah, so just it being snowy and the needle going all the way around doesn't mean it's the North Pole. Like, yeah. So as I'm telling you again, you haven't been there, right?
Yes, I didn't.
Yeah. So, you know, it keeps lots of possibilities open for what could be there, because there is a reason why we aren't allowed to fly over it. You know, because usually, like for example, you aren't allowed to fly over, let's say, Nvidia's headquarters, you know, or their production facilities. That's because if you were to look down, you would see some information, some important stuff, right?
Yes.
So usually the reasons for why people are banned from flying over a certain place are because they would look down and see things, right? Or look around them maybe even.
But I don't think that North Pole is banned from the flying over.
Yeah, and it is banned because if you were to look down, you would see stuff, right? That's how it usually goes. Like, you would see some interesting things there. It's not just ice. That's what I'm getting at.
I mean, a lot of minerals also there. Like a Greenland is a rich land with minerals, oils, everything like that. Also, like Antarctica and all that.
Yeah, but then again, you haven't really been there to gather things. In Greenland, there is a huge American military base, so I think if you want to do anything there, you need to ask their permission, kind of. Right? Like, don't get me wrong, but you should think a bit about this, right? Like, if Earth is just a ball and it's really simple, then why are the frozen areas off limits? Like, there is no way that you aren't allowed to go to Sahara, right? If you want to go to the desert, you can, because nobody cares. So why do they all care about these snowy areas? Like, if it gets snowy, right? Greenland, there is a huge American base there. North Pole, you aren't even allowed to go there. And
I think
South
because
Pole,
of
Antarctica.
yeah, I think it's because of minerals. Also, a lot of oil researchers are there, and all that. There's a
You really think it justifies all those military bases? Like,
I think
for example, researchers are also like in universities, and you don't see universities being like secured, right? There are no military bases near universities generally. Like, researchers alone aren't a reason to, you know, protect something with military force. Usually, yeah. So it's something of military interest, right? By definition, if there are, yeah. So you need to admit that there is something in snowy areas which, you know, requires military interest. And
I mean, yeah, it's mostly because of the minerals. You know that a lot of things you can find there. Like,
but you can also find it in, for example, Africa or other continents. You can also find it. Why would they require permanent bases? In, like, I mean, sure, they can just, for example, let's say Greenland belongs to Denmark, right? Why doesn't Denmark get all those minerals then?
I mean, it's because America is big dog. You know, America is ruining the whole world. You know that they destroyed Libya, they destroyed Afghanistan, they destroyed Iraq, Iran.
Yeah, and what does America do with that military base? They also don't mine it. It's like to protect the environment. But you need to know that there are like more than, on top of my head, 200 American soldiers stationed there in Greenland. Like, it's freezing, dude, you know? And they sit there for what? They don't go get the minerals. Nobody comes to Greenland either. And who are they afraid of? Like, let's say that 10 people go there illegally, you know? 10 people go there illegally and they start gathering, you know, the minerals. I mean, who cares, right? Greenland is huge. It's like a whole continent. So
Yeah,
you
it's
have
big
10 people
island in the
there
world.
mining. Yeah, so nobody cares, right? Even if like a huge company came like Shell, they couldn't even take like 1% of it. So it's not a danger, you know. I don't see any danger in that requires Greenland to be protected, for example. You know, so that's where all these theories come from, right? Why do they protect it? You get me?
Yeah, I get you. I think it's because of also ecology and all that.
Yeah, but once again, it requires like an army to actually disturb the ecology. Like it requires an army of people somehow. And what would they get there? Minerals. Like, okay, you know, like for example in Russia, there's a huge city, you know, where people just mine. Like it's a huge mining city for minerals. That's like a small spot on the map, like a tiny dot. It has
Siberia,
no impact. Yeah, but even Russia's largest mine has virtually no impact around it. Like the environment doesn't care, you know. It's a bit fucked up locally, but overall the forests are just doing fine. And the same in Brazil, right? However, and there are no military guys guarding like people from mining minerals in Africa or in Siberia. So why would they in Greenland? Why would they treat Greenland differently?
I think they want to protect from the other like pollutions and all that. I mean, it's because like it's unexplored area, so they want first to explore things what is happening out there and all that. A lot of researchers are there. A lot of stations in Antarctica, and North Pole.
I disagree. I just told you the reasons. I won't repeat them, but do think about this. If Earth was really a ball, then it should be like easy to just take a plane and literally fly over the North Pole, then all the way down over the South Pole and get back. However, that's not done, right? I mean,
yeah, no, but
it's not something you can. Yeah, so that's a bit sus, you know. That's a bit like it makes you wonder.
But I think somebody flied over North Pole.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be somebody. Look, people fly from, let's say, Europe to America daily. Like, there are many flights. Hundreds of them, right?
Yes.
Hundreds of planes. So why is there not a single... It should be like a legendary achievement. If you have a plane nowadays, it should easily be able to fly all the way across on the globe. You can refuel along the way, there is no problem. Like... But it's actually forbidden by law to even fly over it, you know? That's not an environment issue. It's that we aren't allowed to see what's there. You get me?
Is it because they don't want you to see extra lands over there?
Well, who knows? They just don't want us venturing out. Gazo, have you seen Attack on Titan?
So can I see?
Attack on Titan, the anime.
No, I didn't.
Okay, because in Attack on... Okay, never mind, I won't spoil it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's older maps that show like there's possibly like 4 land masses past the inner circle in the Arctic region, so that might be a possibility. They might be hiding extra lands. Well, I mean that makes a lot of sense, you know, when the people in high places they control the population and they want to have some area that they don't want people to have access, and they use the militaries to control the access to certain areas. I mean, probably even in your own country, there's areas that you cannot go to because private property. The same thing with that area. It's private. It's an area that I don't want people to go to because maybe it's a VIP section. You know, you're not VIP.
Yeah, also I don't know, but Antarctica is like most huge continent in the world. I don't know how can they all control that, all of that. You know what I mean?
Oh, you have like most of the biggest nations of the world that they have a treaty saying, "Hey, let's get together and let not allow the regular folk to go without permissions."
Yeah, I know there is like Norway claim, Canada claim, US claim. Like they have the claims for the research and stuff like that.
Only the VIPs can go there, right?
Only the first 4 countries. I think also Argentina and Chile have some claim, but I'm not sure.
So to the point of the other gentleman that was talking to you, there is a reason why they don't allow people to fly over these areas, right? This has to be a reason.
I mean,
why
also
they're not
about
allowing the flights to happen.
it's hard to fly over Antarctica, you know, because the condition, weathers, and all that. Also, it's a big continent. For the
Sure.
Antarctica,
It's not-
for Antarctica, I think it's hard to fly over it.
It's not supposed to be that big. Listen.
But it is.
If it was, well, yeah, because Captain Cook sailed 60,000 miles around the perimeter. How does that stack up on a globe where the circumference, I mean, the equator is supposed to be 24,000? How did Captain Cook sail more than 60,000 miles?
Yeah, think about that. If the globe down in Antarctica, it should be way less than 24,000, right? It should be. But Captain Cook, one of the early explorers, he sailed around the Antarctic basin over 6,000 miles. So that has to tell you something.
It should be less than 10,000.
It also took him 3 years.
Imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not the only ship captain. There's Captain Ross, Captain Ross, Magellan, and a lot of those other sailors logged quite a few more miles than is even possible, even if they were going zigzag the whole freaking time. And look, the weather was really bad during Captain Cook's and Captain Ross's journeys. They rarely got past the 50th parallel south. Most of the time they were up around 50. The furthest south they ever got was, I think, 70. That's still a long ways off from the zero.
I was there in the 80s.
In Antarctica?
That's right.
Yep. I was ex-Royal Navy, and we was fighting the Argentinians down in the Falkland Islands. Yeah.
Sir, are you a captain?
No, I'm not a captain. I'm just a petty officer, navigator, ex-Royal Navy, 38 years served.
Uh-huh. I go to maritime college, maritime university for the maritime engineering.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I mean that's nice salary. I know that.
Wait, Steve, you have driven big boats over the ponds?
Sorry?
Yeah, destroyers, type 47 destroyers. Sorry, back then was type 45s. The latest ships now are 47s, huge, massive ships. Yeah.
Wow, like these crazy military ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you need to be a mason for something like that?
Absolutely, I loved it. I'd do it all again.
Hey, Steve. Maybe if you have this, if you know or have heard about this, we had someone that said he was stationed in this server. Maybe it was maybe like 2 years ago. He said that he was stationed in one of the U.S. bases in Antarctica, and he was talking back then. I remember he was talking about fiber optic cables that come from the sea into the Antarctic. Have you ever heard of that? Fiber optics?
Yeah, I've heard of that. But then back in the 80s, I mean, we use what we call celestial navigation, by the stars, and we also had charts of, the sea charts of that area.
I have a question, man. Was there in any case of, I mean, I don't know if you can provide that information, but was there any time you personally thought that someone that gave you, something to accomplish, as in every job you need to do something, right? Was there any situation where you felt like someone is withholding information about a destination you're heading to, or what you're doing, or so forth?
I mean, when we was down there, it was about 1981, 82, the Falkland Island War. So we had British citizens in the Falklands, and our job was to go there and protect them. But there was there was one occasion I can remember. We actually was alerted to a ship that was travelling south, and we had to go and engage that vessel and turn it around because according to the Antarctic Treaty, no one's allowed beyond the 60th parallel. So why I was doing it at the time, I don't know, but I think that was the reason. I mean, I've been in flat earther for 3 years now, but back then I wasn't a flat earther. But looking at what I know now and looking back, it's woke me up big time that I know what I was doing down there. We was protecting Antarctica.
So for protecting Antarctica, you didn't need to be in on the. What the globals always say. Everyone needs to be in on knowing that the Earth is actually flat and stationary.
That's right. We just knew that there was the Antarctic Treaty. Nobody was allowed to travel, over the 60th parallel, and because it was a no-go zone, no-fly zone as well, and nobody was allowed to go there. So anybody crossed that line, we was alerted to go down, and we actually went down there, and there was a ship going south, and we had to warn it to turn around, otherwise it will be destroyed.
Crazy. You're now retired, right?
Yes, I've been retired 10 years now.
Okay. So, I'm just very much interested in this kind of stuff. What is that huge thing on the top of the ship, like the round ball on top of like a pyramid kind of structure?
It's all to do with navigation and radar systems. We could pick up ships hundreds of miles away. We could pick up aircraft coming in hundreds of miles away. And when they got within a certain range, we could. I mean, if we was being attacked, say 10 jets, we'd take them out in one fight, in one shot. Very, very powerful ship that was, the 47. But we didn't have that one. The Type 47s back in 82, they were 42s or 45s destroyers.
So you didn't have, in the time you were mostly using it, you didn't have that radar technology that they use now.
We had radar technology, sonar technology, but not as sophisticated as today. I mean, if you look at the Type 47 destroyer.
Ollie, what is it? What is the exact type you used?
Say again, sorry?
What is the exact type you used? 45 or?
The Type 47 destroyer. So if you look up, if you Google HMS Duncan, that's a Type 47.
HMS
Duncan, Duncan.
Duncn. Duncan.
Yep, that's a 47. But they're around about now. They are.
Did you by any chance ever observe the sun above the horizon for straight 24 hours?
Never. No.
How about daylight for 24 hours? Like, you didn't see the sun, but there was daylight.
They were pretty long. Like you said, there was no sun, but it was pretty much daylight. Yes. Yeah. But that's to do with the sun, the daylight wrapping around what I know now, around the dome.
So if you would not be retired now and you would be what was actually your specific? What did you specifically do on the ship?
I did all the navigation, all the chart work.
Interesting. What would you do differently now with the awareness that you have about the Earth? If you would still be working, would there be something you would do differently?
Oh no, I wouldn't do nothing. I'd do that all day long. I loved it. I missed the Navy in a big way. My life was on the sea.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, what would you do now if you would be still working, but knowing that the Earth is flat?
Well, whether the Earth's flat, I know it's flat. Definitely, I would be back on the ocean because I'm actually a qualified sailing instructor and powerboat.
What would you say to Glober when he tries to tell you that ships are navigating around the sphere? Like, is there like something you would point out, especially when it comes to navigation, something like that?
I mean, we could see for miles and miles and miles. We never saw curvature.
What is the primary thing you used back in the days for navigation?
The primary things we used. So, celestial navigation, radar systems. I mean, the compasses weren't fantastic down in the south. They were very, very difficult to use. So, let me think. Well, good old fashioned sextant.
But you already probably had pre-drawn charts, right? Like we also have navigation.
Yes, we had pre-drawn charts. Oh, that was something else I was going to say to you guys. Can remember when I was doing my training, I had to sign a non-disclosure, so that's an NDA. And I can remember a document, and in this document it said, during your navigation, to assume that the Earth is a non-rotating stationary plane. So all our plotting was assuming that it was flat or non. They say non-rotating plane, stationary plane. Yeah.
How many decades have you worked on a ship as a navigator?
I spent 38 years.
Oh wow! So listen up, Globies. Even though you have been doing a job for 38 years, thinking it is a ball, can still make you change your mind by just seeing for what reality really is. And here's a prime example,
Yeah. Steve's the man. He's the one that did the real deal for retiring, and so I'll revert to Steve there on the navigation part. We can be supportive members of the people that have done navigation. It's awesome.
I highly respect it. Yeah, you also did navigation on the sea, right, Sonny?
Yes, I did. Not while I was in the Navy, as a civilian, though.
Okay, yeah.
Steve and you and I have talked. I sent you an email, a DM right now of my ship I was on here.
Oh, okay, nice one. Okay.
So Steve, when Glover say that there is nobody stopping anybody from going to past the 60th parallel, is that a true statement?
No, people do stop them. I did it. Blame me for that. I didn't know what I was doing, but we were following orders. Simple.
Isn't this type of ship similar to that one video of these people with the fishing rods being suddenly intercepted by a ship similar to this one, just like same kind of structure?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, similar. I'm not sure what ship that was though. In that, because there's a video, isn't there, where they told them to turn around. I don't know what that was in the distance. I'm not sure if that was British or United States ship. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up now to find out what it was.
But again, I mean, think about it. You would use so much resources. I mean, think about the resources you need to build such a ship. Fuel and so forth, just to defend some region of ice which all the countries have agreed upon to be defended. That's just I can't wrap my mind around how globalists just ignore this fact. It just all plays into geocentrism. It all plays into our cars. Everything that there is in reality plays into flat Earth. especially seeing these things like the operations that have been made, Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump, and so forth, Paperclip. You know, all these things, and then in this perfect timeline of the creation of NASA, the Antarctic Treaty, and so it just all makes perfect sense. Just disregarding this very fact that they use so much resource. Just think about how much resource it needs to. I mean, he can maybe answer this question: how many people were on board, and what how much food you need, and all the costs just to run this one ship that would then keep people off passing a certain distance. It's just crazy to think about.
I mean, the Antarctic Treaty is not common knowledge, is it? But you can look it up and you can find it and verify it.
Is there like people? I mean, you gotta be not the only one who retired from the Navy. Is there anyone else that now is a flat earther that also worked in the Navy or was a colleague or whatnot?
Oh, my friends, you mean?
Yeah.
No, I've not actually spoken to them, but it's something I'm thinking about. Getting in touch with these people and speak.
I mean, it's understandable.
What's held me back, I think, is because I signed this NDA. I always feared, if I was to open my mouth, what would happen, sort of thing. But and I know, and it's difficult on here because I know you guys are live on YouTube.
Let's go to another room.
Yeah.
I asked you about the fiber optics because the guy that was stationed in the Antarctic, he said that they had this huge fiber optics cable that came from the sea, and it will go through the station, and it will go into the inland. And I was thinking, like, where are those fiber optics going? Besides the base that they had there.
I think there's an actual map, isn't there, for these fiber optics?
Yeah.
I'm going to search for, because if you watch, is it David Weiss? He talks about these fiber optics that have been used for communications, etc. So if you look at some of his videos, I'm sure he has these maps. And I don't know if they're available on YouTube or on Google, because what it's like, it's all censored.
But when I think about it, like practically, right? The fiber optic coming from the sea towards the station, and then going away from the station inland to the ice, to the Antarctic. Where is the next spot that those cables are going? Where? Like another station, or I don't know, like a built area, maybe a city. I don't know.
I'm just wondering if they were in buoys or in the middle of the ocean where there's no land.
Well, we know they have GPS buoys, and
yeah,
probably that's what LiDAR is. It's probably mostly buoys, and those are going along known ships' routes. Like most people don't know that ships travel along specific routes. So they're not just out there willy-nilly any way they want to go. So
hey, Sonny,
one of those shipping lanes, they're called lanes because that's actually what they are. If
Yeah.
you're in ships, they know you're there, and you can also find out exactly where you are by the ship's locations in these shipping lanes. Steve knows well about that kind of thing. But
Sonny, you see the cables that you posted? Where's the ones that going into Antarctica?
Really, I don't see them. Really, good question.
You see my point?
Yeah.
Do we have maps of cables going around the regions of the world that we know? I mean, the nations that we know, but where's the ones going to Antarctica? I mean, I'm taking the word for the guy that was here, and he sounded pretty legit. He was talking about different topics, and then he talked he spoke about being stationed in one of the Antarctic bases for some periods of time, and I didn't find any way that he was, in my opinion, that he was making it up. And he spoke about the fiber optics coming into the base.
Yeah. There was a yeah.
Go ahead.
I say there was a system, not a satellite system, but some system they had before satellites, and it escapes my mind. Anyway, I've got some friends that are ex-communicators from the same era. I'll look into that and I'll see what I can find out.
I remember Admiral Baird, when he was stationed in Little America, he used to do a broadcast, and he was using antennas, and I think it was towards, what was it, Chicago or something like that, if I remember correctly, to PBS. He used to do like a weekly broadcast.
Yeah, let's look up information about that. I've heard of that. I really haven't looked into that. So it's Admiral Byrd's. Was it a weekly transmission from Antarctica, right? I'm gonna look
To
that up.
PBS, yeah. But that's a curious thing about now that you were talking about being on the boat around the Antarctic region, and then I remember this guy being stationed and talking about the fiber optic cables going into Antarctica, and we don't see maps of the cables going there.
I'm just seeing if I can see anything. Hang on. You can't even Google it now. That's all pulled down.
Yeah, I'm gonna start just jamming all this information when because I'm here I have a huge screen. I got my laptop off to the side. I can easily look up this information, so I'll see what comes up. Start doing more of that. Let's see. Looking for his radio announcements. Seemingly that seems to be absent. Let me see. Radio. Be more specific. Milestones, long-range shortwave voice transmissions from birds beginning in 1934. Let's see what it says. Post the source first. I think he was transmitting to Cedar Rapids. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'll read it with my radio announcer voice. How does this sound? Beginning February 3rd, 1934, Vice Admiral Richard E. Byrd's Antarctic expedition transmitted news releases to the New York via shortwave radio voice equipment. From New York, the U.S. nationwide CBS network broadcast news releases to the public. I can't read. Previous expeditions had been limited to dot-dash telegraphy, but innovative equipment from the newly formed Collins Radio Company made this long-range voice transmission feasible. We should look up Collins Radio Company and see what kind of transmission. Anyway, I digress. The plaque can be viewed at the Lynn County History Center, 615 First Avenue Southeast, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Just prior to Vice Admiral Byrd's Antarctic second expedition, voice transmissions over shortwave had become a reality. Previous expeditions had used code to shortwave their messages. The change to voice was major, and consequently, during the 1933 quality was lacking. Mr. Collins' careful attention to insulation to the reduction of high circulating currents and the reduction of stray RF fields helped to give the voice transmissions a thumbs up approval. Clear as a bell was the response of many. Boy. Okay. So look, they were transmitting from Antarctica using here. See, so here they were just using tube transmitters and amplifiers back in those days. They had a Type 20B transmitter called Class B modulation.
Did they bounce the signals of the ionosphere to make it to America?
Yep, look, here's an image of him transmitting supposedly from his shack. I still can't help but think, what were they working up with this cockamamie idea of the North expeditions in 1927, where he supposedly flew into the Earth? What the hell happened there?
I wonder what was the radio broadcast. What was the context of the weekly letters or the weekly talks that he had? It would be interesting to listen to some of those.
Okay, next up, is there audio of those? Okay, let's look that up.
Because Bert, he had a command over a big group of military men and in different expeditions, but at one time they took I think it was 6 airplanes to explore long distances, long regions of the whatever Antarctic beyond the 668th parallel. They were definitely doing some big explorations, long distances. So whatever they found, it made them lock it down. They locked it down after they found whatever they did. But all these resources and manpower to then shut it down after that, it's puzzling.
It's my impression they were losing equipment, like they were losing aircraft. I don't know, some people saying, oh, the aircraft were crashing into something. But then you have this 1958 encyclopedia article, saying that they found this dome and it was, or this firmament, and it was at 80 degrees south. It was 13,500 feet altitude. That's
that low. I mean, that's high, but still.
That's low. I mean, you could fly an ultralight up there, 13,000 feet, probably. No, that's probably too high. Probably not above 5,000. But yeah, a small aircraft easily could fly 14,000 feet. Isn't that about where you start needing oxygen? I digress. Yeah, we should pull up that encyclopedia. Let me see. It was the year. Well, I keep doxing myself. The agents probably got all my information. They know everything about Sunny.
Everybody likes Sunny.
They love me. I have fans out there, man. Look, the drones come hovering when Sunny goes out. Love it. It's awesome. There's that. Horizontal definition. Here we go. 1958. That's not a screen. That's a video. Somebody had Somebody had just there it is. I found it. Okay. Got it. As the world doesn't turn. Yep. The Ross Ice Shelf, blah, 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 blah. Operation base was constructed at Hut Point on Ross Island in McMurdo Sound. 4 United States planes flew from New Zealand to McMurdo Sound on December 20th, 1955, and made exploratory flights over unknown parts of the continent until January 18th, 1956, when they returned to New Zealand. These flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south longitude. Latitude. South. Yeah. South latitude. 90 degrees east.
Nice.
New mountain ranges were found at latitude 85 degrees south. Blah blah blah. I wish somebody had this book.
What is the name of the book?
It's the 1958. Shoot, what's the name of the encyclopedia? Hold on, I have the video. It's a Collins English. No, that's not it.
Probably someone can search on PDF of it or something.
Yeah.
Close that door. Yeah.
Smells bad.
It's
Why?
Americana Encyclopedia or something like that. We'll find out.
What do you mean it smells bad?
I don't know. Mama smelled it and it smelled bad.
I'm gonna search the link online with the video. Okay, don't forget, I'm looking up for actual audio of Admiral Byrd's transmissions. We'll look at that. Put a pin in that for a second. Let's see. Oh, it says.
Did you see how they had? It says right there in the Rose Ice Shelf from Bay, whatever. Air operations base was constructed at Hut Point on Ross Island in McMurdo Sound.
Oh, yeah. That's
Sorry to interrupt, but that video is not available now anymore. This video, look, I'll post.
Typical.
You see, I didn't read this, but it says they in December 20, 1955, and made exploratory flights over unknown parts of the continent until January 1956. Yeah. So they were definitely doing long distance explorations of the areas. And I imagine, I don't know the planes back then. I imagine were they as good as airplanes as the ones we have today? I mean, and the conditions, it's probably like it was pretty rough for them to get this done. Explore imagine Captain Cook took him 3 years to explore to go around 60,000 miles, and these people went further away, right? Further away, the 80th parallel. So whatever area they were trying to cover, it was even bigger, a bigger circle than 60,000 miles.
Yeah. They said they were talking about new mountain ranges they discovered at 85 degrees south. That's 85 degrees south. What?
Where is that in the? I mean, does that exist? I mean, wait, 90. What? There's got to be like a 0 point. I don't know. I can't imagine at the moment. But if you're making the circle around the continents, and then we have the 60th parallel, that's a huge circle. And then you make another circle at the 70, another circle at the 80, and another circle at the 85, and beyond that, the 90 parallel. You're making bigger and bigger circles. The distances just get bigger and bigger and bigger.
That does not correlate. That it's getting bigger.
It makes sense to me. Just obviously in the globe doesn't make any sense. They had to set up what is it? A base constructed for air operations. Oh, where is the whole page about this
Wait a
image
minute.
that you posted?
Well, this just in. Wait a minute. I found that through searching through the post here. But look, I found one from a place called terraplanista.com, and I'm going to post that image because it has the whole page.
Oh, great.
It has almost the whole page.
Good timing.
Okay, here we go. I found it. Yes. Okay, this one says more. Okay, so going further down, the new mountain ranges were located at about latitude 85 degrees south, longitude 50 degrees west, reaffirming the observations made by Ronne, R-O-N-N-E, in 1947 that the Antarctic continent is a single unit. Leaving 73 men to winter at Kainan Bay and 93 at Hut Point, all vessels of the task force departed from the Antarctic by the end of March 1956. The last to leave was the USS Glacier, the Navy's newest icebreaker, I think it says. Yeah, it's a 1958 Encyclopedia Americana. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of people.
That's still like 60% of the page.
I know. I'm gonna see if I can find the whole thing. I think some.
You see on the right side, it says Antarctic I imagine continent. It says 5,100,000 square miles being cut, still unexplored by an elevation about. That's a big region, 5,100,000 square miles that are still unexplored.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
So that kind of like that in my image, I'm trying to put this like logically, like if you're making a circle and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger,
Here's a group.
the distances are only growing.
Here's a group from France that is posting stuff about this. So like this information is like everywhere now. So did I post the whole page? Hold on, this one. Oh, comics. No, that's the wrong one. Flat Earth Insanity. Isn't Flat Earth Insanity a Flat Earth Society hoax page?
Bro, look at under the 5,100,000 square miles. It says the known portion is blank, ranges and peaks blank, sheet. This I'll say mountain ranges or whatever, made of granite, mica. What is mica? Granite, mica. They even describing the makeup of the topography.
Yeah, huh?
Sedimentary rocks.
It's made of mica.
I like
Mica.
Not mica. Yeah, mica. Like formica.
Mica.
Mica is.
That's only gringos will say mica.
No, they say mica.
Well,
but okay,
yeah.
mica. But anyway, mica, whatever it is, they found it in Teotihuacan, and they had to go thousands of miles somewhere in Georgia or something to where that came from. So why did they go out? I mean, that's a side issue. But they found mica. It's an excellent semiconductor.
But mica is not that common, right? It's not you can't just find it everywhere you go.
Mm-mm.
And these people they were kind of describing they found granite, mica. What is the SH in relation to mica? SCHI? What would that mean? Micah. Let me check. What can follow Micah SCHI?
SCHI. Hold on. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Antarctica, Livingston Island. Whoa, I never heard of this place. What the heck? What is that? What? MICH, right?
Look what I posted, and at the bottom right.
Hmm. 51,100,000 square miles still unexplored. Whatever that other. We need to find this in PDF. It's got to be here somewhere. So
5,100,000.
5 million. Yeah.
Oh, so the word is Micah sits rock. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I'm gonna download it.
This is what is missing from that portion, at least.
I'm gonna download this PDF, this whole thing of the. Let me see if I can do it. I already got that. Let's see. Why is it doing this? No.
So when you put it together, Captain Cook saying 60,000 miles around the Antarctic basin. Then you have these explorers going above the ice wall into the ice shell and finding these huge mountain ranges, and beyond that, more mountain ranges, and describing this landscape and the long distances that they couldn't explore themselves. So I imagine even the explorers have limitations, right? Time limitation, energy, resources, planning. I mean, they can, okay, today we're gonna go from here to there. And how much is that? And they put in the book 5,100,000 square miles unexplored. I mean, what about the unexplored area that they don't even know it's there? I don't know. It's interesting to me. It's puzzling. It will be interesting to see what is next when it says still unexplored by an elevation of about blank. Elevation is about 9. I think that's a 9. But then it's blank. It could be a 9, it could be 990, 900, 9,000, who knows? This is a fascinating, underrated topic. That's most likely why it's so intriguing, because obviously they have this region of the world in lockdown. So that makes that multiplies the intriguing factor by 50. Sonny, have you seen these photograph of some explorers from the Antarctic area?
Did I see Robert Scott pictures from John Levy's? Is that what you're asking me?
No, this is a different one, I think. I don't know if you've seen this one, but let me try to.
Yeah, John Levy has a new. Well, I don't know exactly how new, but yeah, the dead internet is not a theory anymore. Bunch of 404s not found. The Americana PDF, 1958, missing, even though it's listed.
How much information have been just
Disappeared.
taken off?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Some of these. Here's another PDF. Let's go see. This one says PDF 2. Will it let me continue? No. Another 404. There's a dead link. Two of them for the searching for the 1958 Americana Encyclopedia, non-existent links. 404 comes up. Okay, here's another one at euro520.net. Let's see, another PDF from euro520.net. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's switched. Oh, it's another 404 not found. There's the third link that has nothing, even though it's listed by name. Okay. We'll keep going. We already looked at that one. Vendors.metronet encyclopedia downloaded from vendors. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Flat Earth Society has their chime in, their 2 cents. We'll just avoid that. Here's another one. PDF, Encyclopedia Americana 1958, Volume 2. I don't know if it's the right volume. Website is unreachable. There's the fourth one. Another PDF from CBRN TJ. Whatever that is. Guess I mean it's Tijuana. That's your Tijuana network. We'll be barbecuing some barbecued iguana here. We'll be having some iguana. 404, that's an error. The requested URL was not found on the server. That's the one. The internet. Bunch of fake links. They go to nothing. So they don't want this 1958 Americana. No one can go look at that, I guess. That's how free we are. You can't even look at information now. Wait a minute. What's this one? G8. Really strange. Openlibrary.org. I guess that's the place we're going to have to go. Let's see. Want to read.
Did you guys know that Captain Cook, he actually used a marine chronometer for his for his longitude and latitude calculations, and that's what he used. That's what he used. Just so-called circumnavigate the globe.
Who did that? Who are you?
Captain Cook, he used one of the early marine chronometers.
Yes, that's right.
To make longitude so accurate that Captain Cook was able to use it to circumnavigate the globe in 1779.
Yes, I know. So let's see. That's a very interesting history too.
So we use chronometers also.
Yep. That's what clinched the deal to know where your longitude is. So when first accurate chronometer for navigation.
And then GPS came out in the 70s, late 70s.
It wasn't used it wasn't used that much though. Well, probably in the military it was, but in civilian
Oh no.
it wasn't used for quite a while. Like they had first they had Loran. It was one of the first.
Oh, that was system Loran. That's the one I was trying to think of. Yeah, hang on.
And that was expensive at first, so most people didn't have that. Of course, the
No.
military had the top.
Yeah.
So 1680 to 1729, Henry Sully presented the first marine chronometer in 1716. But wait a minute. The first attempt at a marine chronometer in 1673 under the hold on, I'll read some of this.
Another system we used was radio navigation. So by tuning into a radio station, the tool helps sailors determine their position based on the direction of the broadcasting radio antenna and how long it took to receive the radio signals.
Exactly, and the same thing used by the radio direction finders. Yeah, for beacons.
Yeah.
Radio beacons. They shoot out this beacon, right?
Yeah.
Horizontally. So your RDF, you can find out exactly where that narrow beam is shooting out and find your location right there in the fog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Make your way right into the harbor in the fog.
And that's when we get over to radar, which is a type of radio navigation.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, because it used electromagnetic waves to determine the location of other objects.
Yeah, you most small ships hoist up a little aluminum thing, a little aluminum sphere deal, so people like ships can see you.
Yes.
Otherwise, those large ships would never see you. They'll run over your little sailboat. They don't even know you're there. Yeah. They're 100 feet above the surface. They can't even see you. You're like a toothpick. That was weird being next to those big ships, those huge ships out there that are so big they couldn't even go into the Panama Canal. They had to go around the Cape, the Magellan, the Straits of Magellan. That's pretty wild, man.
So the Loran system was developed during World War II to improve accuracy of long distances, determines the position of a ship based on the time between signal pulses bounced between radio transmitters that are placed far apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that's very interesting.
Mm. And then GPS replaced Loran in the late 20th century.
So currently the Glovers coming in, they're trying to say, well, GPS works. Well, we didn't have GPS when I was out there sailing.
No.
We didn't use GPS. So you can't use that as, Earth's a globe because we navigate with GPS. Well, the GPS is a system, basically like a computer system that is based on a model in the software. It's firmware in that system that it's a sphere. So it doesn't matter. You're locked into the sphere in GPS because it's created on a sphere. It relates to itself as a sphere. It relates every point that they're saying is on Earth onto a sphere.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing.
Yeah, the other one, another good one to look up is I think they found some equipment. It was called an astrolabe.
Oh yeah.
And they reverse engineered it, and it was very accurate. That was to do with the stars, the sun, the moon, blah blah blah. You know,
The Antikytherian. Here we go. That's now we're going down some deep rabbit holes here.
Yes, we are.
I love that. Yeah, let's see here. NASA even has an article about them. NASA's. I don't trust NASA to time my shoe. I'd have to double check the shoe tying if they were allowed to time my shoe. I think I'd change the laces if they were allowed to time. What do you What do you say? You think they're going to just totally not include anything about that? This device is a geocentric one. Oh, it was 33 centimeters high. Well, Illuminati confirmed then. They don't say much about it. NASA didn't have much to say.
guys, I've got to go because it's like 10 after midnight. Catch you all guys later.
It's late. It's only 10 after 4 p.m. here. It's early here. Well, you have a good evening. Nice to hear you again, Steve.
Yeah, great to be here, guys. Chat soon.
Yeah, hang in there.
Bye.
They're saying this device is 2,000 years old. An analog computer device dates back, watch for the presupposition, so it dates back to ancient Greece. It was used to track the position of the moon and sun to predict the occurrences of eclipses and to signal the old Olympic Games. Sure. The device could also perform basic arithmetic like addition. I think they're stretching that. We don't know. It was made of 30 gears of bronze, enclosed in a shoe-sized box made of wood and bronze that was built at the tail end of the 2nd century BCE. Anyway, I'm still looking for Alma Bird actual audio. Just a second here. Someone else thinks they can find a PDF for that encyclopedia. That'd be great. Or maybe someone buys one. Or probably someone has bought one. They're for sale. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I think I do have it. Oh, not in library. This book is not in the library at openlibrary.org. Interesting. Not only do I have 6 links that were dead, looking for it, Open Library doesn't even have it. Hmm. Tragic.
Okay, people, my name is Dana. This is my very first YouTube video ever. I've got something here that don't quite understand.
Let's just play that in the bot. I'm sure she doesn't mind. Wait a minute, this is by Space Cookie. Is that someone we know? I don't think they might. It's flat Earth content. That's what we're here for. Oh, what happened to that? Wow, what a trip.
Hey there, Sonny.
Hey.
How you doing today?
Pretty good. I'm having some like congestion. I'm kicking it. I'm kicking this cold like it was in my chest and my head. It's pretty much left my head now, which is good news. It generally like goes down to my chest, and then I just a few days I'm having a lot of phlegm and stuff come out. You know.
Yeah, just remember to drink tons of water and blow your nose and
Exactly.
get it all out, you know?
That's what I do. I go outside and I continually blow the moisture out of my nose. Because the change in temperature has really gotten a lot cooler.
I mean, it's been kind of strange weather, right? Like some days it's been like super cold, and then like the past couple of days it's been not too bad, pretty mild.
Do you live in the West Coast here too?
Yeah.
I thought so. Yeah. Oh, that's right. 818. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, you're out in the valley.
Yeah.
I know I'm Angelian in some respects, I guess you could say.
Angelino.
Angelino, that's right.
Yep.
But yeah, actually, I mean, the high was supposed to only be 65. There's like a beach hazard warning. So obviously a winter storm's on its way in. So we're probably seeing the preceding wind and waves from the ocean that come. We're supposed to have rain by Wednesday of next week. So definitely a cold, this cold front is coming in, and they come in from out in the Pacific, man. They're huge. A lot of times they just blow over us, though. Isn't that weird, Red Eye?
Like, but wouldn't we get trade winds from that?
Well, the trade winds kind of like are more like, you know, in the summer, how the wind direction changes, and like you'll notice that out in the valley, that you get these huge cumulonimbus puffy clouds off in the east.
Maybe trade wind wasn't the wrong, right terminology. I meant like, wouldn't that still cause like that drafty layer above us would mix with like, you know, other air and cause currents that way, I guess. At least I would think, but I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I would probably have to see like a.
So what you're saying is though that cold front is gonna completely miss us because it's like going overhead, or?
No, that's not what I'm saying. This one
Yeah,
is
I don't
going to come
understand
in
what you mean.
directly into us. But what I'm saying is, sometimes in the late summer months, we have these huge, lots of water in the sky moving, but it's coming up from the south through the Sea of Cortez from Mexico, and it goes straight up to the east. Now we see it here in San Diego, off to the east of me. I see these huge clouds, and our mountains and deserts get a lot of rain during the late summer, right? But the coast here, we don't see any, hardly any moisture is here. It bypasses us.
Yeah.
So probably by the time it gets up in LA, it's actually further out, like from where we see it here. It kind of like comes from ocean down in Mexico and then goes up to the east, and we see the results of it in the clouds that we see to the east with lots of rain and snow and stuff. But where you are, they're much further east than they are from me. They're back beyond, like over by San Bernardino Mountains or something. That's where
Okay,
those
yeah.
are leading to. So you don't see it probably where you are.
No.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just different. It's just speaking of how the weather moves and how the geography changes how the weather is, or how that weather flows around different parts of the geography. That's interesting. I guess the Midwest is in a big storm. I guess that would be some news we could look at. Oh, wait a minute. I was still trying to play this real quick. It's only 2 minutes long, but I can't seem to get the bot to work. Let's see. There we go.
Okay, people, my name is Dana. This is my very first YouTube video ever. I've got something here that I don't quite understand, and I'm hoping maybe someone out there can explain it to me. I've been doing a lot of research on the flat Earth and the firmament, things like that. This is a set of encyclopedias I have. They're Encyclopedia Americana. This is volume 2. It's the A's. What we're going to do is look at what it says about Antarctica. These, just remember, this is a 1958 edition. Okay, this was before the Antarctic Treaty was signed. This was before the supposed Apollo missions. I want to show you something that it says in here about Antarctica. It basically talks about all the exploration. It says here, Antarctic regions, all the exploration. It has a few photos, not too many. This is the map created back then. I've read all of this. This is the part here that I have the question about. I am trying my best to get some light on here really good. Like I said, this is my first video. Don't criticize me too much. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, I hope you can see this. They did flights, and it says, these flights prove the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Okay, I have no idea what that means. There seems to be only one definition for the word dome. Anyway, if anybody has any idea what this means, can explain this to me, I would appreciate it. Okay, thanks.
Right? Did she get any follow-ups? Any responses?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So what he meant by dome was, you see, he was
That's why we don't know,
talking about a ice formation or something.
Yeah, I've heard that explanation as well. I'm not sure where that came from, but I've heard that. Can you remember where you heard that, Red Eye?
I actually just made that up.
No, it's actually that someone said something about that. A dome is. It could also be like a mountain or an ice mountain.
Yeah, I would imagine that that's how they would try and spin it. That's why that's how I made it up. Is I assumed that there would be like some BS like
Oh,
response for it.
You're a good pseudo glober.
You gotta know both sides to be a decent arguer, and obviously to have a solid position on where you stand.
There's also those accounts of people talking about the sky ice that comes all the way down to the ground, the blue ice that evaporates. Instead of melting, it evaporates. Could they be talking about that? I know it's speculation, but have you heard about that?
No, I've never heard about that.
Okay, so there was a letter received. I can't remember. I've only seen this on David Weiss's.
Somebody just witnessed these like blue glaciers just subliming into gas.
So this guy sends a letter to someone. I'm not sure who he sends it to, but he's working in Antarctica, and he said when the media or anyone's around, they pretend they're doing ice cores, but what they're really doing research on is this thing called sky ice, which is this is just what the letter says, by the way, and it's a deep blue ice formation that evaporates instead of melting. And they said they dug a tunnel into it and then went back after the winter, and the tunnel had like filled back in with sky ice. So I'll try and find the link to the letter, but he's reading the letter out. Again, I don't know how credible it is, but
I mean, like, I'm down to hear it and kind of apply my own kind of critique to it,
Yeah. I'll have a look for the video when I stop driving.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
But it was interesting.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I never heard of anything like that. So, I mean, I'd be interested to see what was written, who it was written by, around what time,
It goes into he goes into how he was chosen for his position on Antarctica as well. Like they asked him if he, what his background was, what his beliefs were. It's interesting.
I want to show you something that it says in here about
his beliefs.
Yeah. Interesting question, isn't it? So why would you have to state your beliefs before you go on an Antarctic mission?
Yeah. It's definitely a tough interview question.
Yeah. What are your beliefs? What do you mean? I'm a flat earther. I'm sorry, you can't go.
Sorry, dude.
Sorry, Antarctica's closed.
Your kind aren't welcome there. Where'd you go, Sonny? You just played that clip and took off?
No, I got lost deep in Antarctica, and so I was in this encyclopedia trying to glean from her opening the page, but I just need to find the PDF. Here's a screenshot.
Kind of hard to hear you,
Yeah,
Sonny.
more of the page. What'd you say?
Nothing. I just turned you up a little bit.
Oh, was I too low? Usually.
Johnny, get in the same room as your mic.
Sorry, I didn't really. No wonder people are walking all over me. Okay, that's probably better.
Good.
I was far away.
Yeah, that's good. What's up, Jamesy?
Hey there. Was having some issues with Discord, but it's working now, and we're talking about Antarctica. Interesting topic.
Yeah, I think this is. I'm pretty sure this is him reading out the letter. It might not be. Sorry. Now that I
Playing
look
a
at the
clip,
title.
or is it in chat?
Live stream voice text. Now I look at it, it might not be. Right, let me go back. Yes, it is it. Him reading out the letter.
I'm gonna deafen and take a listen.
Yeah, it's good. It's only 15 minutes. So.
Okay, I'll be back.
I'm posting this Antarctic beyond the ice wall photography. Some people, I can't verify this, but it's some exploration by Robert Scott, Captain Robert Scott. And it looks like photographs of photographs, or some scans of some type of archive. Have you seen this, Sonny?
Yes, actually, that's what I was talking about. When I was mentioning John Levy is where I saw it, and let's see, I'm gonna pull up that video so I can find out. He was reviewing another channel that had the book, or
Yeah.
had the photos rather, the gallery. So let's see.
I'm posting a bunch of screenshots that I took from the video.
I'm gonna try to find.
Because think about it, 60,000 miles, and that Captain Cook, and this is a vast region, and just to cover the whole thing, it's a lot of land to cover.
Yep. So 61 photos. From Edgar Reyes channel. Here we go. It's a channel. I'll post the link. There's where these were posted. This is what John Levy was looking at. These are being reviewed, like I said, by... Oh, I'm in the bot. Hold on. I'm in the wrong channel. Oh, wait a second. Back to live stream, voice text.
My bad, guys.
How's it going? There's the images from there. Yeah, what a trip. Wait a second. Let me see what you posted. Yeah, you got all of them. Pretty outrageous. I mean, it looks authentic, but I mean, where is it actually? I don't know, but you know, that pyramid is seen in the background of a recent Antarctic video of somebody that traveled there. It looks like the same pyramid in the background. Let's see. Who was that?
You see the columns
from Tracy
and the stone. Let me post some of
history.
It looks like how do you say some type of architecture like from Egypt or Rome. You see the columns? Looks like columns.
Sure does. Looks like columns for sure.
What are they saying they are? Like ice columns or something? Because they're way too uniform, yeah?
I don't know if they're saying anything about it or if who is saying something about it. I'm not sure who is. Let's see. Let me see if this turned out larger.
So these are claimed to be photos of Antarctica. They got.
It's claimed to be photographed by the crew by Captain Robert Scott, 1912 archive.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you look on the voice text, I put there's one review of those 61 images by Edgar Reyes. His channel.
I love this. I love this stuff. I'm gonna watch that.
Mm-hmm. And then watch the John Levy one. Yeah, this one. There, reposted.
Look at that. How, if this is true, like, how is that possible? You know, like, only if it was, like they say, it was once warmer. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
no one could be building that in that kind of temperature.
Well, yeah, and the ground soil was frozen. So, where's your foundations going to be? And where are they getting all this rock from? And who's working in that environment? So it had to be different.
It must have been a paradise. It could actually be Atlantis. Like I was thinking recently that America is actually Atlantis. So that's what I actually think. But that area down there could have been another whole area with things happening on it. And I can never help but think though, when this information is being like right now, we're able to see this information. It always makes me think, why is it being released? Is it just another diversion? That's what I start thinking. I guess I'm very suspicious. I don't trust information. I like really need.
Hey, you're right. I always wonder the same thing.
I'm sorry.
There's only penguins in Antarctica. What are you guys talking about? It's just penguins. Pingüinos.
You still there, Timbo?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, nice try, Jimsy.
Here, mate. No, I'm always here, mate.
So it's interesting, right? It's interesting to like think about something like that, but he made it unfalsifiable in the sense like he was like, "Oh yeah, you can't bring it back. It, evaporates,
Yeah.
whatever." And then he says, and like they, it seemed like he was just trying, like he was. I mean, obviously we know we can't go to Antarctica freely and explore freely and stuff like that, and all trips there are expensive, and they only take you to certain parts, like parts that are like very what are those called? Like
Touristic.
Kind of areas
archipelago
where
type things that like jut outward.
Brokies areas, not the VIP ones.
Not the
These are
VIP
broken.
ones, right? But he's like, oh yeah, it's prohibitively expensive, and it's like the way that he does that in the video just kind of is like, like
yeah, you're right. And he goes, it's untransportable, so no one's ever going to see it.
You're never
going to
find out.
missions.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like you're never gonna
Yeah.
find out. We don't know if this guy's BSing or not.
Yeah.
But it's obviously like a fantastical idea to think about. But in terms of like, oh, okay, well, we're never gonna see sky ice or whatever this guy was claiming.
Yeah,
Not to mention
unprovable.
Yeah, and like not to mention, it's the source of the video is based on like a Facebook post, which is like, yeah, and it's like anecdotal, kind of, like, why would you not think to tell anybody about sky ice? Are you like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it at the time, but there's this stuff called sky ice. Like, what? I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but yeah, sky ice. Like, what? You didn't think people would be like, oh shit, that's crazy or nothing? I don't know. They didn't really clarify that part, but it was definitely kind of like fun to think about, and hey, maybe it could be, maybe it's not. The way that he's explaining, I don't know. Yeah, interesting stuff. Yeah, I saw these pictures also, Gemsy, that you posted. Again, like really interesting stuff, but It's like this could be taken anywhere.
It has to be taken on that spot. I mean, I don't think there is like a museum in that they made this to look like the frozen region. And I mean, this was
It's obviously
taken
a cold
by
climate. I'm not disputing that, but like I'm
yeah.
just
But
saying.
is there anybody that knows where this is?
Yeah, I don't have that answer.
I mean, the captain files, the captain Robert Scott, he explored the Antarctic region and went there in these sail vessels, and they have photographies of this area. I mean, it could be. We could call this area Antarctica, right, these days, but it could be, I don't know, it could be something else. Where is it? Mongolia? Russia? The Arctic?
I don't know. It's very interesting craftsmanship, though, for sure.
Doesn't look like some explorers went there to just make this stuff up and hey, let's just put these stones together and take photographs of them and then just go back and show it to people.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but like, why don't? How come? How come? I guess would we not see more of them? Right? Like how?
Yeah, that's a good question. I imagine when Captain Cook, he said 60,000 miles, right? That he had to go around this area. So if you go in, that circle gets bigger and bigger, right? So just to find this specific spot that these people found, how are you gonna find it around those 60 plus thousand miles? It doesn't. Let's say I say you, hey, bro, go find this specific spot in this Antarctic area. Do you think you're gonna find it just by? I mean, it's gonna take a long time to just find this specific area.
I mean, you would think that if somebody made this discovery, they would tell somebody like, "Hey, you take this way to get to this thing because you might want to see this because we don't know what it is, or we didn't see any people there, but there are these massive structures." You would think that there would be some sort of communication or like designation to the area.
But we also have this trend of scratching information records, and
Yeah.
this is from some type of file. Many of these photographs look like they're taking photos of photographs. You know what I'm saying? So someone has a file of photography, very old photography, and I find this, I don't know, cache or some storage that has these photos, and I'm like, let me take photos of these photos.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make those old photos fake, in my opinion. But then it's not. I mean, it's not like we can just go to the 60th, beyond the 60th parallel, and spend 3 years going around and trying to find this specific spot. It's not allowed. You know that there is a reason why they take you to a specific area. Even in the airplanes, when they go in the airplanes, they go through the shore to through an area and come back, right? So, let's go to Antarctica. You're gonna cover couple miles, or you're gonna I don't know how many, let's say 100 miles of this Antarctic region. That okay, we went through 100 miles of, let's say 1,000 miles that the boat went through this Antarctic area. Now what? There's 60,000 miles or more. So what are you gonna see out of seeing 100 miles or 1,000 miles? And there's there's like 99% of the whole thing still missing. I mean, you're not gonna see the whole thing. I'm not making any claims about these photographies, but it's just the fact that there is not much information about Antarctica. You can only go there with guided tours. The exploration is it's not incentivized, and it's dangerous too. I don't think just anybody can just go there and accomplish this.
Yeah, you definitely would have to have a lot of resources. There's no question about that.
Another reason why they probably want to lock down this region, it's possible that they did discover this ice region, and they started finding these I don't know structures and stuff, and there was, what, we're just gonna hodl this for ourselves, and we're not gonna allow other people to come here. And if they found this kind of stuff at the edge, then in their mind, if we find this on the edge, what about if we go inland? We're gonna find more stuff. And if they found whatever they describe as the dome, you saw what Sony posted earlier. They they said it was like 5 million miles of still unexplored. 5 million miles. And they took airplanes. They set up bases, and they still couldn't. They still have a big region that is unexplored. So if you allow just anyone to go there, they're gonna be able to go and make claims about what they find. But if you don't allow people to go there, then the people under control, they're the ones that are gonna make the claims about what they find. If you allow millions of people to go to this region, then you won't be able to huddle the whole place. Yes, no, maybe, possibly.
Huddle?
Like, okay, if only certain people can go to the area, they're gonna be able to do the exploration and make claims about what they find. But then if they open the fences and they allow millions of people to have access, then millions of people are gonna find the stuff.
Right.
And they won't have any claim about it. They won't be able to have a claim. I mean, the people under control at the moment. Yeah.
They won't be able to make the statement for the entire narrative of what's good. They won't be in control of that any longer.
Yeah.
All the power is in their hands, essentially. Which makes sense if you want to keep power.
Well, they do it with red tape as well. A couple of months ago, I posted. Sorry, I got a phone. Sorry, I got a phone call. Still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of months ago, I posted an application from the actual Australian government website where you'd have to go and all the rings you got to jump through to go to Antarctica. One of them I came across was a ecological impact report. Now, we do these before we build properties, so you actually have to analyze what you're doing and then how it's going to impact the surrounding environment, plus how the building and construction process is going to impact the surrounding environment as well. So you're looking at traffic, you can go into everything. So they actually want one of these ecological reports prepared for where you're actually going in Antarctica. Now, from what I can gather, the only way to do that is to send someone to do an ecological report, because ecological damage report and this is done by a company. Yeah, these companies specialize in this stuff. So you have to actually go to site, see what's around, and then